public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water. Something like public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water. Something like public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
Peace. Peace to everyone. Grand rising, top of the morning. Sorry, the children, of course. As soon as I'm ready to hit the microphone, they have situations now. But yeah, where was I? Yeah, Grand Rising, top of the morning. To my distinguished guests, Royal and Loyal 33. Glad to see you, glad to have you back. You're here. Mama Chula for you. Grand light, love, positivity on this rising. Yes. Twilight, son of Lilith Duck is in the building. In a building. Thought about that last night when I say we're in the building because we're about to build. You know. The Phoenix rises. You up a little early this? Well, nah. I think you're on Eastern time. I had to turn my phone off because of Paula. I get them alerts, message alerts, and me to go back to sleep when I wake up. Talk Your Talk Media is in the building. You was up rather late, man. You up? What up, Talk Your Talk? Y'all was building last night. I had to get some rest. But I was listening in. A lot of good subject matter. I don't really have much info on it. I can listen, you know, not every fight is for me, not every battle is for me. Let those who are more trained step up to the plate. I know my lane, you know. Salute to Greedy Vegan. Salute to Talk Your Talk Media. Yeah. Paula. Salute to you. Peace to you, Paula. May back in the building. Grand rising, peace and blessings to all. Yeah. So yeah, man, I just you know, this is real talk. What's on your mind? Peace to Paula. Salute to Paula. That's who got me in that real talk with the realest McCoy. You know, Paula, I was my family, I was on Big Dog Philly OG's panel the other day when he was talking about this America, one race riot, that subject, that one. And listening back to it, I was playing it for my family. And listening to it, I see what you mean, Paul. I see what you mean, man. And I thought I could sit and listen to someone for 10, 15 minutes straight and not say a word, no interruption. I say one, two, yeah, man, my family, they got frustrated last night. Big dog feeling. I know it can be good, but man, I know my words be hitting them hard. I know they do. I know my words be hitting them. They probably never heard it said before and said it in that way. It's simple enough for a child to understand, but powerful to knock you off your feet. Anyway, so yeah, listening back to that, I see what Father was saying, that when I talk, people don't let me finish. So yeah, peace to you, Father, for recognizing that, because my family was frustrated. It's like Big Dog or whoever else was talking for however long. Then I would say one or two sentences and like, dang, but it's all right. I ain't in no rush. So yeah, what's on my mind this morning, though? It always, like I think about what I'm going to speak on. And this morning, it always comes to me when I'm speaking to my children this morning at breakfast as I'm preparing them some honeydew, some mangoes, some white nectarines, some cherries, some pears, you know. Yeah, thank you, Paula. Let me knock that down. I forgot to turn it off, actually, Paula. Thank you. That's my bad. What I was saying was, I don't know how much of that you all got. My bad. I forgot to turn the music off. But was just listening back to that Big Dog Philly OG this week on his panel in regards to is America trying to start a race riot. And I was just saying, Paula, I appreciate you for recognizing something that my family, we listened to it last night. And I could sit and listen to someone speak for 10, 15 minutes straight, not interrupt them. But the moment I say one or two words, they can't take it. They won't let me finish. They won't let me finish. Just seeing my son's response like, and my wife's response like, like, dang. I'm like, yeah, I'm used to it. And that's what Paula was saying, that, that's why she had that real talk with the realist McCoy, because she just recognized that whenever I spoke, people never really let me finish speaking. And it was on full display the other day. What I was going to say was, so what's on my mind was, this morning I'm speaking with my son and my daughter as I'm preparing them breakfast. I brag about what I prepared them for breakfast: some honeydew, some white nectarines, some cherries, some pears, getting mangoes on deck. So, but as I was speaking to them, I was breaking down how they systematically broke down the household. I was just telling my 11-year-old son and my 8-year-old daughter how they took the fathers out the household. Systematically took the fathers out the household, wouldn't give them the jobs, gave the women the jobs. So they had the man out on the street, or they had to go to the military, and then the women get the jobs and they're out working. The women come home tired, children are at school, and they gave the women Section 8 housing. They gave them public housing assistance. But the men, this is where my children was like, their mouth dropped. I told them, yes, they will actually have someone come out to make sure that the father wasn't there. They actually had someone come out to just specifically specifically to make sure that the father was not at the household. Not for anything else, just to make sure that the father is not in the household. So the father's out on the street or in the military, Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, your choice, or reserves. And then they give us the gangster image, the pimp image, drug dealer image, you know. So, and then the mother, like I said, is at work, gets home, tired, pops something in the microwave. Although I don't know if I don't know when the microwave was invented, but the point is the fact that she didn't even really have time to prepare meals. She's exhausted, got to get back up early for work. The child comes home from school, does some homework, sits in front of the television, and then repeat the cycle. And then, and as the fathers were caught up in the gangster, pimp, hustler lifestyle, they were creating laws and supplying the drugs and building jail cells and jailhouses. But yeah, I just found it really, it really hit me today. Sometimes you could tell a story so many times that then sometimes a particular part hits you at a certain time. But the simple fact that they actually had someone come out to check and make sure that the father was not there. That's wild to me. That's wild. So I mean, it's just a matter of Lord Racer in the building. Happy to see you. Peace to you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your presence always. Um, make sure, I make sure my peoples have access to other people's channels. Thank you all for being here. I really, really thank you all. I really, it's what's on our minds, but what's on my mind, replaying that big dog Philly OG the other day. He's really amazed at the fact that I said that America was not built on racism. I told him America was built on lies and deceptions. Oh, brother, are you serious, brother? Wow. He even gave me a double wow. Wow. I was like, yeah, man, it wasn't. Racism was a tool that they used to divide and conquer us and to keep us, separated, of course, but it's not built on racism. It's built on lies and deception. It's like when you start a relationship and you start off lying to the person. The woman asks you, are you in a relationship? And you say no. Boom! That relationship has now started off of a lie. It has now started off of a lie. She's under the impression that you are not in a relationship. So all her decisions are based off of a lie. And so that's all I'm trying to explain to him. Then I said to him, I said, do you believe that Christopher Columbus discovered America? He said, no. I said, boom, a lie. Do you believe that they took blacks from Africa, put them on a slave ship and brought them to America and enslaved them? Do you take that story as fact? No. Boom, another lie. That's two lies. I said, do you think that we are on a globe rotating around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at a 23.8-degree angle? He said, no. Do you believe all this religions? No. Boom. Case closed. Those are all lies. Those are all lies. Do you believe that one race is superior than the other? No, I didn't ask him that, but I can keep going. No, another lie. Even down to 9/11, did you think that two planes flew into those buildings on September 2001? No. Do you believe that the man went to the moon? No. I could keep going. Lies after lies after lies, man. Come on, man. This country was built off of lies. There's no denying that, you know. And then he asked me, well, don't you think that um our children need to know their identity because they're trying to erase us out of history? I was like, well, right now my priority is making sure that my children stay alive. Once we get to safety, we can sort out all that other things. But right now it's about survival. Oh man, brother, here you go with these fear mongering. Here you go with this fear mongering. I'm like, it ain't fear mongering, man. Because I know what happened in 2020 and them putting a mask on our face and telling us in order to have a job, we had to put that juice in us. That was reality. So you can call it fear mongering all you want. I'm dealing with reality. There is an agenda. And that's why that Kamala Harris video, although, they don't slip up and say, they don't slip up. They don't slip up. There's no accident that she said that. That was intentional. They read from a teleprompter. It's all rehearsed. So it was rehearsed for her to say those words that when we reduce population. So is that fear mongering, Big Dog Philly OG? Or is that an agenda? Because she told you reducing the population is an agenda. How are you going to reduce the population? How are you going to reduce the population? Uh-oh, Doc said he got mangoes on deck. Yeah, just make sure they're ripe. A lot of people, Doc, they don't know a ripe mango. Make sure it has a little softness to it. The more colorful it is, the more sweeter it's gonna be. And yeah, man, mangoes. Coconuts are my number one because they're high in copper. I like all foods that are high in copper. Mangoes are too, but mangoes, avocados, and pears are my top three because they're very high in copper. Um, Let me see where did I leave off here. Paula says you are the realist, huh? Yeah, well, that's my name. That's the real McCoy. I've been hearing that all. Look at this. That's a list of smart cities for the 2030 agenda. Thank you, Royal and Loyal. But it's fear mongering, Royal and Loyal. Come on now. It's fear mongering what I'm trying to make sure that we are aware of. It's fear mongering. That's the list of smart cities for 2030 agenda. I got to make sure I get back and hit that list up. I got to see it because, yeah, right now they're splitting us up into regions. It's not going to really be states anymore. It's going to be regions. The realist McCoy, high, very high. All right, salute to you. It isn't called the American experiment for nothing, realist. Keyword experiment. It's built on MK Ultra, but that's another story. History is all fabricated. We know that. That's why I had him, man. 4-0, man. KO'd him quick. Talking about America was built on racism. Come on, man. That's for the layman, man. Us who see through the veil that was on over our eyes know that it was a tool that they used to divide us. Superiority is a delusional outside of moral and superiority. Morale and superiority. The Fly is absolutely 110% mythology being reenacted. I'm going to do a video on Odyssey because YouTube won't allow it, but it would blow people's minds. Climate change is an agenda. Maybach, you know, yes, climate change is also a tool to carry out the idea of a climate change. And I think that's what you're saying, is that climate change is an agenda. Yes, it is an agenda. It's a way for the world to come together to fight climate change, to unite and carry out their agenda. That the climate is, we have to unite, and we're going to have to cut back on this and bring in electric cars. So yes, carbon, all this is so that they can institute their agenda of electric cars. They have the LED lights now in our home, actual weapon in our homes. LED is not an actual bulb, it's a microchip. And there's countless things you can do with a microchip being, and they've already infiltrated in our homes. These smart televisions, they have cameras where they can see inside your homes, through the television. They've revealed that in many shows and movies that yes, they can monitor us through our television because they can see. Even our phones, we know that in our phones they can see us, hear us. That's why Siri, as soon as you say Siri or Alexa, boom. So it must be on standby, that it's able to just activate immediately. So yes, this is all an agenda. They say it's Big Dog Philly OG calls it fear mongering. Fear mongering. Come on now, this is reality. I know that was not fear mongering when every day you kept hearing these ambulances running back and forth with nobody in the ambulance, but they're just doing training just to keep that on our minds. I don't know if you all experienced that in your cities, but there was just constant ambulances during that whole 2020 event. In Greek mythology, Coronis, Greek, is a Thessalian princess and a lover of the god Apollo. She was the daughter of Phlegius, king of Lapiths and Cleophon. By Apollo, she became the mother of Asclepius. Doc, man, I'm having the Greek god of medicine. The medics are the hospitals, the knights, hospitaler, which were the first, the use of the emblem of the were the first to use the emblem of the Red Cross pharmakia, just as an explement. Explement. Wow, it's butchering my words. Go figure. I got you, man. But yeah, I mean, that's all I'm saying. It's this is reality, Peace to Maybach. Mike check, Maybach. Mike check. Salute to you, man. Grand Rising. Uh,
Salute, brother.
salute to you, man. You know,
Peace and blessings, man, to you and your family, man.
peace to you, man. Peace to you. Thanks for joining me, man. I appreciate you, man. Salute to Bronze Flat Power God. Salute to you, man. Salute to you, Bronze. I see you be
Uh,
all over Bronze. You be all in Av. You just want that information, man. You know, I like that
yeah,
about Bronze, man. Bronze don't care where the information is at. He is just about the truth. And
facts.
he's gonna call you on it, man. I see your comments down there in the chats, Bronze. You be on their head like I do, man. So salute to you, man.
I'm the same way too, man. I'm the same way. I'm very transparent. Whoever I deal with, whether it's friendships or relationship, I'm black and white. I do no shades of gray, brother. No shades of gray. You know what I'm saying? But it was something that you said, because I'm like, wow, I just seen that video yesterday, the Kamala Harris video, and she's talking about the clean air. Oh yeah, we need clean air for the kids. We need, I think she said clean water, and then she came out and says depopulation. You know what I'm saying? And I was like you don't need to be a scholar to understand when they put that DE, that means to subtract, that means to minus. It does not mean to multiply or add. You get what I'm saying? So it's, to me, it's not fear mongering. You know, there's a YouTuber, he got a big platform. Every show he ends, I'm not here to make you believe the truth, but I'm here to make you see the truth. And he couldn't say it no better, because it's the truth. A lot, you know, again, if people look up the word believe, they will see like what we've been taught as far as the meaning of that word is not the same meaning. Believe means to still be in doubt. You want to know or you don't know. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. That's why I said me, you know, a couple of years ago, I started to change up my vocabulary. You know what I'm saying? I don't say good morning. I think I said this already, but you know, I say grand rising, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Somebody brought the word blessing to my attention. And the way they brought it up to my attention, it was like be less. And I was like, wow, I never even like really paid attention to the word like that. You know what I mean? They broke it down. It was like, oh, it means to be less. So when we're saying blessings, we're really not, you know, sending off blessings. And I was like, oh, okay. So what, you know, I forgot what word did he said he switched that with. But there's,
I
you don't
said,
use
be more.
be more.
That was the
Yeah.
conversation you and I had with Toya, man.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the conversation you and I had with Toya that day, and I was like, yeah, be less you. But I
Yeah.
know that I don't really like Then there's the understand, understand, overstand. I
Correct.
know what people's
Correct.
intentions are, so but if we know better, we do better. Like one that always gets
Correct.
me is the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I'll always share this story where my I think he was 4 years old at the time, and he was in the grocery store with his mother, and
Mm-hmm.
the cashier said, "Well, how are the kids?" And my 4 year old,
Mm.
my 4 year old was like, "We're not baby goats, you know."
Mm. Yo, I know her eyes popped out like a cartoon character,
Yeah,
huh?
she's like, "We're not baby goats," and he didn't say it in a way like, according to what
Yeah,
was told to me, he didn't say it like
correct.
at her, but he was just like saying it under his breath, but loud enough for her to
Yep,
hear. So she heard
yep, yep.
my 4 year old say, "Well, we're not baby goats," you know.
Yeah, yeah. That's what's
So
up though, man. Listen, when they young like that, that is the best time, they said. Up till about 7, they absorb and analyze everything. Then 7 to, I think they said 12 is another phase they go through. So those moments right there, like my son, he just turned 7. You know what I mean? Last week or whatever. So, there's things like that I taught him. Like he did that to somebody too. It's funny that you said that. He said something. The conversation was about, like you said earlier, about Christopher Columbus. And he was like, my dad taught me and my sister Christopher Columbus did not discover America because he had a map. And if he had a map, that means it was already found. In yo, the guy was,
wow, wow,
it's like they was very taken back
great.
from, you know what I'm saying? So these are the things, because my father did that to me. Again, I went to Catholic school and it was second grade. The teacher kept calling my parents and saying I was being disruptive. So my dad's really thinking I'm being a class clown or whatever. And then when he goes to the meeting, and I'm sitting in the back of the class and they up front talking, and he's like, I can hear him like, so what is my son doing to be disrupting the class? Well, I'm teaching and I was talking about Christopher Columbus and I was talking about JFK, and he's like, oh, Christopher Columbus didn't discover. So I was challenging stuff. You get what I'm saying? And my father always said to always ask questions. Don't just take whatever is presented to you. 2 plus 2 is equal 4. No, you got to break it down and show the person how you come up. You get what I'm saying? Whether you're using your fingers to count, whether you're using pieces of pencil, sticks, crayons, whatever. You know what I mean? You got to break it down. It's the same thing with the truth. You can't just say, oh, this is the truth. A lot of people need to see it. They need the proof. They need documents. What's something else too? My father used to say, documentation overrides conversation. You and I can, it's like I can hire you to do a job. You're a friend of mine. We verbally talk about the payments, what I'm gonna pay you, whatever, right? Now, if you don't do your job, I can't take you to court and file a civil lawsuit against you, right? Because why? There's no paperwork showing it. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I have you sign your John Hancock, right, is what I was told when I was about like 7 years old. Yeah, sign your John Hancock on this, whatever, right? And and you have your signature on that same paper. That's a contract. You know what I'm saying? Now it's saying that you're supposed to do this job, and this is what the pay is. Now, if you don't do that, now because of that documentation, I can legally take you to court. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like, oh, documentation overrides conversation. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but bro, there's a lot of like how you said about the guy with the information. I love being here. Like I said, once I came on, I put I was listening, and you talked automatically about the Kamala Harris video or whatever you saw, and I was like, wow, I saw that yesterday. That's crazy. You know what I mean? So I had to jump on here. Plus, I love, like I said, I love this type of community. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can always come off this chat learning something, especially when you had that gentleman last week, Tony, I believe. That dude, man, he was very informative, you know what I'm saying, and enlightening. And that's what it's about, man. Too many of us is tearing each other down. Oh, F the real McCoy. I don't like the car that he drive. There's too much of that. You know what I'm saying? Going on. We need a balance. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. And peace to you, boy. Thanks for joining us, man. I
Yeah.
appreciate that you find value in being
So
over here, man. Peace to you, man. What's on your mind, man? What's up?
what's up? What's on my mind? I mean, Maybach is talking about his father and how much his father meant to him, right? In those moments, and
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that, right? I never seen too much of my father, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Still, he was a good father, especially in the moments that we were together. He was real protective and real intelligent and really inventive,
Mm-hmm.
and really
Mm-hmm.
productive.
Correct.
And he might not have been a family man altogether, but he was a man. He was very inspiring and very
Correct.
truthful. So I
So
think that's
that stained your brain, right? That stained your brain. That memory, though, of your
well, not
dad. Yeah, stained your brain.
it doesn't stain your brain. Well, yeah. I mean, I get the expression. I never heard it before, but that
Okay,
actually,
yeah. So what I mean is that, like, he
it
left a mark.
instigates your brain. It
Yep.
instigates your
Sorry.
brain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, meaning like you always will remember that, even though, like you said, he wasn't too much of a family man, but you remember that though. You get what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with me. Like, I was having a conversation with a friend. I'm like, man, listen, my father passed away
He was a real
2012.
man. I mean, just
Correct.
like you tell
Correct.
about your father, right? He was a real
Yeah.
man. He was a man. Okay. Yeah.
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 Yep. So, my father didn't do that much talking. It was more action.
Mhm.
But like I was telling my friend, I was like, bro, I don't recall, because we was having a conversation. He was like, oh, what was the first, name brand stuff your father bought you, your mom's bought you? I was like, bro, I don't really remember that. I said, so we have a saying, that's my saying. I said, the stain on my brain that my father left me with, that I will take to, to the casket, whatever, is the things that he taught me, conversations we had. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Like I was just telling Real McCoy before you popped up, it was like Christopher Columbus did not discover something that's already there.
Yeah.
I'm like, Daddy, so I was always what you call it, a curious kid. I always ask questions. And he said that's a good thing. That's not nothing bad. That's what makes you who you are. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that
Back in the
go ahead.
70s, we were told taught to ask questions, right?
There you go.
Back
Correct.
in the 70s, we were taught to always ask why. Always ask why.
Correct. Correct.
That's actually
Correct.
what they taught me. That's what they taught me in school, dude.
Correct.
And
Correct.
even when we protested, they would actually take the question or the protest serious, and it would become a discussion.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I think I think I might be lucky, to have that kind of to have enjoyed that kind of
Upbringing.
education,
Yeah,
upbringing,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah. Hmm.
But I think it might have been similar, back in the day
Hmm.
in the education. But I've seen it change through the years, right? I mean, the degrading of the how do you say the education system is so
Hmm.
prevalent, right? It's so clear
Hmm.
to everybody. Like,
Hmm.
how can you not see that they're just degrading their children? They're not even teaching children anything. They're just
Facts. Facts.
degrading them, demoralizing them. That's yeah,
Yeah, to me, they're not teaching them. They predictive,
yeah, yeah.
programming them. You know what I mean? They
The
programming them.
programming them. Yeah,
Correct, correct, correct.
yeah.
But when you hear other countries' school systems, such as China or whoever else, you're like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Like a lady was talking about TikTok. She said TikTok in China, it's like a science fair. They learning stuff. But out here, she says TikTok for us out here is a child taking an egg and smashing the egg in their mother's face. And I remember seeing that challenge. So when she brought that up, I was like, wow. So what was the other video? I saw another video where they showed the kids over there, cleaning the weapons,
Hmm.
taking the weapons apart, putting it back together, just in case, if they got to go to war, they know what to do with the weapon. Out here, we're not doing nothing. Like these kids is being indoctrinated by rap. Just like somebody put with the post right here. Who's that? I think it says I can't really see the name. Royal with the television. What he's saying is facts. A former CIA said the biggest weapon America used on us is television.
Yeah.
And this is a former CIA agent saying that, or Alphabet Boy saying that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's true, man.
And
When
it's
you go
always
to.
been going on, dude. Even before television, there was papers and
Hmm.
papers
Hmm.
together with the news that
Correct.
was usually broadcasted via the cinema, right,
Correct.
all over
Correct.
the world. And
Hmm.
even back in the day, in the early 1900s, when there was only
Hmm.
cinemas, right? Even
Yep.
then, they had this like, okay, so there would be a strike, at a factory. Let's say the Ford factory. The
Hmm.
all the workers decided to do a strike, and that would
Yep.
be like world news, right? Because it's the Ford company.
Yes. Correct.
So
Correct. Facts.
so they would shoot one reel that said, the protesters protesting and coming to one solution, or to, and then they would shoot a reel with the same protest, the same people coming to
Hmm.
another solution. And they would send, because back in the day it wasn't as
Correct.
fast as we are used to now, so they would
Correct.
send two reels to the news station or to the cinemas abroad across the world. And then
Correct.
they later on the telegram they would say, play this reel or play that reel.
Hmm.
That's
Hmm.
how, even back in the early 1900s, that's how it actually went down.
Correct. And
Yeah.
news was real. And news was real. I just saw a video too early this morning about 1994 is when they switched up news and just started, doing the predictive programming, the fear mongering and stuff like that, and not reporting real news. But they said anything before 1994 and
Yeah.
up, and like, older, like 80s, 70s was actually real news. You got the real news.
Well,
News now, like you watch your local news and then
well,
you watch MSNBC, it's
here's
the
the
same
catch.
thing.
Well, here's the
Hmm.
catch. Because they wanted to produce real news, they
Hmm.
would film two outcomes of a situation, because they
Correct.
didn't know what the outcome of the situation would be, and
Hmm.
so they would think, oh, it either goes this way or that way, right? And so
Correct.
they
Correct.
would actually enact. They would enact those scenes, and they
Hmm.
would send two reels. So
Correct.
even then, because they want to portray reality,
Hmm.
that's actually the reasoning behind it. Because they wanted to portray reality,
Hmm.
they had to do a fake one and a real one, because they
Correct.
didn't
Correct.
know what it was going to be tomorrow, or a week after this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's dude, it's so, well, it's not complicated. It's actually very
Peace to,
simple.
peace to Marco Power. Appreciate you being here as always.
Salute, Marco.
Hope
Salute, Marco.
hope your phone is working, because I'm still eager to see what it was you was trying to get on Greedy Vegans panel the other day. Salute to you, Marco Power, man. Here's your opportunity today, and I'm in anticipating what was it that Marco wanted to share with us, man. So
He did a good upload too the other day. He did a good upload the other day.
he keeps my ears to the streets, man. Marco keeps my ears to the street. He keeps my ears on the
Yo,
moon.
he's good with the what you call it again? What's it? Gematria, whatever the numbers.
Gematria, numerology, and he knows all the symbolism in it. That's what that's what he adds to it. Also, it's not
Correct.
just a numbers thing with him. He also knows what it signifies.
Yep.
Yeah. So salute to you, Marco.
Does a good breakdown. And yo, McCoy, what you said earlier too, I did an upload about that. It's about how the video I put is how the sun and the moon is inside the firmament, not outside, right? So on the video, they said that what is it? We're the sun is 200. I forgot what the numbers are. I would have to go on my video and look at it, but but miles away, right? But miles away. But there's days where you come outside, it looks like you could literally touch the sun because it looks that close. You get what I'm saying? Like, and then what's the other one? We're spinning so fast because of gravity. This is why, listen, man.
Dude,
when you hear these,
listen, stop, bro. I can't hear any more of this. Oh.
You have to laugh. I'm like, yo, is this Comedy Central? You know what I'm saying? For real. Is Ashton Kutcher coming out talking about, I punked you, I got you? You know what I mean? That's what I'm waiting for. You know what I mean? These people really go hard. Well, we're spinning, and it's just like, come on, man. How come I spin myself, and I'm either going to fall to the left, I'm going to fall to the right, or I'm going to go forward flat on my face, bro. You can't sit here and tell me, well, it's because of gravity, the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean water is not all over. Like, come on, man. You know what somebody said yesterday? This is how you defeat them. So if we're spinning so much and this and that, right, whatever, and we go around the sun and we go around the moon, whatever, how come the constellation never changes? I said, ooh, mic drop, bang, that's it. So I said, now when I hear some fool talking this buffoonery, this pig Latin gibberish, I'm going to hit him with that. I'm going to say, excuse me, sir, how come the constellation never changes? And I'm going to just, I ain't going to have a mic in my hand, but I'm going to just walk away. You know what I mean? It's going to be like a rap battle. I hit him with that one-liner. You know what I'm saying? For real.
I know what you're saying, bro. But then again, these people don't use logic. That's your game. That's my game.
Yep.
That's what I hear you. But then again, I mean, you've tried, and does it work? Does it work? Does it actually work? hardly ever does it work. To use logic against
sometimes it's not that we don't use logic. It's we've been so heavily programmed. Like, I used to say to someone brought up the fact that we used to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and that's something that I can say even right now. Even though I haven't, I can say I pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United
States of America.
That's a good thing you can't hold your laugh in.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, so we've been so heavily programmed that we've had to pass tests and memorize it. That's what the importance of tests are. It's so that you memorize it. And when you memorize it, you damn near accept it as fact. So it's not that we don't want to use logic. It's our minds are just filled with some false information that we just repeat and plus to get along with everyone. What'd you say, Maybach? That you're causing a disruption in class because they want you to go along with everyone else.
Correct. So,
we've been programmed up to this point like that, man, that we just repeat what we hear. We get tested, and in order to pass this test. Like that's where my son, he's gonna fail in their school system because he's gonna. If he goes to school and says yes, Christopher Columbus discovered America, and he writes yes, he did. I'm not gonna say they'll call child services on me. It would be a joke, but there's
Yeah,
some.
yeah. No, I know what you mean. I know what you
But I'm
mean.
just
Yeah.
saying, no, you say no, but I like that though, maybe. You was like, well, it was a map, so how did they know it was on the map?
Correct.
Mine has always been, how can he discover a place that there were already people there?
People there. Correct.
That's
When
what
you,
I just,
thank you.
But when you
Thank
said
you.
the map thing, I was like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I feel that too. I heard someone else say it slightly early in the
Yeah,
week.
because
I think it was woke as a new sleep, but
Well,
Mhm.
I think that's part of the trick, right? Like, oh, we discovered this. It was there before. They just didn't recognize it, acknowledge it, because they were the wrong people. And then they started, or the wrong ideas. These people had the wrong ideas, more or less. I mean,
Mhm.
like position we are in now, right? And so they decided, well, we will just not acknowledge these people, and until we get to conquer them, we will acknowledge them, right? And that's what
Correct.
happened. That's what happened.
Correct. Correct.
That's what
And
happened.
that's what I was gonna. That was good. That's what I was gonna piggyback off of you and say basically, once they colonize the people that was here, now they can tell their story. Yes, we found this. They came after us.
Right?
Correct. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Founders, right? The finders,
Correct.
the founders.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
and that's what I was trying to communicate to Big Dog Philly OG this week. I had joined his panel,
Mm-hmm.
and he asked me, do I think America was built on racism? And I would always tell him that racism was one of the tools they used, but
Correct.
lies and deception is the foundation of the United States of America. You know what I mean? Like I used earlier, like, you meet a woman and you ask her if she's in a relationship and she says no, even though she was. Your relationship now is built off of a lie. Your decisions going forward is based off of a lie. I asked him four questions. I said, do you believe that they took blacks from Africa, put them in ships and brought them to America and enslaved them? He said no. I said, do you think that the earth is a globe and it's rotating at 67,000 miles around the sun and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at a 23.8 degree angle? No. Do you believe that religions are real? No. I'm like, there you go, right there. Those are three lies.
Yeah.
It escapes me the other final one. When he's like, well, that's three, and I'm like, I can keep going. Do you think that we went to the moon? Do you think that two planes went into the building on September 11, 2000? This whole thing has been lies after lies after lies, man.
Upon lies.
Come on, man. Built off no racism. Then why is it that in the Netherlands, boy is facing the same divide and conquer tactics? Why is that in the UK it's divide and conquer? Just lies after lies after lies. That's how this whole earth has been. That's how they've been able to stay in power, is to lie to us, deceive us.
Thank you.
But only
Come
lies.
on, man.
Only lies. I mean,
that's it.
These people, if you speak to them, they will lie to you. The only
to your face.
Lie.
To your face.
The only way that it will not lie is when they whistle. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, man. I'm asking those questions and he's like, no. And I'm like, oh, there you go.
Start whistling, brother. Start whistling, because you're not talking. You're not talking. Start whistling.
There's no truth in them, huh? No truth.
Yo, McCoy, I got something for you too, right? You was talking about the Pledge of Allegiance. Now that I think about it, you know what's the biggest predictive programming that we got? And I've seen multiple videos on this, and I'm gonna hit y'all with this. And we are grown adults, right? If we ask everyone on this panel or in the chat to say their ABCs, they're going to harmonize and sing it. Nobody says A, B, C. What do? A, B, C, D. You could be 80 years old. Somebody says, hey, so-and-so. say your ABCs. You're going to sing it the way we've been programmed to say it since we was a child. And I forgot about that. I just wanted to add that in there though, real quick. That's my fault. I know we was talking about something else, the lies and deceitfuls and but the
No, but
deceptions and
I
stuff.
mean,
But yeah,
it ties into that. I mean,
correct,
yeah, yeah.
correct.
It's all
Grown
programming.
folks,
It's all
yeah,
programming.
elderlies,
That's what you're
yeah,
saying.
correct, correct, correct. No, nobody says it ain't like plain and simple A B C D. You know what I mean? We all gonna sing it because
Mhm.
that's the way we always heard it for
But dude,
years.
it also works the other way around, right? Because
Uh-huh.
okay, so like I think it was 10 years ago, I greeted this woman that also entered my entry of the flat, or the how do you say, this apartment that I live in. And so we entered the entry at the same
Hmm.
time, and she was with her daughter, a very young child. And I said to her, "Goedemorgen," but I said it in such an intonation that it had the same intonation that they would say it in their country. And so this child, she greeted me back. She said, "Dobar dan," and I know that language. So I said, "Oh, Dobar dan," but because it said "Goeiedag," in the same, it's the same tone, right? It's the same
Yeah,
rhythm.
yeah. Uh,
Yeah, and so she recognized it because of the rhythm of the tone, and she and
got
she
you.
she, she totally responded. But and because I knew the words that she said, I said, "Ah, dobar dan." So you're Slavic, right? So you're from Serbia or Croatia or Russia. And she said, "Yes." Or no, her mother said, "Yes." It's so nice when somebody else speaks your language. But she told me in my language. So there was, I mean, it works the other way too, right? It works
Uh,
both ways. Yeah.
Maybach, in respect to you, man, my children distracted me when you were speaking on the biggest psyop. So could you actually repeat that for me when it comes to the Pledge of Allegiance, if you
Uh,
don't mind?
no, I was saying that the other programming that we got when we was sorry. The other programming that we got when we was children was the ABCs. Like if you ask everyone in this chat or a elderly person, no one's gonna say A, B, C, D. Everybody's gonna sing it basically because that's the way we heard it for all our lives.
Got you, got
Mm.
you.
Yep.
Let me touch on that flag thing because I dropped that on that same live with Big Dog Philly OG. There was a gentleman, he who enlightens. Salute to he who enlightens. He brought up the fact that our Pledge of Allegiance was actually almost indoctrinating us into the military mentally, and and in that thing, what I added was the fact that um, in that Pledge of Allegiance, they're supposed to actually, the school system is supposed to be separate religion from church. I mean, from state and
Yeah,
religion, right?
yeah,
But in that Pledge of Allegiance, it says one nation under God.
yeah. So that ties it all together, right?
so why as children we got our hand over our hearts, pledging allegiance to this flag, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. So I mean, it just they got us, man, and I just want us to just realize, it's racism. I tell people I'm too intelligent to be racist. I'm sorry. I know that I'm just too intelligent, man. Call it arrogance.
I think I love that statement, but then again, I want to challenge you. I'm not a racist either, but then again, there is a difference between black people and white people, right? It might be the skin, but there's also a difference in culture. And I'm not saying like, oh, therefore we are not people, but there is a difference in culture, I would say, and not, and, but culture is not necessarily, you know, chained to skin color. I mean, I can see myself uh, totally not adapting to a black society, but then again, I can also see myself totally adapting to a black society, right? And that's not because of skin color. Would you Why is it so silent in the back, guys?
Yeah, peace to you, the Phoenix rises, defender of truth, Paula. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Let me just add that but the idea of that one race is superior to another it's beneath me. You know,
No,
I think
that's
we all play a role in the functioning of the earth and what all it has to offer.
yeah,
So you know, it's you get rid of the bees. You know, as someone who plants vegetables, you know, and fruits, I need the bees to pollinate.
yeah,
You know, so that I will have fruits. So you know, the bees they go around touching one squash plant flower to the other squash, the male and the female, and then the fruits and the cucumbers.
mhm,
So we all are needed. Obviously, we wouldn't be here, you know. So that's where I'm like, no, I'm too intelligent to think that I'm superior than a person because of my race. Why,
yeah,
folk? When I said my children are at the park, they don't even see race. They
uh-huh,
don't say, "Oh, I'm not playing with that child because they don't look like me." You know, they're happy when they see other children and they're just gone and taken off.
yeah.
And we
Facts.
never thought about race, man. We never
Facts.
thought about race.
Unless they are taught,
Yeah,
unless
and then over time, we're just through the school system, music, entertainment, you know, society.
yeah,
You know, they embed in us that yes, you know, white people don't like black people. Black people don't like white people. That's been taught to us, man. I mean, I myself, I would be denying a part of my childhood if I was to be racist or prejudiced, because it was the white children, quote unquote, white children that shared their lunch with me at lunchtime. Let me wear their watch. I was poor, and they're letting me wear their watches, so I, you know
oh,
what I mean.
that's
And
so cool.
come over
That's
to their come over after school and play on their computer games and their video games, and paying for me to get into the swimming places where I can go swimming with them and do. Come on, man.
and those were all white people.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Are you out your mind? There's no way I could deny myself the happiness of
Yeah,
my childhood because of how many quote unquote white people played a role in my happiness and encouraged me. Are you out your mind, man?
Well,
So
I learned something similar to what you just said early on because of Boston, Massachusetts. You know how it is out here. It probably was like 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? I was at a camp, and you know, like how you said, the clear kids got more than the melanated kids. So then when I went up to go get my snacks or whatever, you know, and it was like I was given an attitude for no reason. I was just given an attitude. You know what I'm saying? To this day, I'll never forget it. I probably was like 12 or 13. Was just given an attitude. They kind of like slapped the snack.
Daddy,
I'm on the phone.
Mine.
Okay, I'm on the
I got
phone.
the red.
Sorry, pardon that. Pardon myself. But anyways, so they acted funny towards me at like 13 or 12. I learned that. And then we was told, hey, be careful. Don't be in this neighborhood. Basically, where Whitey Bulger's from is South Boston. That was all predominantly, you know, clear folks that lived in that area. And it's weird because that town, that city, that part of the city right there, South Boston, did not get along with Charlestown. Charlestown Projects is the third biggest project in the United States. It's behind Queensbridge, basically. It used to be Cabrini Green that was number one, but you know they tore that down in Chicago. So it's Queensbridge, and then it's Charlestown. Charlestown is the town. If y'all ever saw the movie The Town when they was robbing the banks and all that, that's all true story. So those two projects did not get along. You know what I'm saying? So when us melanated folks was fighting each other as far as like gangs and projects, they were doing the same thing. But anyways, I don't care who you was, melanated, whatever. You went to South Boston. This story's about Bill Russell. You can look at this up. Bill Russell being in that city, going to like a store, whatever, and they was acting funny towards him, telling him, "Hey, we don't serve your kind." Y'all could look this up. That's why I tell people, man, master. Go ahead. Go ahead.
that sounds like apartheid, dude. That sounds like, you know,
I think Paula, you had something you want to add to this?
Yeah, well, I came up
because you guys were talking about how we always, we even still now sing our ABCs, but I think my crazy mother taught me a deprogramming of singing the ABCs. Whenever she couldn't think of something, and I adopted this myself, whenever she couldn't think of a name of a movie or a person or whatever, she taught us that she goes through her ABCs one letter at a time. And so you just go A, and then you think about the thing you were thinking about until it matches B. And you can't sing it when you're doing it that way. So that kind of breaks that programming.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that. Your mom's good.
She was smart. She was evil, but she was smart.
Peace to McCray 1000.
So I highly say, adopt that practice because it will also help you remember.
Peace to McCray 1000. Thanks for being here. Peace to you. In the Groove is in the building. Not know. I didn't salute not know. Oh man, shame on me. Shame on me.
No,
Salute to you, not know. Not know. Not, yo, I don't know if I blew not know's mind the other day on Greedy Vegan's channel. But he was right. Tony Taylor. What's up? Here's your guy, Maybach.
Yeah.
Tony Taylor. He's a walking encyclopedia.
What encyclopedia? He's a dictionary. He's an IBM computer.
Right.
But the other day on Greedy Vegan's panel, I broke the news. Not broke the news because there's some people who know that Michael Jackson was played by Prince Carl Phillips of Sweden. He was played by a white man, quote unquote white man, the Prince Carl Phillips. And so Not Know dropped the link in the chat immediately, as if Not Know knew that. And I was like, I know Not Know has to say, man, this the realest McCoy, man, he is on it. I know you saying that to yourself, Not Know, like, damn.
I'd like to hear Not Know say that by, him clicking the link and joining. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
So yeah, it was just when I broke that, when I said that, it's not something that anyone would just immediately say, oh, that's the truth. I've been researching these people ever since Barack Obama, because in my mind, I knew Barack Obama played the role of Osama bin Laden back in 2000, whatever, before whenever he became president or whatever. Because I studied his mannerisms. Every time he went to Hollywood, a new video was released of Osama bin Laden. Look, I've been on their head. I've been on these people ever since 9/11. I've been on their head. I've been questioning everything.
Wait, I mean, remind me again, because when was Osama and Obama? When was this? 2012?
Yeah, well, 2008 is when he came into office.
2008.
Then I think he got rid of he made that announcement that, we got Osama bin Laden and we took him and dumped him in the middle of the ocean. Wow. Great story there. Y'all came up with that story.
Cool story, bro. Right?
The greatest, the biggest terrorist. Go ahead.
No, pardon self. I was gonna say, that story I didn't take it for facts, because if he's Muslim, I have Muslim friends. They said you cannot be cremated as a Muslim. So right then and there, and then you dump his ashes into the ocean, so you don't bring the body back to show. Listen, man, it was a psyop, and I'm with you on that Obama thing, because there was an expert that did facial recognition, and he took Obama's face, and it fit perfectly. Eyes, cheeks, everything fit perfectly with Osama. Yeah. And if you remember, right, just like with ISIS and all these other people, these are the people that they trained with when it was Desert Storm in the early 90s or mid 90s, whatever. These are the groups they trained with. And then these groups turned against them. So when they saying ISIS and all this other stuff, it was their peoples. It's their peoples. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. But that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think you got a good I think you got a good line there. You know, these people got wise. Like most of the veterans, right? When they come back from the duty or from the tour, it's like, what the fuck did I actually fight for? Who am I defending? What am I defending? And then they come to realization, like, what was I fighting for? This was oh, I'm totally going to turn against them, you know. And when you're abroad, you know, especially when you're a CIA operation called ISIS and you're in another country, you actually have the law to yourself. And so you actually can, how do you say, um, uh, you can actually do the separation from the one that controls you because you're in another country and you actually rule that part of that country. So yeah, and then they're gonna fight ISIS. Yeah.
Did someone ask me a question? I'm sorry, I stepped right away to my son real quick. But we good?
We're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. When that story came through, I said I'm gonna use the words of new growth. Flag on the play, man. That story, man. Come on, man. They couldn't come up with a better ending than that. You know, here's the biggest terrorist of all time, and no
Without
one got.
dependency. Yeah, we fed him to the fishes and the sharkies. Yeah. Okay. Cool story, bro. Yeah.
And it's funny, the same people that's telling you he's the biggest threat to this country and other countries. Um, when I did my research, supposedly he did business with the Bushes. Come on, man. Like my daddy always told me, these politicians, these governments is like wrestling. You know, to us, when we watching the TV, we see Hulk Hogan versus the villain. But in all reality, after the matches are done, they sitting at the bar together having a drink. So when
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, the generals that direct the wars, that direct the guys and the children into the gallows. You know,
Mhm.
they eat in the same restaurant. Yeah. Or
Correct.
same thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, like the red is having meetings with blue. They at each other's house. They at each other. I mean, Trump said it multiple times. I used to fund the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Him and Hillary is best friend. They've been his daughter and Chelsea Clinton has been best friends forever. So this is what I'm saying. When it's funny when they use this propaganda agenda with Trump. Oh, he's a racist. He's this, he's that. But yet, when you go back to the 80s and 90s, who was Trump more around? He wasn't even around his kind. He was around hip hoppers. Anybody melanated, he was around. He was around Arsenio Hall. He was with this
The
son.
Don
Listen, man.
Kings, the Don Kings of the world, and all of that. Peace
So,
to,
so what? On, like,
peace,
go ahead, bro.
peace
My
to
fault.
Tony Taylor. Come on, Tony Taylor, man. We need our weekly dose of Tony Taylor, man. Hit that link when you get a chance, when you freed up, man, because you fill in the gaps nicely, man. Let me see. So yeah, man. Because if anyone was to look at Princess Sophia, that's Prince Carl Philip's sister. You will see that she looks exactly like Janet Jackson. And what I was explaining to my family was that, you know, in order to keep a secret, we got to keep it in the family.
Mhm.
So whenever you want to see, if you want to confirm that this person is who you think they are, just look to their family members. And that's how they get the roles of each character. Just look up Princess Sophia. She's an exact replica of Janet Jackson, just a lighter skin. And we've been played. Just I
Hey,
only
dude,
do
so who is this Princess Sophia? Of what country is she a princess?
ups. There's Sweden.
Sweden. Okay.
Let me make sure. I don't like to give out wrong
No,
information.
dude, I thought before I asked it, I thought it was Sweden, but so I think you're probably right.
Yeah, I don't like to give out wrong information. But yeah, they're all actors. You know, we all know that John F. JFK He went on and played the role of Jimmy Carter. You know, um, they're all actors, and the most amazing part of it is like these people are playing like multiple roles, man. And one giveaway always is when that character goes to jail or goes to die. You know that they're about to take on another character. It's amazing. I mean, they're obsessed with us because to live your life deceiving these people day and night, you can't even be yourself.
Yeah.
We got to expose them. We got to laugh at them and embarrass them.
I do laugh at them.
Yeah, man, we got to.
Every time they want to jail me, they want to punish me, I'm like, you know, there's no reason. I'm not a criminal. I didn't do anything wrong. But they just keep on punishing me just for no reason at all. You know, just for, yeah, but I was insulted. Yeah, but why did you even interact with me? Yeah, well, that's so. We're not talking about that. Yeah, we are. There should be a reason for you to interact with me. No, I'm insulted, and everybody else is insulted too.
Correct. I don't like that. Why have that? I can't stand people that say they want to have a conversation, and then when you start talking about the truth, not your opinions, not your feelings, the facts and the truth, they get uncomfortable, and now they want to shut down like a damn computer. They don't want to just.
Well, keyword. You just answered your own question. You said why, and then at the end you said like a computer. And what do you program? Oh, I'm about to give the answer. A computer, you program it. You program it. You gave your own answer there. Yeah, because they're Look, Maybach, I do not spend my time looking at the victims, man. I'm straight at the enemy, man. That's it. I know why we think the way we think. I know why we were all indoctrinated, all programmed. I am focused on exposing and revealing who these weirdos are that are obsessed with deceiving and lying to us.
Yeah.
There's 13 families of them. There's a 13 royal family.
Dude, I'm gonna integrate that into my letter to court. Like, why are you obsessed with deceiving me? How is it? I mean, all of you people are acting symptomatically. You always want to deceive me. Whether I use one word or two words, or you use one word or two words, you're always deceiving me. Always. It's a symptomatic behavior. Symptomatic.
Yes, boy. Yes, and I'm glad you're highlighting that. Yes, that should be. Why are you lying and deceiving us? Yes, always. Like even these agendas to tell us that it's a carbon.
If they speak one word, it's truth. If they speak the second word, it's a lie. That's how they speak. It's very. How do I say it?
It's crazy. Look, man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's wild. Like these people, they take on all these roles day and night to deceive us. Why? Like you look, I always use Snoop Doggy Dogg, Mr. Player, been married for 27 years, but got us out here calling these women being a pimp. How you a pimp and you got a wife at home and you can't even do it?
You're a funny guy. You're a funny guy.
You funny guy.
For real, man. Facts.
Who was that in the chat? We are watching you. We are watching you. Uh-oh. Do I have my first?
Finally, we have an audience.
Troll.
Finally, we have an audience, McCoy.
You have a troll. We are watching you.
We're watching you too.
Watch me.
Watch on.
I know y'all watching me.
Yeah.
I know y'all watching me. Watch me.
Stating the obvious there.
McCoy, you Rockwell? I always feel like
somebody's watching me. Yeah.
Watch me.
And listen, that song tricked me because for years I always said I know I hear Michael's vocals on that song, and that guy admitted. He said Michael's vocals is on the chorus.
It is. It
So
always.
I
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for the confirmation.
Dude, yeah. That's. I mean,
I
that's
thought
No
you
problem.
too.
No one delete those comments. I wanna you are on the list. You have been warned, citizen. Hey, salute to y'all. Y'all weirdos. Y'all ain't got nothing better to do. Come on, no one delete those comments. I want those
It's
comments.
not like we didn't tell you.
We want those comments there. That'll
We
give me
aren't
some,
even organized like you lot. You know.
they'll give me some cred, some street cred. Yeah, man. They watching
And
me.
these,
You
and
are
these
on
trolls
the
are so
list.
they idiots. They idiots because we're on the internet. When you leave a message like that, people have sophisticated gadgets now that lets you know whose
No,
IP.
don't let
Just
them
saying,
do. Yeah, don't let
yeah,
them
they
know.
dumb.
Don't let them know.
They just dumb. They just dumb. They
It's
Yeah, let
dumb.
them.
easy. It's just one click away. It's just one click.
No, this it's all right. Let them. No,
No, it's more than one. It's a couple.
Yeah, it's more
Yeah.
than one.
You are
It's
on the
worth it now.
list. You have been
Pretty
warned,
easy.
citizen. Yes, because I'm on y'all head. Y'all 13 royal families been deceiving us, obsessed with our little lives.
Yeah, we got a shit list too, and them fuckers are at the top of it.
Yo, I heard
Obsessed.
this. Did y'all hear this too, though? The reptilian queen who passed away months ago. I heard that she really doesn't have no royal blood in her line at all.
That doesn't surprise me one little bit.
Yeah, goes back to lying and deceiving that we've been talking about. I heard that's what she did. You know.
I mean, just look
Hold
at
on.
her face.
Hold on
Just
one
look at her
second.
face.
Hold on one second. Let them watch this real.
Like public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
The tone of voice alone.
Watch that.
Yeah, dude.
Go watch them. Those weirdos.
Shit. Kid an eyeful.
Talking about reducing population like they control this earth.
And
They control this earth.
Wicked
And
antichrist.
these people they are just the hangman, right? Or the hangwomen. Those are the people that we're gonna hang, or the man that we're gonna hang. And we're gonna say, oh, now that we hung all the people in this field that did us wrong, now we're gonna be good. But we're not gonna be good. We're gonna be manipulated once again by the devil outside, and his minions.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I'm telling y'all, man, we gotta stay on their head, man. Reveal them. Look, look. I'm just gonna say this. I'm not trying to. This ain't no cult life, all right? This is just we are just, like I hear people speak on the fact that people try to get cults and want to start a cult. No, I just want to be around a group, like in Facebook groups. Are they calling them Facebook groups cults? No, it's just a group of people. I'm in the intermittent fasting group. Is that a cult? No, we've all come together on a certain subject area. A certain subject area. I'm in a grounding group. Where we ground and we share information. So I just want this to be a group of individuals that have advanced. We're not into propaganda. We don't celebrate these celebrities, quote unquote celebrities. They're fakes, they're phonies, they're trash, they're garbage, they're deceivers, they're liars. I just want that. When people get on here and they start bringing up what they saw on the news. I don't mess with the news. All right. I don't mess with the news. Yes, there's only.
That's why I clicked your link, dude. I mean, this is
I don't have a television in my home. All right. The only device I have to connect me to the outside world is this phone right here. Okay. So, all right, Paula, have a good one.
Thank you, McCoy, for using it well.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you, Maybach.
Yeah.
Peace.
All right, peace, Paula. What'd you say, boy? What was the last thing you said?
I said, well, thank you for using it in the right way, right? Because we are talking to each other. You know, you were talking about that you didn't watch any television, and all you have is this phone that you're doing this stream from, and you know, so I think we're using the technology in the right way. We get to meet people that we wouldn't be able to meet otherwise, right?
Correct.
On a
Correct.
on a on a daily scheme, on a daily level, right? And so that's I think that's quite magical, and I enjoyed that. And especially since you said that, like you don't use the television, but you do use the YouTube, right? Especially on a Saturday and a Sunday when you have some time. Yeah, I mean that's the right way to use it. So
Peace to Anthony Lowe. Thank you for being here. Big O in the building. Salute to you, Big O and Anthony Lowe. Thanks for being here. Blue is in the building. My bad, Blue. I just got caught up with these trolls. Um, so yeah, if they created this environment, boy. If they didn't create this where we don't even know our neighbors and we don't get along in this individualistic society, we wouldn't probably even have a need for this or a
yeah,
want. We would be so caught up in our daily lives like when we were younger.
yeah,
We were
dude.
outside as soon as the sun came up, man. We were outside.
Yeah,
Facts.
You know,
Facts.
even to just sit on the porch and chill and kick it, man.
yeah,
Correct.
dude. Yeah,
So I mean, they created this environment, and we're just using the tools that we can to get some peace, and then also we're trying to connect with other like minds
hmm,
because our
Right.
neighbors ain't even really on what we own. So we got to reach all the way across. Maybach is up
yeah,
there in
dude. Yeah, I
Northeast.
know what you're saying. And
Yeah,
but dude, I've stepped out of society, out of family, 5 6 years ago. But then again, I came, at the same time, I came to the conclusion a man cannot live just by himself. You know,
Nope. That's a fact.
that's
You can't.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And but at the time, I was also like more or less like you could consider that a target individual. People were really attacking me from all sides, with the help of the government. And in that time, I realized like, oh, so they're all just hitting on me, and well, not hitting on me. They're all just how do you say, bullying
Mm-hmm.
me, and I felt like a victim. But I was like, I came to the realization like, if they're all bullying me, I must be somebody important. If they use so much um, stuff and people and money and time to do this to me, I must be very important. And so that gave me the space to totally disregard it and start something new. And I started putting out flower pots, just in front of the building. Nobody liked it
Mm-hmm.
because I did it. But then again, once it was there, everybody liked it. You know, they couldn't. Everybody likes flowers, so everybody likes it. And so, but now the situation has been turned around completely, almost. It's not 180 degrees. I don't rule the flat building, but then again, I'm known by everybody as the man that takes care of the flowers, and people, they organized a subsidy for
Mm-hmm.
plant pots and plant boxes, and now it looks better, and I take care of this shit. So I
That's right.
change these little things that I can in my environment, even
Correct.
though it's urban. The
Mm-hmm.
things that I can change, I did change already, and I got a
Correct.
success out of it. You
Correct.
know, and
now they're
Correct.
that's
saying, oh, I'm sorry, go
That's
ahead.
the start. Huh? That's the start. That's how it. That's how it
right.
starts.
Now,
That's
You
now,
how
gotta
it
take.
is.
now
Yeah.
they're saying that now they're showing 31 people in the chat. So salute to everyone out in the chat. Appreciate y'all being here. But right now I'm on my enemy's head. Y'all know what I'm about. You know what I mean? That's what you know what I'm about. Yeah, I see the trolls is coming out. Y'all
Yeah,
cross up.
your mic's gone a bit funny, realist. Your mic's gone a bit out.
Yes, it's going in and out a little bit. But yeah, they got see trolls. That's one thing I learned about the about the internet, man. They do not sleep. They just like the government. They work. Listen, morning, noon, evening, night. Is listen. They do not sleep. I mean, they got shifts. You know,
Dude,
50
once
does this
they
shift.
have an eye
Another
on you,
50.
No,
once
them
they
Huh?
have
things are
an eye on
bots.
you
Them,
or anybody
But
else,
listen though, hold on, y'all, hold on. I go in other people's chats all day, and I don't experience this at all.
no,
I don't.
realist. Check
Yeah,
it. So because you've just started, this is what happens. Before, people used to get them like triple X dating ads popping up and things like that, or them
Correct.
cam things. These are bots because these people are from
oh no,
like
I got it. Oh no, I got it. But what my point is that
no, you'll get it for a bit, but then it's going to stop because this is to deter you. You know what I'm saying, from speaking how you're speaking. So more time, you just carry on because at the end of the day, these aren't real people. These are bots that are on the algorithm for people that talk like you, like us. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is just an experience like we have in real life. When you start changing, you get other people who start hating. You know what I'm saying? Because you start seeing
totally
life
agree, dude.
differently.
Totally.
yes, they're all wicked. They're all
Mm-hmm.
weirdos
Fact.
playing different roles to deceive us and lie to us. Yes, Prince
And
Carl
doesn't
Phillips of Sweden is played the role of Michael Jackson. Denzel
Fact.
Washington is a punk. Snoop Doggy
doesn't it
Dogg is
seem
a punk.
to y'all guys to
Son.
that you're totally dealing with the same personality, even if there's different persons, right? It's different physical persons, but you're dealing with it with just the exact same personality. You know, there's nothing original inside of them.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's the same narrative that's been cultivated. That's been, you know what I mean. They have to push out the same aura and frequency,
Right? Yeah.
Hmm.
because it's the same character. So it's the
Yeah.
same script, the same narrative, nativity play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, just quickly as well to the guy that was talking about the flowers and the plants. I have a lot of plants in my house, big ones, small ones, all sorts, and you know, for a long time. I speak to them like I speak to my children with love. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, these words that we're using, they can be used for negative or bad, whatever perception, but they can also be used for good. Now, it's very easy for us to be switched into a negative tone certain time. You know what I'm saying? Just because of the way the world is. Um, but again, why not make it where we're always on a positive vibe, where when we do say something, um, instead of it being confrontational or in a debate form or in a ratchet way of saying things, we say we draw back into ourselves, take a moment, and then speak concise. You know what I'm saying, with a certain frequency, which will either, alright then, for instance, certain man them that I
Thank you
used to be,
for reminding me of that wisdom.
yo, but check this, certain man them that I used to be around, I ain't around them no more. But when I do book up on them and I speak the way I speak, it takes them back. It puts them at a certain defense because they're not on my level yet. So they're looking at me sideways because
Hmm.
I've unplugged from the matrix I was in and the environment that I became
Hmm.
to now seeing the environment and being the studier of when I was studied. You know what I'm saying? So there's going to be people who are going to try and deter you. And that could just be by mannerism, facial expression, or words. You get me?
Hmm.
These all
Correct.
are vibrations and frequencies.
Correct.
Yo,
So
So,
you are only touched
mm,
by the concept of the message, right? Is that what
say
you're
that
saying?
again. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry, I heard concept. Say that again, big man.
So you're saying that you're not being distracted by the one who's saying it to you or how it's being said, but the only thing you concentrate on or the only thing you focus on is the conceptual message that they're trying to get across.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we've all said things to our girlfriends, wives. other halves or whatever, other people, good friends, and we didn't mean it. It was just in that time we expressed it that way. Now, if we take a few seconds to kind of think of how we used to say things or how we actually like act, you know, we can change the vibration, which then changes the whole perception of the person or the being, I should say, who's actually coming at you. You know what I'm saying?
Are you telling me that me as a boy from the streets can actually act like a gentleman and people would believe it?
Yeah, because it's took time. I'm like that, but then again,
Right.
just with all, none of us are born bad. We're we're drawn to an environment, to a society. You know, over the last 30 years, it's got worse because of the media and the structure of how it is. You know, the miseducation, the indoctrination, just the way they make us act, our whole, the way we demonstrate things, gesticulate, the way our relationships are, the way we're supposed to bring up our children. These have all been kind of like told to us. And we never used to have to be told because these were natural occurrences. I don't need to be told how to be with my child. I don't have a word called love for my children. It's just natural. The word love indicates then I need to be told and instructed how to act.
Say that again, brother. Say that again, because that was very powerful. Pardon self, but I like that line about these things were already like, you know what I mean? It's like how if you have siblings, we're not taught to protect our siblings. It's a natural thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, it's like when babies are born, they have a language already.
Yep.
You know, the amma, adda, abba, that is natural.
Correct.
That's so therefore, why do you think we speak the same to babies when they're babies when we're adults? We don't speak proper, or then again, how do we know this is proper language? Because language shouldn't be again taught, it's what already there. We have innate things already. Birds already know how to build a nest.
That's deep, dude. That's
You know what I'm saying? These things, otters know how
That's what I
to
was
do
telling
things.
him. That's what I was telling him. I like everything he was saying, especially when he was like, listen, man, it's natural. Like, it's a cultural thing, like how to be a man or be this and be that. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, certain things we need to be taught how to do it. But there's a lot of things that's naturally already, like, it's a genetic thing. It's already in us.
Yeah. And so what happens to natural things in culture is natural things are going to be cultivated, right? So the natural things are going to be cut off on one side, and are going to be generated the generation on the other side of the actual force. We are not allowed.
Also, Yemi, don't even worry about him, Yemi. I guess it's good content, but like Mama Chula for you put on that screen, I wanted to address that comment. She says, "Grand light and great power at the realest McCoy. That's how you know your channel is building strong." Peace to you, Mama Chula. Game recognized game. Yeah, because I don't experience. I've really never experienced seeing this in other people's chat, regardless of if they just got started or not. But I know I know I'm on these Masons and these Jesuits and these Boulets and these fake actors, these royal families. I know I'm on their head. That's the only purpose I serve right now, is to expose them. Because right now I don't feel comfortable leaving my children here knowing that they still exist. So that's my only purpose in life right now.
I'm with
so
you.
Y'all
bro.
can watch me all day long, and y'all can't shut me up. Y'all some
they got 4 teams on you.
Y'all some cowards. Y'all some cowards, because y'all liars, and lying is a sign of weakness, you punk perverted. Yo, my children are around, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So yeah, man, that's what I'm about, man. I want to expose these weirdos. Get that live chat number up to 1,000, 10,000.
Think I get 245.
Let them all.
245 right there.
Talking about you be careful. You be careful. You old perverted weirdos have nothing better to do with your time than to mess with mine. And hey, salute. No, I won't even salute y'all punks. Y'all weirdos, y'all bots.
But you know they're not real though, because they're not coming with no talkback.
Blue, we know they ain't real, man. They ain't real, but somebody got it on. Blue.
No, I hear you. But me personally, just ignore them, blood. You get me? Because at the end of the day, they're here because you've been speaking what you've been speaking already. So don't
And
even pay them no mind.
I want more of us speaking like this, man. Look, man. Look, man.
Oh,
Look,
dude,
man.
you can count on me. I'm speaking.
Look, man.
I'm
Stop
speaking.
repeating.
I'm speaking like you're speaking to the people that actually are hurting me, right? The lawyers, the judges.
Can we get 300? Can we get 300? We're at 298. Can we get to 300? Come on, 300. Come on,
Facts.
300. Come on.
To
Where
a-
we at? Come on.
304. You know,
Let's make it 500.
aim higher.
Let's hit 5.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
boy.
Do
My
I hear
bad.
5? Do I hear 500?
Come
Do I
on,
hear
y'all.
500?
Bring
I
everybody
hear
up in here to
500 there. I do hear.
Let's go 500. Let's hear.
Still, we could've
I
made
hear
anything come.
500.
Yeah,
How many subs you got now, real? How many subs you got now, realist?
For real.
Hey, realist, how many subs you got now? Well, you're not
Hold on.
talking.
Listen.
You're not talking now. You're not my friend. What we doing?
Yeah, they are. My subs are still at 107. Yeah, so
Oh, 107.
yeah.
Oh,
So and
Nah, brother, you're gonna be going up, man. You're gonna still be going up. Don't worry.
no, but
Listen,
my
man.
point is, man. My point is, man. You know, this is all that I have to offer.
and because you're going regular, because I've never had him in mind that, and you're going regular. This is why you're gonna get him, even though you've only got 107 subscribers.
Yo,
Either way, it's a good thing. I see it as a good thing
I
because
like the regular offerings. I like the regular.
you're coming.
yo, my thing is, dang, I lost what I was gonna say.
You said this is all I have to offer.
This is all I have to offer, man.
But I love it.
Is being on their heads, man. Their time is up. We got to make their time up, man. Let them know we ain't falling for their lies and deceits anymore, man.
It's getting so ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, it's beyond ridiculous already, and still they're trying it.
That's what we need to do, man. We need to speak like this on a regular. Oh, this is what I was going to say.
I do, dude. I do.
Look, this is what I want to say. You know, these channels that are up there talking about Aboriginal and Pan-African and Pan-African and Aboriginal all day long. Nah, man, we need to expose these weirdos.
Yeah.
Expose. Look at this. We coming for you on King David. King David is a fictional character, so you're coming for nothing, you weirdos. We coming for you on King David. All of a sudden, y'all some gangbangers. Because that's the only King David I know are the
GDs.
These, yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Whatever. Come get. Hey, you ain't got.
But
nothing.
McCoy, you already know, right? You already know because you're an intelligent guy, man. If you wasn't doing something, you wouldn't have them in here. You're doing something.
I know it, man.
And I'm working, man.
Hey, cause look, man, I'm telling y'all, man. This is what they don't. They want us arguing, debating all day.
Correct.
When you start exposing them,
I just see the chat. Oh,
that's a fact. When you talk like. Correct. They don't want that. They don't want that, bro.
When we start exposing them and letting them know that, look, all of this is phony. These are all actors. They're weirdos. The 13 royal families is who's playing all these roles to deceive us. Wake up.
It's more than 30. It's like 3 to 4,000 billionaires, right? At different levels, obviously, of billionaire status or status.
Oh, yeah.
And that's like, you know, the top 3 to 4%. You know what I'm saying? So it's a conglomerate of people, but more time, the fact that these people are still doing what they're doing and now doing it to a point where, you know, they don't care what we're saying. So me personally, we need to get at our own people, our friends, our family, and expose it to them. Because the more we expose it to them, the more meaningless it is for the higher echelon to produce these things. You know what I mean? See, I was watching Force, you know, with Tommy Egan from Power. I was watching that yesterday, the new series, and like there was a bit where, you know, I raw throw my big boy in it, my big son, who was 18, and I was like, yo, when you watch this thing, yeah, I want you to watch it. Because there was a scene where one of the youths is like, yo, I know how to sell packs on my phone, rare tear tear. And my man had like this code where he was using emojis for like the area, what he's dropping, and when,
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? And I thought, okay, certain people like you even are gonna look at that and think, yeah, I'm on that. So these people are just showing, you know what I'm saying, how I use
Wait,
need to act. And
wait,
I'm looking at that thinking, yo, you motherfuckers are
wait. Big O doesn't have a ranch. What's going on? Wait a second. Hold on. I modded Big O up.
He might be a fake account. He might be a fake account.
no. He'd put something like that.
Big O, write another comment in the chat, man, Big O, because you're supposed to be modded up from when you first wrote in the chat. So I don't know what's up with that. But can I just say peace to Edna Bell is in the building.
Yeah, 400 watching, 389.
Yeah, well, it almost went up to 450.
Ah, that's fucking funny.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
We want 500. We want 500.
How many watching?
But dude, the other year, I think it was 2020, I had the same thing happening to me. And I was like totally speechless. I didn't know what to say anymore. Like, what the fuck? And the guy who was reporting for me in my stream in London, he was reporting the London protests, you know, in 2020. So it was early on in the day. And so I just had like so many people, and I just totally shut up. And I said, Dean, there's like 380 people watching, and he totally shut up too. And he was interviewing people with a banana in his hand, right? Not a microphone, but just a banana. And nobody said anything about holding out the banana, dude. Everybody just talked into the banana.
Where are you from? The Netherlands?
Yeah, it was crazy. Hey,
You from the House of Orange?
Yeah,
The Netherlands.
my favorite color, but I don't like my royals.
Yeah, the House of Orange.
Edna Bell, those are all bots. Those are all trolls. Look what it wrote. Well done. Well done.
Dude, I live very close to them, right?
Well done. You are all on our
Keep
watch.
your enemies close, you know.
It says, well done. You are all on our watch list for further monitoring. Thank you for your participation. Edna,
like
they're all they're trolls. Edna,
old news, dude.
Edna, we're making a noise over here. Edna, we're getting their attention. Edna.
Yeah, because more time, right? If it's unfortunate, if it's a so-called black man doing a scheme, they need the ratchet shit. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, yeah, this channel promotes all communities, meaning all ethnicities are welcome. You know what I'm saying? If you've got the right mindset. And obviously they ain't gonna like things like that.
Dude. That's what it is. I mean, what makes an army? What makes an army? It's just this saying, a few good men. Right, a few good men make an army. That's why this movie was called A Few Good Men, because the saying goes, a few good men make an army.
Where'd you get a box from?
But you know, like
the people. Take a country. It doesn't take a country. It just takes a few good men.
You know where it's
at. But don't you think it's kind of? But yeah, what's your name? Sorry.
Did you take it outside or something?
Voy. My name is Voy.
Voy. Okay, Voy. Yeah.
What's your name?
Blue.
Blue. Okay.
Don't Mr. Blue. No. Don't you think it's like see, I look at these higher or so-called higher people in charge, right? These established corporations and houses as like weaklings, like pathetic. Because if you think about it, it's like they've had to, not even like, they've put like people in front of us to look at and to be entertained by
Yeah.
and to be distracted by while they complete whatever they're completing continuously.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think to myself, by us always being entertained and tickled by their fancy,
I'm
it's
so
like we're
bored
giving
with
them
their
so much. Yeah, we're giving them so much power.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're
Well,
giving all these.
it's not the entertainment that gives them power. It's if you're not entertained
Yeah,
by
no, yeah, exactly. It's us watching it and being
being
entertained by the.
it's being disempowered by watching it, because you make a choice by I'm not gonna do anything. I just want to be entertained. That's the choice that you make, and that's not a wrong thing to do. But if you're doing this all the time, like we do as YouTubers, we want to be entertained, and we want to entertain too. I mean, this is part of the deal. Um, but yeah,
It's like listening and hearing. They're two different things.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? You can hear something. Well, I mean, you're listening and taking it in, and you can watch something. Well, then you can watch for something in what you're viewing. Because I find it like increasingly hard to watch something now without pointing out. I ruin movies if I'm with anyone because I'll point out things all the time.
yeah,
You know, the symbology of things, or like what was I watching the other day? I watched this other film, The Last Voyage of Demeter, or this vampire thing again, Dracula thing, and there was symbology in that because the man who escaped on the ship was a black man. He was from Harvard. No, he went to Cambridge University. He was a doctor, the only doctor there. And I thought, okay, then well, that's something true, because there were a lot of Moorish people, or so-called Moors, who were doctors in Europe of that ethnicity. But then there was also symbology of the little boy that he was protecting, who was called Tobe. And I thought, that's strange. A black man with a boy called Tobe, when in
yeah.
root the man's name was called
There's so
Tobe
much
in root.
beauty in these stories, right? And yeah,
But but there was more like symbology towards like the Dracula and things like that, and kind of a certain bloodline it was giving people. You know what I mean? And sometimes, you know, your mind can get kind of taken away sometimes with your thoughts. You know, you might be reaching too much sometimes, but yeah, when you look at certain things, you know, like in movies, and then put it to certain historical events that they've written, and then, you know, accumulate other points of views or perspectives and accounts of these same incidents, you do find certain truths in things, but then you also find a lot of
deceit
yeah,
around
yeah, thank you, yeah, and
around that
timelines
truth.
all over the place, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is also like the well, not the dilemma, but the how do you say, the dire strait that you find yourself in as a truther. Like, we didn't find any truth, we only found lies. That's why we call ourselves a truther, because we know all the lies. So what is the truth? We don't know, but we do know all the lies. But we define ourselves as truthers, right? We are
Yeah,
being defined
but you
as
will find. Go on,
that's
sorry.
weird. Because people would ask us, like, what is the truth? Well,
No, it's not weird. It's just I've not looked at it like that before. You know what I mean? So I'd say that to me that was something good to say. I've not heard it said like that before, and obviously then now you've expanded my mind again. So I appreciate that, because no, it's true, because at the end of the day, again, like I said, words said differently sometimes in a truthful manner can give again another perspective and context. So yeah, we are kind of like searching for the lies more than the truth, because
no,
the truth's
we
been
are
hidden from the
searching.
same people who are lying.
We are defined as truthers, or as flat
Yeah,
earthers.
yeah.
But none of us agree on the flat earth. Like, oh, it's flat earth and it's like this and like that. No, everybody wants to know, what's beyond and what's in the middle. You know.
Yeah, but check how I view flat Earth, though. I view it as far as my eyes can see, it's always plain.
Yeah.
So each time I move that any distance, it's always what I see, which is
Dude,
a plane.
even if it was even if it was a ball, it would still appear as, you know, the horizon would not curve on no point whatsoever. You would really have to travel high to see it.
No, look, I just use my senses for that. I don't need nothing scientific,
No, me
because at
neither.
the end of the day,
But,
if
you know, if you
we
want
can't
to
check
go
this.
there,
But Void, imagine this, right? If we're that far gone, like certain people are, like I was at one stage years ago, to not even think about the wonderments of like looking up. Like we don't do that. We look down into phones. We look down into books. We
don't
look.
say
We need to look up
don't say
and
we, because
around.
you don't do it and I don't do it.
No, I mean, I'm saying we all did though.
People.
You know, I still read. I still read certain books.
Yeah.
You know, and again, I'm not look. It's weird because I didn't even think about it, but I'm not actually looking for truth. I'm just reading just to know information to then sort out if it relates to me, like naturally. Because again, like I say, if we used our senses, it's telling us that we're on a plane because things are flat. The horizon, which is horizontal, you know the sun's not that far away because it has triangular rays. So it, you know, from normal mathematics and physics anyway, of other things that we see, that can only be like that on a flat plane. This is not it's not, it should be common sense.
Dude,
It should
it
be
is
second
common.
nature.
First time I sailed out of Amsterdam harbor, right, out of the I and then into the IJsselmeer, old IJsselmeer, and I could see the tower, the transmission tower, or the broadcast transmission tower in Lelystad. And I said to everybody on the ship, I said, "Wow, I can see the tower in Lelystad, and I can even see the bottom of the tower of Lelystad. So I think the Earth is flat." That's what I said at 12 or 13 years old. No, I was 12 years old at the time. And everybody, I remember that moment because, you know, it's how do you call this? Anchor memory, right? It's not a Mandela effect, but it's a flat Earth anchor memory.
Well,
I looked at that tower and I said, "How can I see the bottom of that tower?" And then everybody just dropped over me like, "Oh, you said it, the Earth is flat." Blah, 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 blah. Imagine, I mean, just as a 12-year-old, and then there's a skipper and all these people around you, right? And they're telling you that you're crazy, and you know, well, you're not crazy, but I just was convinced that the Earth was flat at that moment.
yo, check this, boy. You know,
But
certain words. You know,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
yeah. I've been telling my children this about perception and perspective of view and things like that. But imagine like words as well. So like the word sea, like SEA.
Mm-hmm.
That's Gaelic. That's all that is,
Mm-hmm.
and that just means the same as SEE, to sea. And then you've got the word ocean, which is ok ion. I mean ok eon,
Yeah.
meaning ok to sea, and eon meaning what is around the space. It's vast.
Yeah.
You can see for how far you can see. So these words aren't nothing to do with the water. Ocean doesn't mean or ocean. That's how you say it, ocean. It doesn't mean the body of water. Sea doesn't mean the body of water. It's what you're doing. Remember, everything comes from us,
Yeah.
but words have took it away from us to make it feel like it's something different.
You should stop talking to me about this topic because, you know, I also think that I translated parts of the Voynich manuscript, and so I'm very much into like sounds and symbols. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. But you know,
Well, I'm not going to stop talking to you then about it. No, we're gonna keep talking about it, because if
Okay.
we're gonna talk like that, then therefore, we're in like a magnetic inertia with other elements that are, you know, kind of uncomprehendable to us in this vessel.
In this
But
time frame.
But Blue,
yeah,
you know what you Blue, you were saying you were watching Power or whatever, right? Is that what you said?
yes,
Yeah,
for
me, I'm waiting on that day I hear you say, yeah, I took that television and threw it in the trash.
Dude, that
no
was
man,
like,
I watch
dude,
sport
that
though,
was
innit? I
15
watch like
years ago.
soccer and UFC and thing. You know what I'm saying?
It's already.
I've only got one TV.
Peace to Quentin Emerson in the building. What's good with you, Quentin? Salute to you.
Please allow me this
Kimba,
one.
Kimba, peace to you. Peace to you, Kimba. Yeah, I got a lot of trolls in here today, Kimba. I'm making some noise over here.
Nice. You
You
got
know,
some, yeah, you
my
got a lot
house
of
is
trolls. Yeah.
my house is causing a lot of disruption in this system right now. But you know what? We're gonna turn it.
Sorry. I mean, it's
We're gonna
what I bring with me. It's what
we
I
gonna
bring with me. Sorry.
we gonna turn the music up even louder over here, Kimba. We're gonna shake the block up till it reach all the way to DC, all the way to the United Nations. We're gonna expose these weirdos that spend their whole day lying and deceiving us. Prince Carl Phillips of Sweden and his royal family, all of them, these weirdos that play the roles of the Snoop Doggy Dogs and the Jamie Foxxes, they're all actors.
And in the meanwhile, plant seeds.
The Denzel Washingtons, them phonies, the Barack Obamas, the Joe Bidens, the Donald Trumps, they're weirdos. They're obsessed with deceiving us. Their life is deceiving us. What a way to live. What a way to live.
right.
Come on back. I see when I talk, the numbers go back up. So let's get me talking. Yeah, let's go. Let's get back to 400. They made it down to 300. I guess my voice triggers them. Let's
383
go. Yeah,
people
it went
watching.
down, but let's get it back up. Yeah, man.
Crazy.
They want to hear me talk. They want to hear me talk because I notice that every time I grab the mic, man, the numbers go up. Yes, I say chop their heads off. These Masons, have y'all ever seen the Jesuit oath? Have y'all ever seen the Jesuit oath, the same oath that Donald Trump and all these weirdos have taken? Yes, let's get them numbers up. Peace to everyone in the chat. Yes, just forgive my unruly guests today. These trolls and these bots. You know, they doing their job. They doing their job. You know, yeah, you know, so
It's because we know things about alchemy and stuff. I do. That's what it is. I brought all the Masons to expose them.
that's
Yo,
what
boy,
they want.
you
That's
know,
what they want. I came here to expose these weirdos. That's it. That's all I came here for, man. To expose these weirdos and expose their agenda. That's all I talk about. That's all I am about. All right, that's it.
Oh, dude, there's a proxy war
400.
being fought out in your chat.
400. We're back to 400. Let me get it. Let me talk and get it up to 500. Let's go. Let's ride. My voice triggers them. They don't want me to talk. Let's go. We are 400. Come on. We're here to expose these weirdos, these fake politicians, these fake actors, these fake athletes. All sports is rigged down to the second. Every shot is orchestrated.
mine wasn't when I was
All right.
fighting.
All sports is rigged. All these school shootings, every last bit of these things are psyops. They're trash. Come on, let's get these numbers up to 500. Come on, they want to
Yeah, because McCoy. Because if you notice, right, I've
What?
been watching a few trials, and there was a trial that was on recently about this brother who apparently took one of his stepchild and angry apes and red rum the gal, you know what I'm saying, the little 10-year-old, and the numerology that they're using, like 3 o'clock and 3:30, and where the people live, like 633 and things like that. It's like these are psyops, but people are really dying as well, you know what I'm saying, because it's ritualistic. And even when you read like Shakespeare and things like that, or sure, I know a lot about like Latin and that type of thing. When certain people started taking it over and Rome came around, they have a lot of ritualistic context to their cult or their culture. You know what I'm saying? And it's seeped in to like our everyday life. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, again, it's evil entertainment.
That's actually also like why we feel this need to escape it all, right? Just to be done with it all, you know. At least this is what I feel like.
Yeah, because this is originally just an experience of what's been
But
here.
who is this Dominic Tersigni?
Peace to you, Dominic. Thanks for joining us. What's up?
Hey, McCoy. Hey, Blue. How's it going? I heard the word weirdo, so I figured I must have come up.
Peace, Dom.
Hey, peace. Peace, Blue.
What's on your mind? Take the mic.
Well, no, I'm hearing you guys. I'm just acknowledging. I didn't know who the third party is. I apologize.
Voy.
Hi, boy.
Hey, Dom.
Yeah, carry on. Carry on with your build, guys. I just heard weirdo. I figured I must have come up.
No, because I don't like when you do
I
this.
just
No, wait, Voy, because I want Dominic to speak, because I never get to hear him speak. I just see what he types. So pressure. You're under pressure now. I want to hear it.
Oh, pressure. Pressure. Isn't there a song called Pressure?
Yeah,
under pressure. That's under pressure. Yeah. You're there.
I've never really vocaled my feelings on whoever's ruling or
Y'all
trying
see
to
that?
rule us. Go ahead.
Y'all see that? Them numbers go ahead, Dominic. I'm just watching them numbers.
Numbers going down. Numbers going down. Numbers going up. Speak louder, Dominic.
Oh, I must be shunning them. So maybe I'll mute
No, you're
myself for a
good.
bit.
No, it ain't you. It ain't you. It ain't you. No, talk, Dominic. I just want to just show that what I've observed is that whenever I talk, the numbers go up. I trigger them. They're like, we don't want this guy to talk.
Right. Not no says right. 4,000, and I'll eat my hat if he even has one. I mean, how many has? Maybe. I mean, if it's 8,000,
A straw hat.
But yeah, man, I'm on here. My voice right now. I will repeat myself. I am here to expose these weirdos, these cowards, these punks that have no purpose in life than to deceive me and those around me. That is their only goal in life. They're weirdos. We need to expose them. We got somebody like Snoop Doggy Dogg talking about he a pimp, he a player, he a hustler, and he been married for 27 goddamn years. That
in the meanwhile, the realist McCoy's got his eyes on the enemy, and he needs some backup, right?
No, I don't need any backup.
Yeah, you do.
You are.
I mean, you got to keep your eye on the enemy. I mean, that's your main focal point, right? That's keep your eye on the enemy.
And to expose them and to embarrass us, just like they had us with masks on our face with shirts that say "I can't breathe." How embarrassing is that? To have a mask on your face that says "I can't breathe."
That was so ridiculous.
How embarrassing is that? Let's start turning it up on them and embarrass these weirdos, these Prince Carl Phillips and these Jesuits, the Roman Catholic Church, these weirdos that are obsessed with our lives and our happiness and our freedom. Who are they to think that they rule over us? That's some weirdo. Look how many abortion clinics they fund. But then when I chose to have children, they feel as though they have rights over my children also. How much sense does that make? You don't even want me to have children. But then when I bring forth children, you feel as though you own them. I have to send them to your garbage school. I have to feed them your garbage trash. Come on, man. I ain't on that, man. And that's what I'm here for, man. They only gonna turn me up. They only gonna turn me up, man. I wish it was Donald Trump in the audience. I wish it was Joe Biden in the audience. You know what I'm saying? I want them real
It's
ones. I want
basically a systematic mental abuse, and also physical, because of the stresses this fake life puts on people. You know what I'm saying? It's they don't want us to settle and have normality. They don't want us to be holistic and have longevity of life. You know, their plan's been what it has been for a while. You know, the food that we eat now has been like manufactured and unreal for about, I don't know, 150 years, 130 years. You get me? Like places like Denmark, they don't put sodium nitrates on their meats to keep it pink. You know, there's certain places in Europe that don't do things like that. And the only reason like the meat is pink after like it being in a packet or wherever for like a week is because of these nitrates. You shouldn't even not. It's not even sodium nitrate. It's not. I think I know it's a nitrate. I can't remember, or it might be sodium glycerine or
But
something like that that they put on.
Denmark and Sweden are not in the euro either.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah, so they can do it because bearing in mind these things are banned, but the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, and organizations like that have allowed there to be loopholes for them to be able to use these chemicals.
Yeah.
You're gonna we eat this food that's made out of plastic. You know what I'm saying? There's certain
Yeah,
vegetables
hey,
that aren't even real.
where are you talking? I mean, where are you located?
I'm in the UK,
Yeah. Yeah, but where in the UK?
area called Nottingham, where Robin Hood was, apparently.
Okay, cool. Nice. And so, yeah, but all laws are different, in the UK, especially from Europe and also from um, America and Canada. So, it's a very,
No, because they're all like in the Commonwealth, and bearing in mind, yeah, France, Britain, and America, they're all the same people, hence why they got the same flag.
yeah,
You know
more
what
or
I'm saying?
less. Yeah, in a
Yeah,
way.
so these were
But,
the
when it comes,
these are the
when it
gold
comes,
people.
but when it comes to nutrition and the way
Yeah,
things
there's
it's handled
800.
different. It's handled really differently in Europe than it is in the USA, right?
No, yeah, but in not in UK, it's not. It's the
Uh-huh.
same as how it is over in how it is in and in France as well. Places
Hmm.
like that.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
still remember, like even in China, they were using MSGs
yeah,
in certain in a lot of products.
yeah. Well, in most products, and
That's not, yeah,
the MSGs,
that's not been stopped
the
for that
MSGs
long.
leaked into everywhere. MSGs. I mean, there's no getting around it.
Right, and then you've got them Terminator seeds that basically don't reproduce after one yield.
Hmm.
You know, you've got feminized seeds that should be male, so you don't get a proper yield, it don't bloom properly.
Yeah.
So yeah, like Monsanto, like they've been around. They got kicked out of Russia basically, or Prussia, or whatever it was, the USSR, or whatever point in the 1700s, and then landed in America. You know, you had people coming from like over in Europe in the 1800s, going to like South America, taking pineapples, bringing them back and growing them as fast as they grow, and they shouldn't grow like that. You know, these have
Crazy.
got a lot of these fruits
And
are
these bananas too. I mean,
yeah, yeah,
way
yeah,
the way the English people grew bananas in their greenhouses, it's crazy. Like,
yeah, in a
how
place
did
called
they do
Crystal
that?
Palace.
How the fuck did they do that? And where?
Hybridized, they're hybridized and grown fast.
I mean,
It's like when you grow weed, basically.
did you see the greenhouses that they used then, and how well they were shaped?
Yeah, and
Right.
yeah,
I mean, there was something else. There was not just a greenhouse. There was like, oh,
yeah, there was
there was like a there
geometrically
was like a
made.
there were like a music composition, dude. There was like a musical composition. It didn't
Yeah,
look like
and remember the
didn't
glass.
look like a greenhouse. It looked like a symphony. You know, if you looked at it, and what is this? Well, this is a greenhouse. No, you know, it's only a symphony for the sight. Imagine what it could do to light and to sound.
Yeah, I remember they were using hydroponics as well in them days there.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. Even in so-called advancement, we're not advanced, because if things are done too fast, they're not done correctly. Like a lot of these fruits that we get from supermarkets or whatever, or even just markets now,
Yeah.
they've been taken
Like
off.
Edna says, real bananas look nothing like they sell.
No, they don't. But they
Yeah,
have seeds. There's 3 seeds what are supposed to be in there, triangular.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're being taken either off the tree way too early. You get me? It's like weed. It's the same when you grow weed, marijuana. You have to leave it on the branches.
Yeah.
King Constantine II played the role of JFK. Look at his wife, Jacqueline Onassis. That's his wife. They played those roles. Come on, the numbers are down to 131. I got to get them back in here. Come on.
What?
It went down. They want to hear my voice. My voice triggers them. Down to 109, y'all. They ain't paying y'all overtime today, trolls. So salute to everyone that's in the chat. Peace to y'all. Yes, the cockroaches came through tonight, this morning. So we gotta spray them. We gotta get rid of them. You know, but you know, it's all right. It's all they did was turn me up. They fueled my fire. Cause I know, trust me, look, I'm telling y'all, there's not many out here that's talking like this. A lot of them are still caught up in the deception, still believe what they see on television. A lot of people still believe what this government tell them. I am free mentally from them. It's just physically right now, I am still somewhat dependent on them. So, you know, I'll admit that I still got to go to their grocery store, you know, so, you know, yeah, man, we got to expose them, man. We got to expose the King Carl Phillips and the King Constantine, Prince Carl Phillips and the Constantines for playing us. You know, these weirdos. Come on up out of here. Come on up out of here. What, y'all thought I was gonna be shook by you weirdos? I knew when I saw the numbers jump from 12 to 30, I was like, yeah, here they go. Because I get phone calls whenever I get on panels and I talk, man. I get certain phone calls and all they do is just listen, you know. So I know. So what they're saying, you know, I would watch.
I mean, don't you? I really appreciate it that there's people listening to you that can make those numbers. I like that. I like that. Right. I like that idea. Right.
It's just, you know, right now people are, and I understand why, you know, and that's why I had to just set up my own home so that I can speak freely on my thoughts and my ideas, because I normally do get cut off and laughed at certain thoughts that I have, you know, so I'm not shocked by this behavior at all. It's expected. I'm surprised the channel lasted this long. You know, so salute to that.
Yeah, keep that. I mean, keep that vibe going, dude. I mean,
yeah, I have nothing else that I deal with right now. I've been on this enemy's head ever since I realized I had an enemy, and that day occurred when I realized that polyester is made from petroleum oil. I sat there in my living room because I just something on a whim. I said, I got to look up what polyester is made of.
Yeah.
And it says petroleum oil. I said, wow, of all the linens for them to give us, they give us petroleum oil, plastic. Our clothes is plastic.
And yeah.
I said, man, this is intentional. The food they give us, the clothes they give us, the information they give us, everything is a lie and trash. I have an enemy. That's what, right at that moment, I said, you know what? I have an enemy. I have someone who does not like me. All they give me is trash.
And you can see him, right? You can.
So then I said, now I can see things clearly. So now I can make decisions. And that's when I said, well, you know what? I need clean air. I need clean water. Why am I over here in California paying $1,800 for a 2-bedroom apartment, and I can go somewhere else and get some clean air and clean water? You know, and that's when I left California in 2018. We have an enemy. I don't care what y'all look. It's not a matter. I don't care.
No, yeah, I mean,
Accept it or not. It is
tell
the fact.
us.
We have an enemy. They lied to us. 2020. They lied to us. They shut the world down over a lie. So I mean, what else? How much more abuse are you willing to take?
Yeah, I'm not willing to take much more abuse. I mean, I'm being abused by the judicial system, but that's, I mean, that's personal. That's like, but yeah, I mean, it's happening all on all fronts.
And that's that boy. That's what's great about these conversations is the fact that, you know, Blue's over there in the UK, you're over there in the Netherlands, Dominique is in Canada, and we're all being treated the same, no matter what
problems. And
no,
and it's not only, that's what I'm saying. It's not only COVID. It's not only these things. It's on all fronts, dude. On all fronts.
and let me add, and it's no matter what your race is, we're all being mistreated.
Right.
That's why that racism thing is trash. If you still have that over your eyes, you will not be able to see straight enough to get a straight shot.
Yeah.
I want one straight to the head. And you're still clouded by racism. It is a tool of your enemy. Throw it in the trash. They won't divide and conquer so that we won't unite, and see that in the Netherlands, in the UK, in Canada.
Dude, I lived in South Africa. I lived in South Africa when there was apartheid. Okay. I mean, I actually know what actual systemic racism, that is the definition of apartheid, right? So I lived there, so I know what it means, you know. And but I was like 13 years old at the time. It was crazy to me. But yeah, so I lived there. It was totally weird. It was such a cult shock to me, you know, coming from this liberal country, from the Netherlands, and then moving to a country that that was in apartheid. It was totally weird, dude. Totally weird. And the whole system, the whole schooling system was like English, and you had to wear a uniform, and there was physical punishment. So it was like a cult shock like never ever before. Like physical punishment when you say something wrong and you don't listen to the teacher. That's weird. Like I stepped into a fucking movie. Report racism. Wow. These people are really making an effort, aren't they? Aren't they? What the fuck? It's all of attrition, but they don't have reserves. They don't have the minerals. Just the cheap tricks, no novelty. Apartheid. Hey, so where is everybody? Come on, guys. Don't leave me here. Don't leave me hanging.
Hello. I'm just hearing you. I'm hearing you share.
And when I see what's going on in South Africa at the moment, that's crazy. That's not liberation. That's communism, right?
Well, any ism is being wielded by whoever these people are that we call the elite. Yeah. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, democracy, communism, socialism. At this point, it's a mute point, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that one.
You know, communism in theory probably would work, but humans will always gonna interfere with somebody or another. Capitalism is a different game. It's capitalism kind of implies exactly what it is. Who does capitalism take advantage of? All the other isms.
Yeah.
So, but it's more or less about the human race. And this is what I've been hearing, whether it's McCoy or other people talk about. So giving airtime to other people, in this case the elites, is good as long as we're sharing awareness. How are they working? Maybe we could use that against them. They're enemies to each other. That's why they unite with each other. Here we're enemies to each other, but we're not getting the same advantages, whether it's financial gains or future generational establishment.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually, a lot of it, unfortunately, void becomes a mute point. Like when I say mute point, it's shared, but nothing to really grab.
I know what you. I know what a moot
Thank you.
It's actually not a mute point, but a moot point.
Right? Yeah, even better. That's even a better description of it.
Yeah.
In the groove, man. In the groove. They in the groove, boy. They in the groove been on their head all day with these trolls. In the groove, don't even let them even bother you, man. I know it's a fun game to play, but you see, man, you see what happens when you're really making noise, man, when you're saying all the wrong things, They know what I'm about, man. Come on. They know from the first time I hit a panel, man, I haven't changed what I talk about. I don't talk about propaganda. I don't talk about this aboriginal debate, Pan-African trash. I don't talk about none of that. I know who I am. I don't need my enemy to identify me and to label me. As long as I know what I am and what I'm about, that's all that matters to me. These same aboriginal Pan-Africans, they don't even know to put a seed in the ground and let it grow. I don't see no fruit trees being planted. I don't see none of them planting hemp. Hemp is a plant that would be detrimental to the earth. It will not detrimental, that's the wrong word, but it will help the world, the earth. But yet it's banned. If they're so big and bad, why don't they go plant some marijuana and some hemp? But nah, they know they can't. So this ain't your land. Stop playing with me. Stop with the play and deal with reality. You have an enemy, and that's what the focus should be. We all need to band together in that sense on a common front and expose these weirdos. Turn that goddamn TV off. Stop eating their garbage trash. Stop sending your children to their garbage schools. Stop subscribing to their religious doctrines. They're filth. And start living your life. Start living and being who you want others to be. Because we all got programmed. We all got indoctrinated with falsehoods and lies and continues to be deceived with these false shootings. So it's just, In the Groove said he loved the trolls. Yeah, they fuel my fire, In the Groove, because you know what? I know that they Alexis, those are trolls that are in the chat. It was all the way up to damn near 450, Alexis. I was trying to get it up to 500 people in the chat, but so I'm just saying, we ain't got, this is me. So when I say we, I'm speaking about myself. I guess me, myself, and I just gotta live what it is that I see. I'm not out here trying to change no one, but I'm letting y'all know this is what I'm about. My message will not change. It will not change because it's the truth, and the truth does not change. It stands forever. Lies and falsehoods or what? Go ahead.
Yeah, I see that. Well, you're not a realist, McCoy. You're just a real McCoy. That's enough. You don't have to be the realist, McCoy, because such a thing doesn't even exist. Just what I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of, we got to expose them.
Yeah. No, but we got our focus on the enemy. I'm with you.
Well, the enemy is the root of all our problems.
Yeah.
So you're only doing what's wise. Instead of cutting off the leaves and the limbs and the plant grow back, you have to chop the root to stop to kill the plant.
Yeah.
That's just common sense, man. You know, we see.
Or maybe even burn the roots. Dry the roots and burn them. Yeah.
So you know, that's what this time is calling for, man. We can't continue to repeat this process, man. Come on, we're wiser, man. Yes, our parents fell for it. They didn't know that these people were this wicked, but we now know. And what are we gonna do? What are we now gonna do? These people shut down the world in 2020 over a lie. A lie. Had us put masks
And they're
over
gonna
our
use that
face.
same lie again.
Had us put a mask over our faces, over our children's faces, over a lie. Come on, man. We can't fall for it, man. We gotta, come on. It's over for them, and they know it. They know it. These
I think
royal.
but don't you? I mean, I know what you're saying, and I'm totally with you. But don't you think that's part of the plan too? It's like I don't think there's any other way to do it, but that's also what we've been programmed to do. Don't you think that we're falling into a trap also, or is that
No, we've been in a trap.
My doubtful. Yeah.
We've been in a trap, and we're trying to free ourselves from the trap. We're in a trap right now. We've been trapped, surrounded on all fronts: the food, the clothes, the environment, the lies, the deception. What other trap can we fall into? We are in the trap. We are destroying ourselves. What else can you ask of a person than to destroy themselves?
Yeah.
They're not putting a gun to our heads. We're putting our own gun to our own heads, man. We're falling for the trap. We're in the trap. And it's time to free ourselves from the trap. So
it's actually okay. So if So what we're longing for is actually there, right? It's not another fake thing that should be there, because we don't even know how to pronounce it, how to direct it, but we just need to get out of these lies. Just that is like the main object, right? The main optive. Get out of the lies. Stay away from liars. I think that's and I think that doesn't need a direction. That's just it's something else. We just need to keep away from the lies. That would be enough. We don't even need a direction. Just stay away from lies. That's how I feel at the moment. And anybody that lies to me, I'm like, can you please just move away from me? Please, Otherwise I have to run really hard. And this is how I feel. I don't want to judge people like you're a liar or you're a cheater. No, I just want to just move.
Well, I mean, first movement of the lies is to move yourself away from the lie. Stop eating a lie as food. That is not food you're eating. That's not real information that you're ingesting through your eyes and your ears. Stop wasting your time with and supporting their garbage movies and their television programs. Take that television and throw it in the trash. It's a waste of your time. And guess what? At the end of the day, you're also paying them to lie to you.
Yeah.
You're paying them to lie to you and to deceive you and to waste your time.
That idea alone is like,
come on, man, that's crazy as hell to sit. That's what I told AT&T back in 2015. I said, yo, I'm not paying you all to come into my house and influence my children against the things that I'm trying to instill in them. You know how crazy that sounds? I tell my children to go left and the television's telling them to go right. And I'm footing the bill.
They don't know. I mean, they don't know.
So I told them no more television. 2015, we don't watch TV. All right, we don't watch TV. Cancel all of them in the groove. Cancel Netflix. Take them PlayStations and throw them in the trash. Go take them rubber Nike sole shoes and throw them in the trash. They're garbage. everything they're giving us is trash.
Mhm.
Polyester, just because it has a Gucci and Louis
And they
Vuitton.
love to make you pay for it.
That's what I'm saying.
Double or triple or quadruple or
Paying
octuple, whatever.
paying $200 to go buy some Nike Airs that are rubber sole, trash, plastic. I was in Chicago, man. Mothers will sell their food stamps to go buy a $200 pair of shoes for their sons. And now there ain't no food in the house. There ain't no food in the house. But he got on a $200 pair of rubber sole shoes, though. No, I know the program, and I'm not blaming the victims at all, but it's time for us to turn up on these fake actors, these trash, the Ice Cubes of the world, talking about exposing gatekeepers. Ice Cube is an actor. He's a phony. He's a fake. He's trash. The Kanye West, they're trash. All these bootleg, Omega Sci-Fi, Alpha Phi Alpha, AKAs, Sigmas, they're all trash. The Mason.
You can oppose this agenda just by saying, instead of saying, well, yeah, I know what you're talking about, and you don't actually want to agree, you can just say, oh, you don't have to oppose it, but just stay neutral. Maybe when a normie tries to convince you of some narrative, just say, oh, just stay neutral. Like, oh, really? Oh. Don't say I didn't know that. Don't say, oh, thank you for telling me. Just say, oh. And that's very neutral. Very neutral. Oh is a very good reaction. Oh.
Me, I'm turning up. I'm turning up on them, boy. I'm letting them know what it is, right?
Yeah,
I'm letting them know what it is.
I'm just trying to mediate here. Come on.
Hey, mediation is long past. It's just get with like minds.
Yeah.
And that's what they don't want. That's what they don't want is like-minded people getting together. That's why they had us at 6 feet, in our minds to stay away from each other, But no, we got to expose them, man. Expose them one and all. The NBA, the NFL, it's all rigged. MLB, it's all trash. All these actors, these Denzel Washingtons, trash.
Yeah.
All of them are garbage. They're actors. Their job is to deceive you. Even when you think they're telling the truth, they're lying. It's deception. They reel you in with a little truth, and then they fill you up with lies and deception, man. And I'm on their head. I've been on their head. I've been on their head. I've been on their head, man.
Yeah.
That's what made me jump up out of California, man, and found Alabama, man. Because I'm like, I got to make the best decisions now. All my life, I thought this was real. And when that person lies to you, and after that, you don't trust them anymore. Because you're like, why are they lying to me? I mean, for them to say 2 planes went in a building and took down some buildings and shut the U.S. down damn near, had people in tears over these school shootings, mass shootings, and they all been a lie. So I'm just saying,
being able to perform that and being willing to push other people to do that and to pay them with money that you don't have, but money that comes from nowhere. It's so weird, dude. If you think about the whole system,
I'm telling you, they're weirdos.
You think about it, the weirder it gets, dude.
That's why I call them weirdos. They're weirdos. The Barack Obamas, the Kamala Harris, the Joe Bidens, they're phonies, they're fakes, they're trash.
Yeah.
This whole system was built on lies and deception. And I try to tell Big Dog Philly OG, it wasn't built on no racism. They use racism as a tool to get to the means. But everything they've told us all the way down to telling us we landed on the moon, that they have satellites, NASA. You're going to tell me in that Bible, God has a chosen people and he created all of us? That's like me creating my children and then having a chosen one. It all doesn't make sense. Zero. That's why we got to take that television and throw it in the trash. Stop sending our children to their schools. Stop listening to the Snoop Doggy Dogs talking about he a pimp, he a player, and he been married for 27 goddamn years. They filthy. They're trash.
Hmm.
And that's the only reason why I'm here. And that's all the only conversation that I have for anyone. Dominic, did you want to add something? I'm sorry, man. I just, they got me turned up today. And I
Yeah.
was going to cancel this live. I was, because I was just like, I said so much this week on other people's panels that I just felt exhausted. That's why I was just letting people just speak their minds right now. But I'm glad I went this live. They turned me up, man. It's the only message that I have, man. Salute to you, Dominique.
Well, you have to share what you have to share, McCoy, and I'm hearing your passion. There's an old saying, friend or foe kind of ideal. Yes, the enemies have revealed themselves, but have we really cornered and asked who are our friends? Because most people, they're indifferent. So we have a polarity, but most people are grounded. So they're not really going to challenge themselves.
Yeah.
And to hear this stuff, now I can hear it because I'm more theoretical, but even to do it, for most people, they're actually the distraction. They're the ones that are going to watch the TVs and wear the mask or wear a tie or wear a thong, whatever you want to call it, and this is where we're at right now, so we should be calling it, okay, you're a friend. Okay, so how are you a friend? If we get this piece of land that everybody's talking about, are you going to study the sun and the moon? Are you going to know how to graze your animal? If they say,
this is actually the solution, right? Call all these nobodies, all these no-nos, these neutrals, these grounded ones, your friends. Treat them as your friend, right? And they will treat you as their friend, more or less, right?
well, unfortunately, people quickly go from deception and then they say everybody else is doing the truth. I don't think most people are doing the truth. What they're doing is they're saying the word truth. So what is truth to them? So for most people, yes, I can even.
Well, it doesn't really matter. Truth doesn't matter to a pawn. A pawn is just moved.
If they're even pawns. I think most humans aren't even on the board, but that's another story. So, but to find out who our friends are, hopefully a lot of it can be done underground, privately, because that's what they do. But let's say we're talking publicly, so we can give them information. As long as we don't give names, I'm okay to give my name. But for a lot of people, it sounds nice. Oh, we're going to fight. It's based on our gender. It's based on the color of our skin. It's based on I'm a midget. Even that probably sounds discrimination, but when it really push comes to shove, having an enemy, one thing, but who's standing beside me? I don't want you to stand behind me. Are you standing beside me? Because the masses are already standing. If they're not turn the camera towards the masses and say, well, then what are they doing? They're going to work.
Always standing in the middle.
Yeah, they're and whoever
per definition stands in the middle.
They're the ones that are going to be the citizens that they classified as citizens. They're the ones that are going to be in the military. They're the ones that are going to be the police officer. They're the ones that are going to be the guy that's actually taking an organ transplant and then giving it to another person. These are the people that are doing all this stuff. These are the scientists. These are us. Now, to think that there's somebody that's paying them a lot of printed money to work for them, the onus is on us. And we have to decipher how do we separate ourselves? How do we realize, okay, your color looks like me, but you're not acting and you're not sounding genuine. When people are starting to sound genuine, then action can be done, because I wouldn't want to think that we're just going to do this swift.
This can be solved very easily.
How so?
Kirlian photography.
How so? You say easy. I would like to think everything's going to be done efficiently, but let's go with the idea that it's easy.
But an easy way to get there, an easier way to get there would be Kirlian photography.
Say it again. Sorry, Vol.
Kirlian. Kirlian.
What does that mean?
Kirlian.
Taking pictures?
Yeah. No, but in a way that Kirlian. Kirlian thought of it. So he, this guy bought an X-ray machine from a hospital. It was discarded, and then he retuned it, and he got to visualize auras, right, of people and of things. So that would surely bring you an answer to like what people you should have. I mean, if you be able to to measure somebody's aura, you know, that would certainly bring us more knowledge than what kind of tie they wear or what color the tie of their tie is, right? So that would be a way more efficient way to choose people that would rule the nation or would rule several nations or whatever. That's what I'm saying.
Well, having rulers is a good thing, and yeah, I'm pretty sure they already have that technology. They can read auras within animals
I mean,
and all that kind of stuff.
it's hard to fake an aura, right? I mean, you can fake a story, but it's hard to fake an aura.
True. Then you need people to understand what to do with that, and that'll be probably the few. But I'm not here to discount that. But once again, having laws, you still have to have people mandate. Having rulers, you still need the masses to reinforce it. We have forgotten to keep certain people in check. That's just a cruel reality. Back in the days, if a person was disrespecting their wife or their kid, other community members would say, we've got to take you in the back 40. That just means we're going to have a stern talking with you. We don't do that anymore among our own.
My thing is, I am not focused on friends. I'm not focused on other.
Yep.
I'm focused on my enemy, exposing them, revealing them, letting people know that these people are trash. I'm not going to point at victims. I know why they are in the state that they are in. They've been programmed just like I was programmed. I'm not looking for friends, and I'm not looking for the masses. I have the confidence that I know that I can do this by my goddamn self. That's how I look at it. I'm not waiting on anyone.
Well done, McCoy. I admire the fact that you know that you can do it, or at least you're going to try to do it by yourself. Well done.
How else to do it but by oneself?
Well, then we have to think that then whoever these enemies are, they're not actually doing it by
How
themselves.
else?
Look, hold on. Let me share something with y'all.
Yeah.
They don't even want one person to escape.
Mhm.
That's how that lets you know that one person can do away with this thing. They won't even let one person get by. So all it takes is one person. This whole attitude of we need a whole masses and a whole nation. That's what they want us to think. They want a 1 million man march. They want us protesting. Right. They're afraid of just one person walking away.
Dude, one does not simply join the resistance. One is the resistance. The resistance.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. One. And I'll be that one. I'm not on here trying to unite. Go ahead.
You're not going to join the group. I'm not going to join the group. I will resist. And if somebody else resists, I'm with him or with her. That's it. That is resistance, right?
People out here promoting these weirdo actors, acting like these actors are good and real. That's why, I just associate I'm just trying to get an association of people whose minds are free and we see things clearly. Those are the people that can help me. Not someone who's still singing the whole Martin Luther King trash. He was an Alpha Phi Alpha Boule. He was trash. Malcolm X was trash. All of them are garbage. They were put in place to deceive us, to stunt our growth.
Yeah. McCoy, let's be fair. McCoy, let's be fair. Let's throw Gandhi and Mother Teresa in there too, please.
Yes, all of them. Pope Francis, all of them are trash. Einstein, all these
people referring to Einstein as one of the greatest minds that ever lived. I mean,
they sit here and act as though John F.
Kennedy. You hear people. I mean, once you will turn on television, you will run into somebody saying like Einstein, one of the greatest minds that ever lived. And I'm like, okay, this is the moment for me again to turn off the television, right?
It seems like Prince Carl Phillips triggers this algorithm, y'all. The mention of Prince Carl Phillips triggers this algorithm. He's an actor. He played the role of Michael Jackson. His sister Sophia, Princess Sophia, played the role of Janet Jackson. They're all trash. They're deceivers. Look at the fathers, the mother. King Constantine is who played the role of JFK. King Constantine II played the role of John F. Kennedy, Jimmy Carter, all of them. The trash. Let's go. Let's turn it up on these weirdos. Expose them, reveal to the world who they are. They're even here on YouTube, y'all. They even have roles here on YouTube, but I'm not gonna reveal that yet. I want to see if I could draw them out and cut this grass and see if the snakes will show on their own. But they're even here on YouTube. You know, there's a few people that's associated with one or two of them that I know of, so I'm gonna keep a name or two to myself close to the vest, but they know who they are. Yeah, man, you see them with the 100,000 subscribers, ain't talking about nothing. But they got 100,000 subscribers, 5,000 people in their chat because they're all actors and playing a role, talking about Tartaria and mud floods, but ain't talking about what's going on in the world right now. They ain't saying nothing about what's going on in the world right now and what we can do about it. But they want to solve what happened 2,000 years ago. With what's going on,
it's 200 years ago when when photography was like invented, but covered up by the society and the elites. Yeah, dude, yeah. And they hit all the trigger words. Yeah, I don't like it that much either.
I'm still doing my investigation on a few of them, so I gotta keep my
There's something to it. You know,
but they're trash. They're even here on the YouTube streets playing roles. That's why they only stay within a certain circle. And you listen to them talk. They ain't saying nothing of any significance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll even say what's that guy? Bonacci. What's his name?
Santos
Bonacci. Phony. Fake.
Dude.
David Ikes.
Yes.
David Ikes. Fake.
Dude, the whole syncretism thing.
Trash.
Santos. Dude, syncretism, you know, I just stated this the other day. Syncretism only goes one link in the chain, okay? Syncretism doesn't move much further than one link in the chain. That's syncretism. Syncretism is a broken link. It's not a real link. It's a broken link. A broken link. Syncretism is a broken link. Let me say that about Santos Bonacci and about syncretism. I'm an etymology guy myself. You know, I like etymology, where words stem from and what they actually mean and how they are contrived. You know, words. What they actually try to conceptualize, not what they sound like. Not every word is an onomatopoeia, to use a really difficult word. But syncretism, pretty much, yeah. No.
Salute to the enemy's public, but your boy Aunt Louis Farrakhan ain't nothing honorable about him. He's associated with these fakes and these phonies, talking about he Omega Sci-Fi. He a Nation of Islam, telling blacks they need to separate from whites, but yet he's involved with a Greek fraternity. Come on, what kind of foolish and confusion is that?
That's crazy.
Anyone associated with these actors, I can't even give them any kind of value. They're trash, and we gotta call them out by their names. Continue to call their names out.
Yeah.
They're trash. All these so-called royal family. Ain't nothing royal about them. The way that they treat us like trash. Look how they treat our babies. Mm-hmm. They have us pumping poisons in our children.
Imagine that. Imagine being cool with that. Like that kind of paradigm being pushed on the population that one rules. That's. I mean, the amount of evil that goes into that into that drive to do such a thing. I mean, I cannot even imagine how totally devoured of any human values this 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 vessel must be. I mean, are they human? I don't
That's
think they are.
that's look. That was one of my first premise. My first thesis was not first, but after I realized I had an enemy,
Right.
my next thought was they can't be human because ain't no way another human would treat
That's what
other
I'm trying to
humans this
say.
way. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no way. I'm glad you draw that same. That's the only conclusion you can. Not only,
You
but
will always, I mean, it doesn't matter where you come from or where you go, but you will come to that conclusion that they cannot be human. It's impossible.
Dominique, there's an opening right there, Dominique.
I
I'm
got an
eating.
opening. I got an opening. Because I think you used to be Muslim. You know, I find it interesting. Before Mecca, was it Petra that used to actually give 5 times a day? Because I know it was never Mecca initially. So it tells you how easy they can manipulate a billion of somebody, whether it's Muslims or Christians, you know, point eastwards. You know, I think if I'm wrong about Petra, it was another place because it was the world hub at one time. So, and then they do all that making money when people do
I
their.
think you mean Mecca. Mecca.
No, prior to Mecca. Prior to Mecca, there was another place they used to pray to. Not Mecca. Mecca was after. So,
Okay.
but again, that just tells you how we can easily be indoctrinated because people don't question things. Well, some people do. Obviously, we're here talking about it. Where a lot of people, they just don't question things, their senses, their parents, their traditions, their customs. Because if you don't, either you're going to follow it aimlessly, or it'll just die. Either way, it doesn't really serve you at that point. So, and at that point, then we can be our own enemies to ourselves. But I'm not denouncing the fact that there's other people taking full advantage openly, and the rest of us are just like drive-by shootings.
These punks, man, they're cowards. I gotta continue to sing that song. This isn't the energy that I woke up with, but it's what the energy I have right now. You know, they fueled my fire, and I'm gonna turn up. They motivated me even more. Yes, I know they're watching. They better watch because they know I've tapped in. They know I've tapped into that frequency.
And you know, even
They know it.
people might say, well, if you're going to fight the police, you're not really fighting the people that you need to be fighting. Yeah, but that's just the first level that you're fighting, right? And then it's, oh yeah, now you're fighting the wars, and you're trying to fight it in court, and those are not the people controlling the world. Yeah, no, but this is the second level, and still you're on the benches, and we're fighting this fight. And it's, oh, and now you're fighting like you're fighting soldiers on the front, and those not people that you're fighting against. You're not fighting generals, and then you're dining with the generals. Finally you're dining with the generals in their restaurants and having the same meals as the generals that actually opposed your army and the army that you were fighting for, and you're actually in the same restaurant, and you're the general of the whole fucking army, and you're actually eating the same stuff that the general eats that is opposed to you. What are you going to do then? I mean, did you think about it? I'm thinking about those kind of situations. Like, what are we going to do then?
Yo, salute to not know. Not know, I'm telling you. Not knows is just, just, I'm telling you, I feel like I'm on the battlefield and not know is right there with me. Game recognized game. I remember watching that London McLovin live stream when you said I subbed up to you, the realest McCoy, and I didn't even have any content at the time. Nothing, no video, nothing. And not no sub to me. Now, I didn't even know people did that. And here we are. So salute to you, not know. We're still on this battlefield. But I'm telling you, we are gonna win. We're winning. Because for them to spend their entire existence lying and deceiving us, we're winning. They're not letting up. Why you not letting up? You know how you play the football game, and if you're blowing out the team, you let up on them, right? If you're up 50-0, you let up. You put the scrubs in. You just want the clock to run out. They ain't letting up. They in Hollywood right now configuring fake stories for 20 years from now. They're in the UN. So they're not letting up because they know they're not winning. They're trying to still win. They're not winning, you all. They want us to think that they're winning. They're not winning. Because we're still having babies. No matter how much they suppress us having babies, from the condoms to the birth control to the abortion clinics, the goddamn day after pills, encouraging us to fuck people in the ass type shit. My children are outside, so I'm gonna sneak that one in there. But I'm just saying, as much as they promote this LGBTQ, RSTU, VWXYZ, we're still having babies. They can't let up. They can't. Their whole existence depends on us believing in them. The Rihannas, the Beyonce, all of them are fakes. Even Beyonce is being played by a white woman. Isn't that crazy?
Even in your life and my life, people are fakes. To indoctrinate and to infiltrate in real people's life, because there's not so many real people around. Okay, so the real people that are here are being indoctrinated on a deeper level with whatever things you can think of, like in well, pretty much like in a Truman Show. It is that weird.
Look, man, I'm telling you, the deception is so real. I called it the Twilight Zone the other day on Greedy Vegan panel. Mm-hmm. This is a Twilight Zone. Everything that you think is real is fake. Yeah. I mean, this, try and explain this to a child.
No,
try and explain what's going on to it. So I'm not even taking. I give them little doses here and there, But I can. It's just, this is a battle that I myself, I've taken up on myself. Free us from this deception, man. It's just that simple. They don't want one person. They said, what did the CIA? Somebody quote me on what the CIA. Where Tony Taylor at? Dang, the CIA or the FBI.
If everything that the American public believes is a lie, then we finished our job.
Boom. There you go.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a lie. Everything is a lie. And here we are out here with our fake debates. Who's this? Who's that? While still eating peanut butter with cockroaches in it. Still eating vanilla ice cream that has had beaver shit in it.
Yeah. Beaver glands.
Eating chocolate with rat feces and rat hairs in it.
Yeah. That's enough of that.
I'm just saying that's the reality, but they want to debate all day about something they can never change. They're using their enemies' tools to prove their point. Yeah. They're using their enemies' account of history, because you got to remember, the calendar has changed. There's a 13 moon calendar. There's the Olmec calendar. There's the Dominique? There's the Julian calendar. There's the Gregorian calendar. How are they able to recite history? And the times have changed. September used to have 48 days in it.
What? I never heard of that.
September used to have 48 days in it.
I like that idea. I love that idea.
So how can they know what took place and when?
Well, I never heard of that, brother. Come on. Where did you read that?
Come on, man. It's all right there, man. The Julian calendar, man. The Julian calendar. Don't quote me on the 48, but it was really extreme.
Cool.
And some months will have only 9 days in it.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that.
I think certain African tribes used to follow the Sirius calendar. It was a 10-day week. So again, a lot of that will shift a lot. This is why when people read the signs and all that, you got to remember what calendar you're using. So
might that also be might that also have something to do with us feeling that time speeds up? Because we start to vibe on a different frequency, somewhat. I don't know. Do you guys feel that time speeds up?
for me, it's more of an internal thing. I think our bodies age, but there's whoever, sometimes when I play with the idea of a being, I think time's affected in that part. Our energies are probably affected by time.
So you don't feel time speeding up?
I do. I literally feel, but the body to a certain point is aging, and it's like sometimes people might feel taller than they are.
Yeah, I feel that aging part of time speeding up too. I mean, that's like a logical thing, but upon that, I feel another time speeding up. Upon that, like sometimes days go by like it's nothing. It didn't used to be like that.
Well, our senses, the five senses, are very limited. This is why I think when people talk about Kabbalah, using it like a sixth sense, you become more attuned to what you're receiving from within. So, but the senses, yeah, anybody can be like, just think about somebody showing you a hologram of something. Does that prove or denounce the fact that your senses could easily be misled?
Yeah,
I think that's part of the game that's going on. We're being misled. We're not leading ourselves anymore, so we're getting misled by other people. And we could use words like lying, deceiving, but we still should be accountable for the self.
Right. So when you look at the hologram, you should consider yourself lucky to be deceived. Like, yeah, I'm looking at this two-dimensional picture that portrays itself to be a three-dimensional picture, and I know it, and I'm enjoying it. That's why I go from left to right, from right to left, and up and down, to confirm it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm being tricked. Yeah, I'm being tricked in this manner.
Well, when you describe it, when you literally describe it with words, where do they exist? You're still seeing whatever's in front of you. You're seeing what might be called material, but where's the words that we give to it? That's the part where we're living in the illusion. We're actually not seeing the words or the thoughts that we have. But I get it. That's where people call reality. Reality is what you can knock on.
That was synchronic. Nice.
This is why I say it openly, is just people forget. When we're looking from the inside out, we're always the observer. Always. But once you move something around, you're also experiencing how to use your vessel to move stuff. And then we have to give classifications to it. I got to give it a name. A hand touching a fridge, touching the food, from the food to a spoon, from the spoon to my mouth. Those are all descriptions. And in that, there's energy and sounds and frequency, all in all of that. So whoever these people are, they must be aware of that. So for us to really know what our enemies are and how we can combat them, maybe we might even come to the realization, so we've been fucking ourselves. Yeah, to a certain point you have. It's called fuckery.
Big fuckery.
Yeah, and then they put people in between us. I don't give a damn if the person's 33-degree Masons. I said, you're just a small level person at that point. The fact that you have to classify yourself with one of those master numbers, what does that do for me? Ascended masters need to send a slave kind of ideal. So they're here to anchor this realm, whoever they are.
Yeah.
There must be a reason why most of us have come down here for, to fight it, to work with it, to do whatever we want with it. But I do hear McCoy's, and I hear his passion, and he's a father of 5. So hey, all the power to him.
Yeah, I should actually be a father of 10 by now.
Mm-hmm.
But that 2020 pandemic, I ain't gonna hold you up. I took a second thought and say, do I want to continue to bring children into this weird old world, knowing that I might leave them one day, and can they figure it out?
Mm. It
That's
would be
the
nice.
problem.
It'd be nice if we make it easier for them.
That's the damn problem right now, man. You know, so that's where I'm at with it, man. We just got. I'm look, man. You know what? My homework assignment is for myself. I'm gonna really sit down and write down these 13 royal families. Yeah, I want to write down these 13 families, these fake actors, because I'm telling you, that's what triggered them, man. That's what triggered this algorithm, man. I'm telling y'all, they're getting exposed. I'm exposing them, man. This Prince Carl Phillips, he's on the internet. He's on YouTube. I know what role he's playing on YouTube. I know a role. He's probably listening right now. I'm telling you, that's who sent the bots at me is Prince Carl Phillips. He's on YouTube. But I'll expose that in another episode. I'll keep y'all in suspense. I'm going to keep y'all in suspense for now. But Prince Carl Phillips, he's a character on YouTube. All right? I'll just leave it at that for now. All of them, the King Constantines and their children, carrying on the legacy of deceiving us. But it makes sense, you know, the family. Like I explained to my family last night that, you know, in order to keep this secret, I got to keep it in the family because I'll never cross my family. You know, you incorporate a stranger into this plan, that stranger might tell on somebody. You know, that's why all the newscasters, they're in fraternities and sororities because they took an oath. Masons, they took an oath. These are all oath takers.
Yeah.
And that's the initiation. You have to take an oath because you have to keep the secret. These Eastern stars. They all took an oath. And that's why I don't associate myself with nobody who's associated with them. Because they're going to have to put that oath before me at the end of the day. You know. Salute to you, Marco Power. Yeah, man, let's figure out these 13 families, man. Let's put our minds together. I already got one. Grimaldi's another one. I think Grimaldi's who's playing Santos Bonacci. Yeah. I'll throw that one out there. No said, who killed MJ? Nobody. His character just passed on and he went on to another role. You're absolutely right. No. But some of these people, man, that's in these little debates trying to figure out if the earth is flat or if we on a globe. That's cool. But then the person like me come around and try to give them some real facts. They like, oh, this guy's crazy. Okay, so you all sit around for years discussing whether the earth is flat.
Flat or round. Yeah, but I mean, the actual, I mean, that's a good point that you're touching there, because most of the flat earthers are beyond flat earth. You know, most of the flat earthers that I know. I also keep in touch with the ones that don't, you know, and they keep stuck there like for 7-8 years already. It's like,
and still eating trash food.
yeah, and they're just how do you say this, regurgitating, right?
It's entertainment, man. It's entertainment.
But it's just the same accounts, the same people just keep going there and coming there, and they're regurgitating the same old bullshit. I mean, that's not what flat earth is about. Flat earth should be something that, you know, that you recognize, you see, and then you move beyond that, right? And so yeah, that's
same one playing Pope Francis is the same actor playing Bill Gates. I'm gonna keep dropping a few on y'all. Same person playing Bill Gates is the same person playing Pope Francis, our current Pope right now.
I like that.
They take on multiple roles. It's amazing.
They just want to be in the center of attention, right?
I don't know if they want to be center of attention. They just want us to destroy ourselves. That's all their objective is. They want us. We must stink to them. We are a stench in their noses. They do not like us at all. They hate us.
I don't like them either.
Well, that's only natural, you know. They antagonize us. They treat us horribly. You're not going to like someone who treats you horribly, but the whole thing is that what have we done to them to receive this kind of treatment? What did we do? What did we do for them to do this to us?
I don't need to know. I just don't like these people.
That's what's crazy is what did we do that these beings do not like us at all? They can look at our babies and watch us feed them poisons.
And enjoy it, right?
That's sick.
That is sick.
They'll approve a 5-year-old.
Dude, that's beyond sick. That's like
They'll approve a 5-year-old taking hormone pills to go to be feminine.
Yeah, it's beyond sick, dude.
That's crazy. Come on, man. That's not worthy of our attention. We want to sit here and study images from 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. We want to recite the history, but we don't want to deal with what's going on right now. Are you
Nobody
crazy?
knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what's going on for real.
That's crazy.
I hate people who say that. I don't like people saying, but nobody knows for real what's going on. Well, we know some things, you know. There's some things to be known.
Because I mean, boy,
don't tell me that I know nothing or that we know nothing. I don't like that statement. You know?
For you to be where you are and Dominique to be where you are, and we're all experiencing the same thing regardless of our race, that alone tells you it's an agenda. It's a worldwide agenda, man. They might have used different tactics for different regions on earth, yes. Like they have the Muslims are separated by Sunni and Shiites.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But there's still division everywhere. And they're all eating filthy garbage, trash food. We're all wearing trash clothes, being lied to. Yeah. I mean, during 9/11, man, Muslims, man, they made Muslims feel terrible over a lie that Osama bin Laden flew through planes. He's in a cave somewhere. The man is in a cave and has the ability, and the buildings fell down and burned to ashes, but they found a turban and a passport. They found a turban and a passport in rubble of ashes. They didn't find nothing else.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We fell for it, man. We fell for that trash. Oh, they fueled my fire. I'm sorry.
No, but people lined up. People lined up to how do you say to sign up for the army. You know, the next day, the very next day.
True.
They lined up. You know. And that was the approximated effect. You know, how do you say that? That is the effect that they wanted. So.
And the cameras flew up even further. More cameras everywhere. But Dominic, I'm not taking away from what you're saying. It's just that's not my focus. I don't blame victims. I just don't focus on who's friends and foes. I know who my enemy is. That's it. I just focus on getting in on my enemy. I'm not focused on my neighbors. They've been bamboozled just like I was. It's just I saw it a little sooner than they did. I'm sensitive. I don't like to be abused. All right. Call me sensitive. I don't like to be mistreated. Someone does me wrong. I take it personally and I will close myself off to that person. And that's what's happened. This U.S. government and this global quote unquote system lied to me. And I don't like being lied to. All right. I took it personal. Whatever emotions I shed were over a falsehood. They embarrassed me. And I'm one who I don't like being embarrassed. I don't like being ridiculed. They told us about Sandy Hook. Mr. Alex Jones, fake COINTELPRO, trash. Joe Rogan, trash. They're all garbage. Don't feed them no energy. Just shut them off. You'll never find 50 Cent and Mike Tyson in the same room. There's a reason for that. There's a reason 50 Cent bought Mike Tyson's home. Mike Tyson's best friend is who shot 50 Cent 9 times. Come on now. Do I have to spell it out for you all? They're the same characters. Trash. Got to turn them off and turn on reality. Reality is you deserve the best. You deserve the truth. You deserve the truth. You were born into this world to live the truth. They taught you a lie. Lying was a learned behavior. That's why they say turn to the children, because children, yes, the children don't know how to lie. They haven't been manipulated. Yeah. It was learned behavior, just like racism, learned behavior. I take my children to the park. They don't care what color a child is, what race that child is. But as adults, we find many ways to cause division among us. We are sick. And we got to stop repeating it, man. We got to stop repeating it. But I'm not, it's me. It's me against the world. That phony old Tupac, fake actor, ballerina, turned gangster. Talk about he shot at the police and lived to talk about it. Trash. And that's all that I have, man. That's all that I'm here for, man. And if anyone is about the truth, I'm your guy. But if you want to continue to repeat lies, just stay away from me. And I'm going to stay away from you. Because you have the right to freedom, happiness, and I do too. But all I'm here for, I want the truth. I deserve the truth. Whether it goes down to the food that I eat, the clothes that I wear, the environment that I live in. Yo, Keith West, man, they turned it up in here, man. They had almost 450 bots up in, not 450, they had 400 bots up in here, man. I triggered them. Keith West, man. It was turned up in here, man. It was turned up in here. That's right. 50 Cent hung like a bat upside down Super Bowl halftime show. So did Donald Trump when he was on that cover of that magazine with his legs crossed. Turn that magazine upside down. He's hanging like the same way. It's a ritual. Beyonce is being played by a white woman, a Princess Madeline. Beyonce. All of them are actors. And that's what my purpose here, man. I have no other purpose than to speak the truth, to live the truth, to eat the truth, to be the truth. So it's just Dominique, you want to jump in there? Yes. Is that the hang person card when they do that ritual? Yes, the hangman card. Yes. Peace to Mama Chula for you. Thank you, Mama Chula, for you. I appreciate your presence always, because I know what you're about. And I'm glad that I'm someone whose voice and words you resonate with. But I'm just strictly about the truth. I'm not into no propaganda. I don't watch the news. I don't watch their sports. I don't watch their entertainment. I don't study their propaganda in no way, shape, or form. If they say go left, I'm going right. It's just that simple. If they say go left, I'm going right. You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth, kind of truth. Let's go. It's all I feed for. That's all that I can give my children. You think I'm going to continue to feed my children a lie? I can't even look in my children's eyes. I don't even want to give them cooked foods. That's how precious they are to me. They're the most valuable asset that I have outside of myself. I'm responsible for them. That's why they don't tell me thank you in my household. They don't say please in my household because I'm only doing what I'm supposed to do. I don't need a Father's Day. I brought them into this world. It is my responsibility to take care of them. You know, this little saying, oh, your mother carried you for 9 months, so you should know. It's not the children's fault. My children, they'll live with me as long as they can. I'm not in any rush for them to live this whole and leave this household. Talking about at 18, they're on their own. Are you out your mind? Now you have 10 people living in 10 different places, paying 10 different rents. When we all can band together, that's what they don't want. But they do it. Look at Donald Trump. All his children are married to people in Israel. But he wants to make America great again. His children don't even find an American-born person worthy of being in a relationship with. But he's focused on making America great again. He won't even invest in America. Come on, man. I ain't on that, man. Keith West, they got me turned up, man. I wasn't even going to go live today because I was like, yo, I'm kind of exhausted from being on Big Dog Philly OG. I spent damn near 8 hours on Greedy Vegans, you know. But I was like, nah, I'm going to see what's on the minds of others today. But then these bots came in here talking about they watching me and watch my family and all that. These weirdos turned me up, Keith. They turned me up, man. It was almost 450. So, boy, that's what I'm about, man. I appreciate you riding with me, man. You know, appreciate you riding with me, boy. You know, because that's what I'm about, man. I've been in search. I've been all over this YouTube streets trying to find somebody who speak like me. And consistently, though, that don't take a break. That one moment they're about the truth, and then they repeat and saying Ice Cube is exposing the gatekeepers. Ice Cube is exposing the gatekeepers.
I like that.
Kanye West is really trying to fight the system.
Yeah, of
Come
course
on, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. if the people want a hero, we will provide one. Right? That's what they said.
That was the other quote. That was you're all the way over there. How are you aware of that quote, boy?
I mean, because it's who said it? Lenin. I think it was Lenin.
Yeah. It was one of the presidents. It was either Hoover, not Hoover. Was it J. Edgar Hoover or the FBI?
I mean,
one of those CIA guys or presidents said it here in the U.S.
Every ruler wants to be a communist, you know, but they want to sell it in a different jacket, so to say. They want to sell communism, but you can only be a ruler of a very large nation, like of the world. You can only, yeah, this is pretty much how you can sell world domination to the people. Only through communism. You can only sell world domination to the world, to the people of the world, through the idea of communism. That's pretty much how it works. So that's the crux, that's the clue of the whole story. Everybody is the same. And so I believe that everybody is the same, and therefore I will rule you. Right? I will rule you because I think that everybody is this. And, of course, we are all the same, but that's not how to rule the world. Nobody wants to rule the world. It's crazy. Yeah. sometimes I say stuff and I don't know where I'm going, and I end up in this place like, where am I?
Holly weirdos, definitely terrible actors. No, they're excellent actors, Keith. I beg to differ on that. You know, Keith, what really sprung this on, man, I think when the bots started taking off was when I said Michael Jackson was played by Prince Carl Phillips of Sweden. He was played by a quote unquote white man, Prince Carl Phillips. Janet Jackson was played by his sister, Princess Sophia. If you look at Princess Sophia, you'll see it's the exact replica of Janet Jackson, just with the white skin. They're garbage, man. So now I beg to differ. Man. Barack Obama's phony self. Great actor. Great actor. It's phony. You're great at lying. That's not a compliment. You're great at being a liar and a deceiver. Good for you. Good for you, Barack Obama. Good for you, Joe Biden. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris's husband is Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris's husband is Jewish.
You don't say.
Come on now. Kamala Harris' husband is a Jew.
I don't know, McCoy, if you guys want to read what I left in the private chat. Communism, what it actually does, it would actually interfere with the monarchies. Put aside what it would actually do to us, but it would interfere with them, because monarchy believe in rulers. They rule things. So in America, it's still ruled by that state. Same in Canada. The Russia and Ukrainian are fighting over a land that's being ruled by the Vatican when they took it away from the Tsar's family. So communism, the way they tell us and the way they do it, is two different things.
The biggest threat to these systems is our independence. That's the biggest threat. For each man to know that they need no one to rule over them. That's the biggest threat. That's the biggest threat to this system. These rulers, I mean, think about it. They're kings and queens. If you have no one to rule over, I mean, if you have no one to rule over, just like a doctor's biggest threat is that people are healthy. If people are healthy and eating the right foods, that doctor has to find another profession.
Right, McCoy, same with lawyers and judges. If everybody's handling their own affair, those industry would quickly die.
That's all that I'm saying.
So being a steward to one's own vessel is important.
So that's all that
I'm with you, McCoy. Sorry, I'm with you, McCoy.
That doctor cannot tell us, look, eat fruits and vegetables as much as you can and drink water. Why don't the doctors speak out against Pepsi and Coca-Cola and say, look, these things are terrible for the human body. They should be banned. Why aren't these dentists speaking against Halloween and saying, no, there shouldn't be no Halloween because, you know, these children, they'll rot. You know what? You know why they want our teeth rotten? These clowns, man, I'm telling you, they thought of everything. Do you know why they sell us candy? They sell us candy to rot our teeth so that they can put metals in our mouth to disrupt our frequencies because they know the brain is electrical. That's why they want our teeth rotted. That's why they so quick to put them braces in our mouths, to put them metals to disrupt our frequencies. Those clowns, they're wicked, they're evil. Everything, they thought of everything. They thought of everything. Down to the clothes, the shoes that we wear, the food that we eat. Same with eating meat. Think about it. Chewing meat wiggles our teeth out of place. That's right. They want to put metals in our mouths to mess up our frequencies because it's right next to the brain. Look, I'm telling you, my enemy, if they say go left, I'm going right. Desi Arnaz is who plays the role of Donald Trump, but you didn't hear that from me. She mentioned I Love Lucy, and I thought of Desi Arnaz. You know, this stream, it turned out, it didn't turn out how I envisioned it this morning. I seen it when the numbers jumped, because early on, you know, the numbers jumped from 12 to 30 something. I said they playing. Then I saw the bots, and then it jumped to 60 to 80 to 123, 150 to 200, 230. I said, yeah, they was, yo, they talking about they watching me. I know they watching me. I don't blame them. I am their enemy. Yeah, I'm their enemy. I oppose their system. I am in total opposition of what their agenda is. Not no posted the smart cities earlier on in the chat. You know, the smart cities that they have in store for us. You know, it's an agenda. Big Dog Philly OG calls it fear mongering. I call it awareness of reality. Ah. Go ahead, Dominique.
No, you're on point, McCoy, on everything that you're sharing. Hopefully people can at least hear it and maybe do some reflecting on it and maybe observe, you know, because a lot of stuff that the media's talk about, they're talking past us. When they talk about make America great or false flags, remember, he's a hangman. They're talking about a nation that's ruling right now, hence false flag. And it's not America.
America's only the military for this entity, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, we are only the enforcers.
Mm-hmm.
These Jesuits, I wish I want to pull up the Jesuit oath. I want to pull up the Jesuit oath. I know I have it in 111 in the chat, huh? In the groove. Yeah, man. I mean, that's all. I just want us to not us. I'll just let y'all know what I'm doing. Yes, peace to you, Keith West. Appreciate you coming through, man. Thanks for the support always. Just stay diligent, man. Stay vigilant, man, and just stay aware. We have an enemy, man. We have an enemy. Unfortunately. How can they be so obsessed with us? It's amazing. The Jesus suits, huh? Mama Jewel, fire as always. Always on fire. You know? Yeah, the Jesuits. They took an oath to oppose anyone who doesn't have the same ideology as them. And they're carrying it out. Donald Trump is a Jesuit. Anthony Fauci is a Jesuit. Joe Biden, Jesuit. Pope Francis, Jesuit. All of them, Jesuits, Jesuits, Jesuits. And if they're not Jesuits, they're Masons. They're not Masons, they're Boule. And all factions all the way to trickle down to us. I live in Alabama, and all they are pyramid scheme members here. All you see are Masons, Shriners, Eastern Stars, Boule, aka Alpha Phi Alpha. You know, my next stream, I want to straight go in on these royal families. That's what I wish. I would like to get together some great minds to list off these royal families.
I think I'm going to be there in the next stream with you. But for now, I'm going to bounce.
Appreciate you, boy, man. Wow, boy, man. Appreciate you, man.
We had some good conversation going on here. Yeah.
That's what I'm about, boy. You know what I
I
mean?
love it.
That's all I'm about, man.
Really
Seeking the
appreciate
truth,
it,
man.
dude. You got
That's
some
it.
good people going on in here. Yeah.
I ain't on nothing else right now, man. I ain't into sports and entertainment. I ain't into repeating their propaganda. I'm just strictly about exposing these weirdos. That's
Keep
all I'm about.
our eyes on the enemy. I love that. Hey, but dude, I'm gonna focus on my food.
All right, man. Peace to you, man. Appreciate your presence,
Yeah.
man. Thank you for being
Peace
here.
and love
Peace
to
to you.
y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Ciao.
Yeah, Dominique, man. I know the last time we really spoke, man, I just Dominique, man, I'm into, I can only do so much in the sense of getting myself in order. I want to live the truth, Dominique. That's it. I don't want to live a lie, and I don't want my children to live a lie. And that's what it all comes down to. It's that simplified. Do you want to live a lie? Or do you want to continue, or do you want to live a truth? Live the truth. That's all it comes down to, man. It doesn't come down to, whether you're Republican, Democrat, whether you're a Christian or a Jew, whether you're a globe earth, flat earth, are you Aboriginal, Pan? Do you want to live the truth? Are you about the truth, though? As opposed to wanting to be a part of something. You just want to be a part of something? All right. Regardless if it's good or bad for you. That's cool. You have that right. You have that freedom. But I also have the right and freedom to want the truth, to live the truth, And so, I just, that's all I'm on, man. I'm on that. And my children, man, I continue to repeat it, man. And if the fathers out there and the mothers out there, just look into your children's eyes, man. That's all it will take. They deserve the truth. Stop putting your children's time to the side. Value their time and their development. They need the truth. You're stunting their growth with lies. Just think about it when you're telling a child something. Like when I was younger, my mother taught me how to lie. The bill collector would call, and she would be sitting right there telling me to tell them that she's not there. I hesitated because I'm like, what? The bill collector's calling, and she's telling me, tell them I'm not here. I'm looking at her like, what? And I had to do it. It was my mother. I'm looking at her saying, and on the phone at damn near 9 years old, telling them, oh, my mother's not here right now. And I'm looking right at her. Are you out your mind? Just tell a child a lie. Put a picture in front of a child and tell them that it's something other than what it is, and see how that child responds. It looks at you in disbelief. It's confused. If for no other reason, man, the children. I mean, when I didn't have children, that's cool. That's cool. I could have ran off into the wilderness and survived. But to have children makes me bounded by what's going on right now in this world. So I know that was done intentionally. I really do. I know that it was done intentionally because I serve a bigger purpose, and I've accepted that purpose. That's why I'm here spreading my voice. Others helped me to get to where I am. I've been self-guided. Edna Bell said my mother did the same things. Yes, they taught us to lie. Value our children. Value yourself. You deserve the truth. You don't deserve to be eating this garbage food and then end up in the hospital. That's not life. But Dominic, go ahead, Dominic.
Well, I was reading comments, McCoy. Quite interesting. Yeah, they do talk about stories about whoever's ruling is the rulers of lies or the liars. So I would think that they're being consistent. If we know that particular team's always cheating, we don't expect them to do anything differently but cheat. So our job is to play our game, and I value the concept. Anyway, McCoy, for me, truth is something I get to experience if I'm in the presence of truth. Hopefully most of us can at least become true to oneself, consistent. At least we know each other for where we stand. I'm still in that hypocrisy position. I'm okay with at least talking about it. Doesn't mean I'm happy with it, but becoming aware of certain things doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to change things overnight. Especially when I realize the program, how depth it's been, and how many attachments I have to it. I just don't have the responsibility of having kids. That's why I say I admire you. I see my father when I hear you talk. But I still do participate. So
as long as we continue to participate, they will never die. We fuel them. We fuel them. It's so disappointing. As you know, the closer I get to it, where these people are being revealed to me, because to see this man as Michael Jackson, I just was like, wow. And Michael Jackson, he gave it away, always wearing those little Prince outfits, you know what I'm saying? Them royalty military type. You know what I mean, Dominic? You know what I'm talking about? Michael Jackson always had on those outfits that royalties wear, like they're in the military with the jackets and the suit. He was showing us clues. To see it, man, it's so depressing.
If I remember correctly, him, I think you mentioned earlier, Bonacci, who else? Prince. They were born and raised in Jehovah Witness, so that tells me a little bit about the watchtowers, whether they knew it or not. I'm going to assume they probably did know. There's a good chance he got replaced a long time ago, McCoy, when it came to Michael Jackson. But it still doesn't take away the way he acted or the way the industry promoted him.
The solution is right there for us. Can we break the addiction? Can we break our addiction? Can we free ourselves? That's what it's all about. It's like smoking cigarettes. We know it's poisonous. We know it's poisonous. Edna Bell said, wasn't Santos a Jehovah Witness?
Yes, he was. That's what he says. Him and Jordan Maxwell, I think they were both Jehovah's growing up. I think there's different things. I've talked to people that were born into Jehovah Witness, opposed to becoming a Jehovah Witness later on in life. There's more scrutiny when you want to leave. But then again, you could throw in Mormons, Seventh-day Adventists. You could throw them all in there if you want, and all the different sectors, even in the teachings of Buddhism and Hinduism.
Man, this stream right here, I'm not going to even hold y'all. This stream right here exhausted me. Usually I'm Usually I went 12 hours on these streams. I went 12 and 6 and 8 here at 3 going on 4. I'm exhausted because
You've been sharing a lot. You've been sharing a lot, McCoy. Like literally in those other streams, you could probably sit back and just observe and hear some of the funny conversations that sometimes happen.
it's just, seeing this YouTube community, seeing the division, you know, it's just weird. It's just strange,
Tells the pulse of humanity, McCoy. If you think about before YouTube, you could go to a library or a bookstore and you would see the same division. You have all these different sections. Let's escape into sci-fi. Let's go into the romantic section. Let's philosophize about it, which is fine. You could do all of those things. But once you try to make sense of it, the fool is us. We're trying to make sense of things or put things together. But still, the fact that we try, it looks like you're trying, that's the best you can ask of yourself. For the rest, how you already know the runs of it. People spend more time arguing with each other opposed to hearing each other.
I'm telling you, man. Telling you, man. And to see us getting played like this, I refuse to be a part of it, man. I'm just trying to find my way out, bro. Trying to get to safety. Like I said, Big Dog Philly OG, he calls it fear mongering. All right. I know it wasn't fear mongering when they shut the world down, told us to put a mask over our face. I know that was not fear mongering that you had to put on. You know how sick that look as you walk around and everyone has a mask over their face. You know how it's like you're in a twilight zone, man.
Well, I would be sad more for you and your kids and your wife having to put it on. For me, it's kind of like, is this where we're at? And it took them such a short period of time. That's the sad part about it. Took such a short period of time to put a mask on all of us, or the ones that want it, because it wasn't really about religion and state. It was about commerce. But hey, think about how long it took to put on mask on women and Muslim culture, or it makes sense if you're in China in a smog area, you would use reason to figure that out. But it was such a quick, swift thing. I like to have words for it, but the thing is, the words I would come, and I know your children around, would be a lot of curse words. It would be sailor talk at that point.
I mean, I understand the concept behind why these women wear the hijab over their face and dress the way they do in Islam, so I can't even compare it.
But still conditioning at that point, McCoy. They tell them a story. We don't want you to be molested or have sex with some other entity. So yeah, throw it on the women's shoulder. Always put it on the women's shoulder.
I'm so exhausted, man. Wow. This stream took a lot out of me. I'm not even gonna hold you up, man.
Well, you do what's best for you, McCoy.
This one took a lot out of me, man. I mean, and it occurred before. That's why I said I wasn't even gonna do this stream, because I was exhausted before this stream, man. After having this discussion with my family last night, I woke up with just exhausted.
I think Singleton was saying something about September 1st, some energy was being shifted. So there's a good chance energies have shifted. And the fact that we're expending energy by talking, that could play a role in all of that.
I'll keep my thoughts to myself, but I just, I did check out you and Singularity. Remember, I have always wanted that. I kept saying, man, I would like to get Sing and Dominique on the same panel.
I got to hear. He's not the only person I've ever heard, so I enjoy the fact that he shared. It's like a lot of people. McCoy, we run the gambit. Even prior to these lives, I've spent years hearing other people, and I try to be very reserved. Being the sign that I am, I try to gather information before I quickly assess it. And it seems
but with
that
Singularity, it's like you ask him basic questions and he doesn't even know the answer to them, but he has this out of the world knowledge. It just, I stay away from people like that. You know, you don't even know, you place no value in knowing that there's cockroaches in your peanut butter, but you know how this universe works. Come on, man. I ain't got no time for all that trash, man.
I try to be polite, McCoy. You go for the jugular.
No, I stay away from Singularity, man. I stay away. As soon as I see him on the panel, I stay away. Because I know it's going to be a half hour of preaching and teaching, but ain't no living by it. I say things to him he don't even know about LED lights.
The diodes in it, yeah, that plays a
He
role.
doesn't even know the agenda. He didn't even know that the agenda was to do away with all LED. I mean, they just talk, man. I'm tired of the talkers, man. Bring some real information that we can use right now. That's what I'm about. You're telling me about divine source and source. Go back to source and source and source. But you can't even tell me what the agenda is right now. You're of no use to me. You want to make me a dreamer. I want reality, man. I want reality. That's why I don't go around the whole Aboriginal Pan-African trash conversation, man. You'll never find me in those places. I started out thinking that, yeah. But after a while, it was the same conversation every day of the week. And they over there eating cockroaches with peanut butter in it. I mean, peanut butter with cockroaches in it, man. And you tell them that, they're like, but that's not important to you. You're all right. If you ask my children right now, would they eat peanut butter? They would think that I was crazy. Because no child would want to eat no damn peanut butter knowing there's cockroaches in it. None. But no, those things don't matter. Us getting sick doesn't matter. We got to know if we're Aboriginal or Pan-African. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Unfortunately, McCoy, this platform, I can even say I contribute to what you're just saying about the nonsense. It's limited when it comes to only being able to talk and hear it. These are the kind of things, if you're at somebody's house, you can read their language or body language, and you know if they're being sincere. Are you going to drive 50 kilometers to come talk to me? Opposed to just clicking on a button that basically has all kinds of devices on it, whether it's porn, video games, sports. Eventually it'll just become a distraction. So for such as yourself, being a family man, being a doer, just as much as, you're not going to put that much emphasis in just talking, which would drain you. It's a waste of energy for you. For me, I can philosophize about it. I get that part, but, obviously it changes when different circumstances permit it. So for a lot of us, as we're typing on chat, it's just feeding AI, whether they know it or not. So talking about Aboriginal, as you mentioned it, or talking about whether or not the soul has another place it's going to, that's all it is. It's talk. And even if it is real for some people, it's an individual journey.
Yeah, I think it's mostly about clicks and views.
Yeah, it probably is for most people if they're trying to monetize it. Like I've had an enjoyable conversation with Key when it's just about energy. The rest of the stuff, I would have to step back because I'm not leading in that direction. That's why when I hear Warfare talking, his name gives it away, Warfare. He's wanting to do something about it, and he's probably going to make it happen. Hopefully, we're just not going to get in his way. Pick a fight on, get the fuck out of the way. Okay, my apologies, Seth McCoy.
No, you're good, man. Yeah. The children ain't around, and I just think it's clicks and views, man.
It is.
I'm gonna make myself even less available.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably only gonna even just see me over here. I ain't hitting nobody else's link, man. Unless they own solutions, I'm not hitting their link. I'm not here to have. I'd rather spend that time with my children, man.
McCoy, we become more dangerous once we go into silence. because they're not going to know what we're doing. So for
That's
me, I
right.
came on here. I silenced myself a couple of days. I just chose not to be around for a while. But that's here or there. I hope I can wean myself completely, and then live my life, be the best I can be. Hopefully consciously, and hopefully I'm not directly, let alone indirectly, harming another human being. Best I can do for myself. But all that other stuff, I can't deny the fact that I've done enough research to realize there's a lot of going on towards the human race.
Yeah, man, this was Edna said it's called clickbait. It ain't about the truth, man.
No.
I'm not gonna say, it's clickbait, man. You hear them all the damn time, man. Yeah, man. Support the channel. Cash app, support the channel,
Yeah.
You ain't even giving us nothing worthy of being cash apped, man.
Yeah.
What can I walk away from listening to what you had to say that bettered my life? That I would say, yeah, man, here's $50, man. Keep doing what you're doing. What are you doing? That's all that I would like to know. I said, what are you doing? That I would say, yo, here's $50, man. Thanks, man. That just made my life better and easier. I'll gladly give you my money if you improve my life. Are you out your mind? But repeating this history about, yes, we were here in the Americas. We're the original American Indians. Indians not taxed. We're just the original American Indians. And have you planted a fruit tree that can feed generations, man? How hard is it to put a fruit tree in the ground?
Go buy some seeds or some nuts and give it to the animals.
How hard is that? But every 5 minutes, man, hit that Cash App, support the channel, hit the Cash App, hit the channel, man. What? We're showing our support by being here because our presence is encouraging your madness that you actually are doing something.
True.
That you think you're actually doing something by us hitting the like button because, at least we'll do that for you. But to now come up out my pocket and when I get away from you, there's nothing that I can say, you know what, today I learned this and now we're going to start doing this way. They have exposed nothing.
Well, at least with this, McCoy. Oh, go ahead, McCoy. Sorry.
And let me just say, at least if you heard me and I tell you, look, there's cockroaches in your peanut butter. At least you can walk away and say, dang, I didn't know we were eating cockroaches. No more cockroaches, peanut butter for me. At least you learned something that you can apply to your life right now. Go ahead, Dominic.
I was going to say, and this is where even our own hypocrisy is like, as where somebody might give $10 or $5, whatever. We're using Android machines, we're using Apple, Microsoft, we're using whoever these enemies, internet services, their Wi-Fi. We're using all their technology and we'll spend all that resources and energy and money. It's like people that play video games and they say, well, I don't spend any money on video games. I said, the fact that you have a computer, you spend money. So this is where we're at. If people are going to start going into each other's houses and have these conversations, it's a different story now. But to talk about it openly, if all of a sudden America didn't offer money to certain nations, would they even be fighting? Which is fine. It's about, for me anyway, it's about hearing people being honest with the self. If once you're honest with the self, oh, my program is easily deceived. Yes. So, and that I've shared before, that could be what I might classify as my enemy. But I get it. There's other enemies that we have to deal with and more precedents, maybe, especially when you have children and you have aging parents. What do you mean my parents have to have a vaccine shot? Especially when I know they're going to want to do it. Then my hands are even tight even more now.
These content creators want money for the same info they've been regurgitating for years. See, I haven't been around Mama Chula for you. I haven't been around for years to know it. But I know a month was enough for me. A month of the same info was enough for me to say, what is going on here? What happened to wisdom is free. All you got to do is pay attention. I understand that creators are using their time to give us information. That is a choice. Exactly. But every 5 minutes, hit the Cash App, support your channel. What? For what? How did you improve my life?
Well, here's one, McCoy. When I know you just started one. I don't got one per se, but I do have a voice. If I had a channel and all of a sudden somebody started becoming disrupted and disobedient in a corner or zero tolerance, but for some of them, I get it. I think Bobby even talked about this a while back. It becomes this entertainment. People just end up settling for entertainment. Opposed to, can you, like you said, am I learning something? Am I developing something? Am I finding some sort of weak spot about me? Am I having a tough time with my feelings or my mental capacity? But what it is let's complain about among our own. Now we can make an enemy outside. We can generalize, we can even make up stories or even be for sure. But among ourselves, we're fighting. Maybe not me per se, but
I want them to try to come debate me and say we don't have an enemy. I want them to talk about, our enemy is within us. We're our own enemy. Come on with it. Because nobody can debate me on whether we have entities that are intentionally trying to bring harm to us.
Well, there is enemies, McCoy. I'm not going to turn around. There's enemy. It's like me and you playing sports. That's the team we're playing, but why we have to deal with this person? No, we're not playing them. We're playing them first. And in this case, if people want to unite and look at a common enemy, then we need to sit down or have these conversations opposed to arguing with each other based on our views. Sharing views is one thing, but to debate people on views or, proving a point, I said, how does that help us? Throw enough money in it, you'll see how quickly people will change. I said, so it's money then. Which it plays a role. I'm not going to deny the fact that money does play a role, but it's one of the means to get to our needs and our wants. And sounds nice, and I'm okay with being like a hypocrite when I talk about it, but I don't always have to share how I deal with things, because discernment is based on what you're hearing. People can have discernment from what you're seeing, which is great. Person gets to mimic that. I said, great. Thanks, Dom. Thanks, McCoy. You showed me how to do an electric plug. I said, do you want to understand the theory of it now too? Why? Because that's what's going to reinforce it, and vice versa.
Mama Chula for You says, I understand that creators are using their time to give us information. That is a choice. But at the same time, they get rewarded because they're actually attention seekers.
Yes,
they want attention. That's their currency. That you're feeding their egos. You're showing them attention. This is their YouTube have made us all stars. Our 15 minutes of fame. That's what it's all about. It's the 15 minutes of fame. YouTube. These are YouTube celebrities now. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I'm in a chat, and then some content creator hits the link. Oh, no matter what they were talking about, this content creators hit the link. Now it's stop what they're talking about and let's hear what this content creator has to say.
McCoy, it has to be entertaining at that point. How many people truly make it about their name? Should we have all our cameras on? Should we all have our real names? Because then it will be personal. For most people, no, I have to have this alias name, which is fine. Oh, I don't want nobody to know my business. I said, well, then what are we really talking about then? That part strikes me interesting. I have no problem giving people my number, because I realize if this is going to be something what I value, it has to be, even though I know that telephone are going to be monitored and all that information, everything's being monitored. If I'm really going to get that, oh wow, the whole world's being monitored. Okay, I don't think the whole world is, but where we live are. The world itself, I always profess to say that it's beautiful with or without us. But since we're here, let's try to work together, especially with these technologies. Let's use it to our advantage. Opposed to making a buck.
Mama Chula for You says, are we not entertained enough? Have we not laughed enough and denied the truth long enough? Enough is enough. I'm going to leave that right there. I'm gonna leave that right there. I mean, they just, like I said, I don't really like to point my finger at the victims. You know that we've all been lied to and deceived, programmed. It's just for a person like me. I want the truth. That's all I think about. I'm obsessed with it. Ever since I realized that I had an enemy that was intentionally trying to bring harm to me, I thought milk does the body good growing up as a child. It was good. It'll give us healthy bones. Cow's milk for human consumption.
I want to look like a cow. No, I want to look like a goat. No, I look like a sheep. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm with you on that, McCoy, too. When I directed my attention to try to make sense of it, I'm like, oh, was I supposed to try to make sense of this? No, Dom. No, Dom, you weren't supposed to make sense of this. No, okay.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. It's like we used to joke with my buddies when we used to talk about, when people talk about, the moon landing. I said, so how many gas stations did they have to stop at? What value does, if the earth is flat or round, what value does it do that for most humanity? I get the private consumption, play the game. Okay, is it flat? Is it round? But eventually a lot of people end up becoming gatekeepers for that. Last time I remember using my senses, I can't prove it one way or the other. I haven't been high enough to prove it otherwise, and I'm not going to trust another industry to tell me one way or the other. But it becomes money game. It's kind of like what's called it, the snake salesman or whatever coming into the town. I got some new stuff to sell. Yeah. Okay. To me, that's the half glass, half full, and half empty. McCoy, they've done it so many different times. Why wouldn't this work?
Dominic, this comment was directed towards you in the sense of, it says, Dominic, anytime. Truth is truth, no more, no less. It's what you do with it, what gives it any weight, power, and value.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mom. I mean, yep, thank you.
I don't know. I mean, yes, we've accepted these lies as truths, Yeah, we are rotating around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at a 23.8-degree angle.
Hey, McCoy, those all could be valid statements or all full of crap, but how does it serve each individual person? I don't mind entertaining the idea for theoretically, just for conversation. Do you think I can make a 3-point shot from the back behind the net? I can entertain that idea. But when it really comes down to how does that feed my family? How does it feed me? How does it feed the people in other parts of the world that have become aware that are poor, let alone rich? It always comes down to how does it serve me or do I serve it? Now, if that's truth, the energy of truth or love, so be it. Literally, so be it. Obviously, there's people out there that are going to benefit from whether or not.
Peace to you, Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Peace and solutions to the Realest McCoy channel, chat panel. That's what I'm about. The solutions all day long. And I just gotta get away from this weirdness, man. Is it possible? It has to be possible.
You probably can when talking about it, but I'm pretty sure you're an acute observer. So you walk around the community and you're like, I'm still seeing it. I'm still seeing it. The way people dress, the way people talk, you don't even have to even have ears on. You can wear earplugs. You can still see it visually. And thinking, oh, okay, so people are spending how much for a pair of jeans? And what does it do when you wear those kind of clothing around your body? What happened to hemp clothing? Once we become aware of how people used to live, or still probably how people live, I call it, for me, McCoy, when I go to the grocery store, what's the lesser of all evils in that store? What food am I eating fake today? Sad as I say that, but I'm trying not to cry about it.
I know. And here, Edna Bell said, I've been fooled by some of these content creators. And I am like, what the F path did you almost go down? Yeah, when I jumped on these panels and thought I was in this truth community, I just see that it's about, they want subscribers, they want, you know, cash apps, you know,
This, McCoy,
attention.
this goes back to the paper days. Sell one article on one side, comic on one side, and then sell all the advertising. YouTube could probably say, listen, today, McCoy, we're going to put you up to 3,000 subscribers. Tomorrow down to 2,000. They're doing guesstimates like they do with the weather. 40% chance of rain. Okay, so that's not 100%. So what's 100% when you go outside? It's like baseball. Baseball, 3 out of 10 times. Not to take away from baseball players, that's an amazing craft. But 3 out of 10 times, I'm going to do electrical work for you tomorrow, McCoy. 3 out of the 10 plugs are going to work. What are you going to say to me, McCoy? Dominic, I don't think I'm going to need your service anymore. That's how we've stooped that low to our achievements. And then when somebody does achieve themselves, wow, they're a unicorn. Let's see if we can knock them down. Okay. Whatever we've shared, McCoy, are words that have been spoken many times in book form, podcast form, people in dark rooms, open rooms. So now with this new platform, hey, let's invite people. Let's go live. Hey, what's going to sell more? Because they're always about selling. So that means I have to buy. I thought we were just sharing with each other. No, you got to buy something today. So we're no different than church and state again. Sure we are.
Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen, how you doing on
Hi,
this
sweetheart.
day here? How are you? Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you always.
Mic check 1 2.
Mike is good. How are you?
Hello, how are you? I'm good. Thank you for allowing me up, Willis McCoy. Shout out to you as always. Like I said, I'll be back. I tune in. um, I'm not sure if I know you, but shout out to you, Dominique. It looks like that's what your name says. So yeah, I just wanted to jump in and build a little on this conversation here. You know, um, particularly for me, what's been on my mind, like I wrote in the chat, peace and solutions. Finding that peace, finding those solutions, dealing with reality. What I am currently going through and dealing with, as far as building up resources and finally establishing something for myself. Um, there's always room to grow, and there's always a time and place for everything. So yeah, I'll end with that and tap in soon enough. Thanks again for allowing me up.
You're good. You're good. It's just, I just want the truth, Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen. I just want to live the truth. I think we all deserve the truth, and there are those who are standing in our way intentionally. They are intentionally misguiding us, and it's just time to expose them. It's time to expose them. It's time to chop them off, cut them off. Call them by their name. Like I've been saying all morning, Michael Jackson was played by a white man, Prince Carl Phillips. You know, all these fake actors, fake politicians. Dominique, that's kind of redundant, huh?
True.
Politicians and fake and phonies are the same thing. They're interchangeable.
That's true.
The
Also,
Denzel Washingtons, the Barack Obamas, the Rihannas, the Beyonce is played by a white woman, Princess Madeline. I forgot her last name. I think of Denmark. They're all actors, and it's just time to expose them. Let's put their names out. Look, Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen. I had 450 people in here. Bots, 400 bots in here, spamming and trolling the chat when I mention certain names. They're all actors. They're all actors. It is
Oh
just
yeah, I can believe it. Hopefully my background's not too loud. That's why I was quiet for a moment. But yeah, like you were saying, I mean, if we really decided, you know what, I'm a little bit loud right now.
What's the last thing you said, Lady Shea Butter? Oh, she must be a little occupied. But yeah, that's it's just exhausting, but I now have an endeavor. I want to expose. She said it gets lonely at the top, but that's a positive for you. You are all you can control and change. Create a dominoes effect and live the change, and others will too. And if they don't, that's still a choice.
True. Very true.
Cutting
Always a choice.
like a butter happening right here at the Realist McCoy Center. Thank you, Edna, for your support. I really do appreciate it. Because I know that Edna's really in search of the truth. Because I've seen where she's been. And her comments have been consistent. But I think she's recognized that this place right here is completely about the truth. There's no breaks over here. There's no one moment we could talk about these fake movies and these Netflix documentaries, and then we go back to the truth. Then we start using CGI pictures of NASA and saying yes to prove our point. And then I mean, it's just ridiculous, man. It's strictly about what we know. Leave your beliefs at the door. What do you know?
So true. So true. Oh my goodness. That's one of those you scratch your head. I said, so they're going to use another picture to describe another deception? How does that work? Hey, at least McCoy, they had to actually bring all those bots. They did a full core press on you the whole time, and you dribbled through them all. Well done.
Oh yeah, they were on my head. Talking about they watching me. I've been knowing they watching me. If I was them, I would watch me too.
Okay, but here's the part that might be the extreme sadness. You had 400 people, but now we're down to 7 people.
Well, they were never 400 people in the first place. It was
that part I knew. But it kind of got down to about 60. Is there entertainment going on other channels? I get it. People are probably busy doing real life things, so I'm gonna give that ideal. But if this is the time of crisis, as some people have been saying, then is it a good sign or a bad sign that, when people start sharing the stuff that you are sharing, that there's only small numbers? Is that maybe we should just be going after quality or quantity, I guess?
Well, my thing is, I have noticed the conversation and the narrative is changing. I do notice it on channels now.
Mm-hmm.
The conversations, people are using that terminology solutions more often now. I've seen it within the last couple of weeks. We are the 7 that won. We cut off the heads of the entertainers. Yeah, I am noticing that, that people are getting a little more into the solution-oriented type conversations now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
There is a value to the concept of peace, silence. One has to get into a state of silence if they had any inquiry. What are some of the questions? So this way they can get some of those solutions. Hence why even people, when they do the concept of meditation, it's a form of listening. Who are we listening to? Are we listening to our program? Are we listening to something beyond the program? Which could still be the program. Try to make sense of things. Because a lot of us, when we go to these schooling systems, we get so misled that we don't really know, then what am I really supposed to learn? Because what they're teaching me in school is about commerce, to be a better servant, slave, whatever word we want to use. Which is okay, as long as they give us all the equipment. Give me all the tools first before you tell me, Dom, I need this job to be done. I said, okay, so what's the layout? What are the tools you're going to give me? What's the timeline? Who are the people that are working? I like to think, McCoy, eventually we can form an all-star team, opposed to just having one all-star. Let's make the whole team an all-star. Let's make the whole league an all-star. So then we can all be interchangeable. Maybe I'm a little bit too lofty that way, I guess.
No, right now, You know, it's
Because there's quite a few people in the communities that are quite well spoken and quite knowledgeable. I can name a bunch, but you know who they are. So you know, if people don't already know by hearing them, then they're either looking at other people that entertain, and there's probably at least a good 100 anyway. The groups that I've heard that are really, then hopefully a lot of other people can be doers. Hopefully everybody, but. That's the advantage that the enemies supposedly have. They're actually making things happen, whether we like it or not. They're making things happen. And they've got a lot of people working for them, whether they want to be called puppets or, I don't know. There's so many words that they use now for them now. Alter control, or alter mind control or whatever. No, most people don't sell out. They buy into a system. They might find out later on in life, oh, I didn't know this was fucking the human race. I'm like, really? You're going to play that game with me? Okay. But again, we're just two people, and now three people that are just voicing our views, whether or not it manifests itself in the physical.
yeah, Dominique. I just, you know, it's the only conversations that I will have.
No problem.
You know, I will continue to state them. If I need to be entertained, I have 5 children.
Sure.
I have 5 children that can entertain me. You know, they want my attention. You know, so I just get on here at times because, like I said, to get where I am, not to say I'm anywhere, you know, but others have contributed to my development that they don't even know, but just watching some YouTube videos 10 years ago, Dr. Phil Valentine, Dr. Sabi, whoever. And I felt like, yo, you know, let me share some of my thoughts and let me share some of my ideas. Maybe someone else is in search of this truth. And that's what I came up here for. But I'm slowly realizing that a lot of these people, they're not really seeking the truth.
Okay, hopefully my mic is a little bit better right now. Can you still hear me? Mic check.
Your mic is good. The Sterling, can you type in the chat? I've never seen you around. Can you type in the chat for me, Sterling? Because today I've experienced straight bots today, and I've experienced straight bots.
Is that Sterling Ray by any chance, McCoy?
Sterling who?
Ray? Is that a guy named Sterling Ray or a person named Sterling Ray?
It just has Sterling on the.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen people text before with the name Sterling Ray, but.
How can you let someone up, but then they don't show like their screen or their avatar? How do I do that?
Sorry, McCoy, I've never done one before, so I'm out of the loop on that one. Maybe somebody in chat can say that.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I totally understand the caution. But I'm gonna keep all my clothes on and all that. I'll be on my best behavior, I promise. But to answer your question, you have to get a banner. And like I think that's what they call it, like a banner, and you can put a banner over your entire screen. And I think that's one way to do it. So that you could let someone up, but you know what I mean. They can't show their avatar or screen. If that answers your question.
So what brings you over in these parts, Sterling? What's up?
Oh yeah, good question. I just actually I searched on YouTube open panel, and I changed my filter to live, and you were like right at the top, so I just clicked the link. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. So where are you in the U.S.?
I'm from the U.S. I'm from South Carolina, but yeah, but for the last like 8 or 9 months, I've been in South America. So yeah, I guess I'm a passport bro or whatever you call it. I spent 6 months in Colombia, and then I've been about 2 months in Uruguay, and pretty soon I'll be going to Costa Rica.
So you were just whoever.
I'm sorry.
So
What?
you just whoever. So whoever was live, you was gonna hit their panel.
Yeah. Like I said, I just searched open panels and changed my filters to live, and I kind of do that often. Really, I've been doing it for over a year now. Just see what people are talking about. Meet new people and see what's going on. Yeah. So I actually I don't know what the topic is here. I just literally just hit the link.
Oh, the topic over here is always about seeking the truth, and
Okay.
exposing these weirdos in the pyramid scheme, from the Jesuits down to these Masons. Salute to Prophet Levi.
Yeah, I'm not a Mason. I had a friend that was a Mason, and I was kind of interested just because of the secret. Like I like to know secrets. But and my friend was cool, and he invited me. He's like, "Oh, we're having a barbecue this weekend. I'll invite you." And but I never did go, just because I don't know. I never really wanted to be part of a group. I could always kind of be kind of just kind of a loner, just an individual is a better word, maybe.
Someone had a question for you. Do you have any thoughts about the system or politics? And do you have a religion?
Oh wow. Well, thank you for the question. I appreciate that, and I'm an open book, so I'll answer any question. Although I don't want to hijack the stream and make it all about me, but I will answer the question. Do I have any thoughts about the system? I'm gonna skip that part real quick and go to politics. Yeah, politically, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I voted third party in 2016. I voted for Jill Stein. I supported Bernie Sanders, but when he got cheated, then I voted for Jill Stein of the Green Party. And then in 2020, I voted for, Bernie Sanders in the primary again. And when that didn't happen, I voted for the Green Party again. I think his name was Harvey Harrell. And I think this time I will support probably Cornel West. Yeah, that's so. I hope that answers your question. I kind of lean towards like progressive slash democratic socialist, social democrat, a mix between socialism and capitalism and democracy. Um, I hope that answers your question.
Uh, they want to know your religion. Do you have a religion?
Oh yeah, thank you. I forgot about that one. No, I was brought up Southern Baptist, but I kind of like fell out of it, and I guess if I were to put if we had to put a label on it, I would say I'm a agnostic atheist, meaning that I'm an atheist. I just lack a belief in any god or gods or religion. Although I'm also agnostic, meaning that I don't claim to know that I'm Right. I just claim that I don't know that of any religion or God that's true. I'm just not convinced.
Not no. What do you mean 8 hours on Chuck's till he chucked him? He's very obstructive. So what do you think? Not no, because right now I ain't got time to play no games, man. I'm just not on that. There's 12 million. There's 12 million content creators on YouTube. All right, and I ain't the one. If it's not about some solutions, and if you don't see a problem with this system, then this is not the place for you. We're headed in a certain direction, and we don't want anything or anyone to deter us from focusing on our goals. You
Oh,
know,
and I haven't. I'm sorry. I haven't been looking at the chat or the comments or whatever. So, yeah, if that was directed at me, I definitely see problems in the system. I skipped that part just because I wasn't sure exactly what we mean the system. But if we mean like, our political system, judicial system, yeah, top to bottom, sure, yeah. But I would just want to get more specific. So that's the only reason I skipped that part of the question. Is as far as solutions, I'm all about discussing solutions, but I could totally understand if people want to pass on my opinions and conversation. I get it. No hard feelings.
Lady Shea Butter, you have anything to say? Anything to add? What's going on with you on this Saturday?
Yeah, I just hope that you can hear me because I'm still going with this background back here. But I mean, as a whole, as a general, from my observation of it, like I was saying, find that peace and find that solution. So yeah, I mean, there of course are, let's say, blockages or obstacles that we face every day. And to a certain degree, we should be well aware of these blockages, so to speak. So the whole point is to move and maneuver around that to find exactly what it is that you need. Um, kind of like how you were saying earlier with the entertainment. Aren't we done being entertained? There's only so much room for entertainment, joking, laughing, goofing off. There's going to come a time and a point where we have to be critically thinking, forward movement. What is going to happen in the next year, next 2 years, next 5 years? So we're just focused on everybody else's thoughts, wants, or needs. Then what is that really going to do for us, our family, our forward movement, our generation? If we're planting seeds for others and not planting any or enough for ourselves, then what are we really doing?
Yeah, that's fair. I appreciate that for sure. I would love to talk about solutions, but at the same time, I honestly try to be very humble. And just the more I've learned, the more I realize I don't know ish. I don't know what the rules here are, so I don't want to curse. But I don't know it. I don't know anything. And in fact, like recently, I thought about like what's something I could claim to know, like for 100%. Yeah, even the most basic things. You know what I mean? Is there anything that I could claim to know like 100%? And if I was 100%, like would that be kind of arrogant and kind of closed-minded to possibilities that might be out there that I might be wrong, you know what I mean? So like I try to stay away from claims of knowledge. So when we talk about solutions, I might throw an idea out there, but I never claim that, like I try not to claim that I'm right or I know for a fact, yada yada, etc.
That's fair. Can I oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, that is fair, right? To be open minded, because that will allow more possibilities. If we're shut off from certain ideas or levels or even people, um, then that will definitely block any room for improvement. There's levels in everything in every way. So um, now what you mentioned earlier about knowledge, this is just again my opinion about it. Um, what do you mean by knowledge, right? Because everybody basic at this point should have some type of knowledge. We should know something, which is what knowledge is, in my opinion. You know, we can't go to books or statistics, et cetera. But at a very basic level, we should be in the know instead of just, you know, observing or thinking or even questioning, right?
Yeah, yeah, I understand the question, and welcome to the Phoenix Rises, I believe it says. Yeah, yeah, knowledge. Yeah, I want to be I want to learn as much as I can, you know, but I want to be skeptical of everything. And to me, if I were going to claim that I know something, I guess like it would have to be demonstrated to me, but then that wouldn't even be good enough because maybe somebody maybe I should leave room for someone to trick me, you know, like a magic trick or a sleight of hand, or I don't know, maybe I was tripping. I don't know. But
You mean
so
like the voting system?
I'm sorry, say that again. The what system?
You mean like the voting system, you know, trick a hand and all of that? You know, it's all a trick. It's a bunch of fuckery. You know, two
that
wings, middle
well
wing,
that
who gives, you know, the center group. They all
well
are on
that
the same team.
that might be a good example, and yeah, I'll roll with that. Like for
Yeah.
me, like if you wanted it, you could take any example. For me to claim that I know something, you would have to demonstrate that the voting system produced X amount of ballots for so and so, and then not only that, but I would have to be able to demonstrate it for myself. Like I would have to be able to demonstrate it for you, and then you'd be able to have to demonstrate it for yourself. And only at that point, I feel like would I be confident in claiming that I know something. But it's very rare that you get the opportunity to do all of that. So I just try to like, even when I absorb so-called knowledge, I try to just claim that I believe that, and not because you know a teacher told me, someone told me, but only because they demonstrated it to me, and then I was able to demonstrate it for myself, and then show others how to demonstrate it for themselves. Because
I
yeah,
wonder how you
anyway.
do that though, because you're still voting and your vote never counted and it doesn't now and it never will. So, and they have demonstrated that because we witnessed this really vividly in the last election. Now, I'm not for either one of the motherfuckers, however.
Uh-huh.
I saw the votes before I went to bed, and it was Trump. And I got up, and the numbers were switched, and it was Biden. You
Uh-huh.
didn't see that?
Um,
That's a
Someone
demonstration.
someone had a question for you, Sterling.
oh, all right. Well, I'm not sure which one to respond to first, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it says, "What does your quote on your screen name mean?" It's every other Saturday.
Oh yeah, yeah. I drink alcohol every other Saturday, every 14 days. So today's my day. I've drank like 4 or 5 beers already. So yeah, just full disclosure.
Is there a
That's all.
reason why you didn't acknowledge anyone in the chat when you entered?
Oh no, well yeah, because when I searched open panel or whatever and changed my filter to live, I spent like 0 seconds listening or reading or research. I just hit the link and joined. So um,
What do you like to talk about?
oh, well, this conversation's great. Honestly, anything really, as long as it's not like, I don't know, as long as it's not like,
Do
being
you
people
have
being.
children?
I'm sorry.
Do you have children?
No.
Hmm. I just find
Mm,
it odd. I just find it odd when a person, me personally,
Mhm.
enters like in the chat and you see other. It's like entering into a room and not acknowledge anyone. I just find that
Oh,
really odd.
I apologize. And even when I've been on the panel, like I'm on my phone, so I would have to click this button over here to show what the chat's been saying, and I haven't even done that. So I mean, yeah, no, I, yeah. Usually when I join, I just try to like be engaged in the conversation. So I meant no disrespect to anyone in the panel, including what Indie Groove, Mommy Truly for you.
What do you have to offer these panels?
Oh, I wouldn't be so like so arrogant as to claim I have anything to offer. I really want to learn and listen. It's not about me, tripping on teaching people something.
It's not a matter of teaching, but you might have an area that you like to speak on or that you can add.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, we all do. We all do. I don't know if you'd find any of mine interesting, but lately I've been trying to like travel and like I said in South America and do it like on a budget and like what I've been telling people is like how cheap it is to live down here because like that's one of the main reasons why I left the states is because of the cost of living and inflation and rent. Well, housing and food. It's just it's so expensive.
The chat is lighting up, and what does he do for a living? I'm sorry, Sterling. These questions is because this isn't no regular channel. I'm not saying like it's something special or anything, but um, it's just right now we're ultra focused over here, man, and we don't want to be disrupted right now. So if you don't
Then
really have anything to add to what we're talking about, it's pointless for you to be here. Is what the vibe I'm getting, and and I don't disagree with it. We're not.
okay, well
We're not.
I'll show myself out. I mean no disrespect, and I didn't mean to disrail you, and I
No,
just wanted to be
I'm
part
just
of the
saying
comment.
that's the reason for these questions because it's like we're in search of truth, man. We're in search of trying to find a solution to this madness that we're in right now.
Okay, well then bet. So instead of let's okay, then bet if we may, and it's your channel with all respect, instead of worrying about me and what I do for a living, blah blah blah, then let's talk about let's talk about whatever you want. Like, I mean, what solution are you talking about? Like, you name it, or I'll leave. Like, I don't want any hard feelings or nothing like that.
Yeah, it's become somewhat after the day that I've been having. It's somewhat of a distraction, to be honest with you, Sterling.
All right. Well, I appreciate the time you gave me. It was very generous, and I hope you have a good day.
All right, you too, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not. Maybe on another day, I possibly, but I'm over here just like at any moment, this dude can really, you know what I mean, try something. And I just ain't on right now. I'm not on it right
No, I
now.
get you. I
Yes.
didn't want to interrupt, but I kind of wanted to say something to him, to maybe ease the little pressure buildup. Because like you mentioned, this channel in particular, right, since we're here, is focused on finding solutions, finding the truth of what really is going on in our current reality. And there's no offense to no one. So please don't anyone in the chat or who might be viewing and listening take offense to it. But it's kind of like how I said before. When you know something, you know. So if you know that there is a system that's not working, let's say maybe against you per se, but as a whole, this system is corrupt, manipulative, and full of illusions. So why is it that you're still partaking in that system? Just period. And I get it. Again, as I said, we are all on different levels in our lives. And, it might take that certain time and a little bit more knowledge or a little bit more resources to fully get about of quote unquote systems. But just the fact that we know something and then we're still just laying around and playing in it as if to say, it's not really bad, or I don't see what's so bad about it. I mean, it's here, so let's just continue to partake in it. I think that's where, a little this consent came into play. I forget the guy's name who came up here. I think it was Sterling. So yeah, there's no offense to you, Sterling. Or anyone really, it's just at a certain point we really know what it is, and we know, then that's that knowledge right there. So we got to get those resources to get and find that peace for our solutions.
And I appreciate you saying that, and Mama Chula, for you. I thank you all for acknowledging what I'm trying to offer right now. And it is about seeking the truth and obtaining solutions. And that's what it's really about. And I'm glad that to have you all accepting of that and seeing that there's value in that. So, I mean, that means, Lady Shea Butter, I'm telling you, that just to hear you say those words, saying this channel is about, that you've already accepted that and acknowledged that, and you're here. That's just, I mean, and then for Mama Chula, for you, is saying, you know, follow your gut. You did the right thing, like not here for distractions or entertainment. That means a lot to me, because I saw a deficiency in this community. I did. I saw a deficiency. I saw where it's not consistent. People that are really learning the truth and applying the truth. I don't see it. I just see a lot of talking. I walk away from these channels and these panels as though, not to sound arrogant, or it just seems like I'm giving, but I'm not getting. It's just exhausting. And that's why I set up my home here, and people who actually want to learn some. When you leave this channel, although I know today, I don't know, them bots kind of disturbed the vibe a little bit, but we didn't really get to go deep. And because those bots somewhat distracted us a little bit, but that's really what I'm here to offer. When we have conversations, or you listening in on conversations, you can walk away saying, wow, I didn't know that. Dang, I didn't know that. It makes me just happy when I hear Edna Bell say, I didn't know that. Oh, wow. Whether whoever said it, no one cares who says it. We don't care about who's right over here. We just want what's right. There's no egos over here. We're all just here trying to get to this truth and expose these weirdos. So appreciate you, Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen. I know you don't hit every and any panel, because I don't see you all around these streets. So, that means a lot to me.
Likewise. 'Cause you're right. I definitely understand energy, and I even more so understand my energy. And I value myself and my worth. So yeah, I do definitely hang around. I be in the clouds, as I like to say, peeping around. Um, but yeah, I'll definitely voice my opinion more so when I feel a sense of I'm bringing something to the table. I'm not just wasting my time or anybody else's. If I have something to contribute, I will definitely voice that. And for those that resonate and take it in, I feel that sense of, okay, I did something. I'm not just talking to talk, because as you mentioned earlier, yeah, that goes around a lot. And I'm not just gonna say on YouTube, right? I'm even speaking in real life. People talk and they talk and they talk. And yeah, talk sounds good, but where's the action behind it? If we're not having no action behind these words, then what are we doing again? Again, I ask, what are we doing? So there's a time and a place to speak, and there's a time and a place to put forth action. And in my stance, for me and me alone, I've been doing enough talking. So yeah, I'm really allowing my actions to speak for me. And as I said, I will pop in every now and then to voice my little opinion about stuff, or to lay some tips. Because you never know what or who you might be helping, right? And again, as you were saying, it's not about being right or who's right. It's about what's right. Or another way of saying it, don't be so focused on who said it. What was the message? Are you
That's
getting the message?
that's it.
So
No, I was just saying that's it. I'm sorry I shouldn't have interjected, but I just felt that that's it. That's all. I'm glad you felt that also. It's not about who's right. You have a household where even the man and the woman is competing. One wants to be right, and who's right, prove the other one wrong. No, it's about just getting it right, at least for the children's sake. You know? So yeah, I'm glad. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes, the message. It's not who's sending who's, just the message. It's just I'm gonna land right there. Go ahead, Lady Shay. I'm sorry. I felt your words.
it's all good. It's all good. 'Cause it gets a little frustrating, right? For me, I don't have any children, at least yet, right? So that's always why I focus so much on the inner work. Because it always stems from within us, right? If we're out here as adults, as we claim, then we should know a few things, and we should really know ourselves for ourselves, not for anybody else, not for their opinions, trends, social groups, or to climb up the ladder and have a title. It's not about that. It's about what really you have within you and you can bring out. What are you birthing out here? What are we creating? We're just creating, but do we really understand what we're creating on here? Um, so just being a little bit more humble and yeah, taking out that ego and pride of, I got it right and I'm the best of the best and can nobody top me, and it's all talk at the end of the day. So it's like I repeat myself, but it's about actions. And if you're gonna talk what's right. Don't talk about what you feel. Don't talk to get someone to, oh yeah, I second that. I condone with that. I condone. No, that's not what it's about. If you're gonna speak what's right. Speak what's truth, and the truth doesn't have no size. The truth is the truth all the way around the board for everybody as a whole. You know. Um. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing more to it than to do it, right? And again, shout out to everyone in the chat. And thank you again, Ms. McCoy, for allowing me up, to voice my opinion. I'm lucky always, and I always say this, when I can join panels, because my Wi-Fi is always a little mystery for me. So, thank you again.
You're welcome. Always, always. From day one when I met you, you've been consistent. You know, for what you have to offer, just peaceful and soulful is how I've always viewed you. For real, I've always seen you as just a harmless, just insightful, soul, you know, patient, patient with your words, thoughtful with your actions and your mind. And, even in your poetry is a reflection of yourself. So I wasn't, Yeah, you triggered Warfare K. Warfare K was throwing fire emojis when you were speaking. I know he mad I interrupted you.
Nah, I ain't mad at it, man. But she was talking real right, though.
No, and I got mad at myself for even, that backup singer chiming in saying, "Yeah, you're right. I should have just kept it, just stayed muted, man, because I kind of slowed her down because she was on fire." But
Yeah, for sure, man.
salute to you, Warfare K. Salute to you. Thanks for
Hey,
being
man,
here,
you
man.
already know, man. I just come to support, man. You on the bricks, I come to stand beside you, let you know you ain't by yourself. You feel me? That's what it is. So yeah, man.
Man, you seen all them trolls up in here earlier, man.
I
Them
caught a little
bots.
bit of. I was in and out because you know what I'm saying.
them bots, man. I had 450. They said I had 450 people up in here, man.
I saw at one point it was 61. I think that's when I saw it
Yeah,
was
they were.
61. And I scrolled back through the chat, and there was a lot of people that got timed out and all that. I ain't know what had
Yeah,
happened.
they were botting me up, talking about they watching me, watch my family, and all this craziness. I'm like, watch me. I want y'all. I know y'all should watch me. I'm your enemy. You know what I mean? So if I was them, I would watch me too, because I done figured them out. I done figured them out. They tell me to go left, I'm going right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So now go ahead, man. My bad.
Just real quick. Shout out to you, Worth. Okay. I always appreciate your voice as well. Um, I appreciate anyone's voice who, is confident enough to speak their truth. In any way, shape, or level. I just wanted to add this in real quick because you said something, the listener Corey, that kind of took me by surprise, but then again, not really, because I kind of have heard this my whole life. But yeah, don't let the soft, patient, soothing voice or parents fool you. I am one who faces challenges every day within myself, and it's taken and it's still taking a lot of learning and discipline, to really master myself. Because that's the only thing that I can and am in full control of, so to speak, right? Quote unquote. So yeah, I was just it takes a lot of patience. But with that I've learned to just find that peace, and hopefully radiate that peace from within to without, because that is one thing that is really important for everyone. To just find that inner peace within ourselves. That's what's driving us so crazy. We don't have no peace. We don't have no sense of calm. Just breathe. We gotta breathe, people. Take that moment. When was the last time we actually paid attention to our inhales and exhales? Hmm. It's a nice little tool, very powerful tool that is our body, and we just have to stay in tune with what our body says. But that's it. I'll drop the mic and y'all got it. Salutes to both of y'all and in the chat.
Well, I'll jump right in there, but I'll say that's probably the only way. No, I'm not gonna say only, but it will be very helpful in order to think clearly and see things for what they are. When we find that inner peace, that's going to be a necessary tool instead of being driven by our emotions. We won't really, we'll be reactionary instead of responsive. So yes, that peace, slowing it down and seeing everything. I feel you on that. Definitely, as you were saying that, it's what, because we'll get angered and emotional, you know. We'll get easily angered and emotional, and then we miss something. But if we remain in that peace, thank you for that. Thank you for that. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Because today I got caught up a little bit, somewhat reactionary, but I want to back them off of me. But that peace, and then in this warfare. What you think on that warfare, Kate, man? That I think there's some value to what she just shared, man. To remain peaceful at peace, not necessarily peaceful, but at peace with all that's going on around us, man. It's like I thought of that movie, The Matrix, man, with Neo. Although I know that's propaganda, but yes, to just slow things down. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just tapped in real quick. That's kind of where even before I saw the movie The Matrix, right, which is kind of funny for me, always happens. I go through experiences and then it's either I find an example in a book, movie, or TV show. Kind of funny, but hey, it's what's happened, so I've accepted it. But yeah, just like in that movie, The Matrix with Neo, finding out reality, what it really was for what it was, taking that time to slowly transition to that other side. Or there's even another movie I recently watched. I think it's In Time or Time, something like that. Very similar. Um, where he was in a totally different reality, the slums, the poor, the ghetto, and in that movie, time was money. So literally, if you had only so much time, you had to be quick, you had to be fast, militant, kind of like an army, right? Just really, really fast, quick, 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 up tempo. But once they transitioned to the quote unquote richer side, I think they called it green rich. Everybody there was so calm, so peaceful, so reserved, just taking that moment, that time to watch their breaths, watch their steps, actually pay attention to their children, their surroundings. They had infinite time, which equated to infinite money, so there was no need for a rush. But like us, those that don't have that, we're always rushing. We're always trying to pick up where we left off and maybe we missed, or those that do go into our families what they left off and trying to bring that forth. There's just so much around us and we're trying to keep up with the next person. We're just so quick. We're like little busy bees around here. So yeah, just taking that time to calmly observe and to know, not to think, to know. We gotta know things. That's really where it's gonna help us all out. But y'all got it. I'm probably talking too much. Y'all got it. Did I get kicked out or did everybody get
No,
quiet? What
it's just
happened?
I don't know your words. Your words are sinking in right now, and so I was just more, your words would just hit me. That's all. Especially after like what happened today with these weirdos. It just was like I was reflecting as you were speaking, and I see London McLovin in the building. How you doing, London, man? Good to see you, man. Always, man. I checked you out this morning in a new time slot. I was like, uh-oh, it's gonna be a war now. Yeah, Mama Chula she said something up here, something else. So many people get mad at me, from Sanchez to Sarnetta to who cares, but how can they be mad at the truth? Or are they mad because I said it first? That don't matter to me as long as it gets said. Absolutely. But there's a competition.
Yeah, shout out to you, Mama Chula. You're right. It doesn't matter who says it. That's a pettiness. Like, it's like, okay, at one point you can, like, I said it, I said it, I said it, right? But then it's like, who cares who said it? I said it, the next person said it. As long as you heard what I said or what they said, then you're getting somewhere,
Nah, you absolutely right on that. We was building last night on Greedy Vegan channel. And I ain't gonna call no names, but it was a couple dudes up there. We was up there about 5, 6 deep. And one of the dudes, I don't know, I think, I still to this point, think the brother was drinking. I think he was drunk. You know what I mean? But the brother said he wasn't. You feel me? But everybody kept saying he was. I don't know. You feel me? But every now and then the brother would say something that was correct. And it began,
Who's the guy? Let me know the name, man. We ain't scared of nobody over here.
what's my man
Was
name?
it Mental Ninja?
No, not him. He was
Dark
up there, but not
Chameleon? Dark Chameleon?
Dark Chameleon. Yeah,
Okay,
Dark
all
Chameleon
right.
seemed to be
I
a
knew it
little
had to be one of
sauce.
those two.
You feel me? Yeah. He seemed to
When
be a
you
little
said
sauce.
drunk,
Yeah. Yeah. But every now and then the brother said something that was right. But Mental Ninja and the other dude that was up there, I guess they got history, so they just ain't fucking with him at all. And they like, they don't want to hear shit he's saying. You feel me? And every now and then I'll be like, hold on, but boy was right there though. You feel me? Like we just go ignore that and it's just a shit on him party because you don't like him. Or you know what I'm saying? You just gonna ignore what's being said. Like if a motherfucker wrong in the moment, you wrong in this moment. If you right in the next moment, you right then. And that's cool. That's the way dialogue go. I don't expect to agree with everybody, nor I expect to attempt to control what people say. You feel me? And so that's just, part of diplomacy and shit we're gonna have to deal with when we talk about forming a council and dealing with people of like minds and then interfacing and doing business with people who may, be slightly different. You know what I mean? There will be tribes, there will be nations. You got your own house, your house different from mine. You feel me? But we still find a way to, have some common courtesy through conversation. And yeah, man, I felt like that was wow. Exactly what you're saying. Like, the message is correct every now and then. That's why I'm like, look, man, they like, not this nigga. You don't know this nigga. Though. We know him. I'm like, okay, well, I don't give a fuck about the history. He's right now. Okay. You feel me? But they mad at the messenger already. And they don't want to hear it. You feel me? So yeah.
Um,
Hello.
oh, go ahead. And hello to you. Um,
Hi, how are you,
um,
Lady J?
I'm pretty good, pretty good. How about yourself? Welcome to the panel.
Well, thank you very much. Hi, the realist. How are you today?
I'm all right, friend. I'm all right, man. Just holding in, hanging in there.
Yeah, I hear a lot of angst going on. Um, I only just dropped in. I can't say I've heard the whole conversation, so I'm not even going to talk about that. Really, I can't talk about something I don't know. But I did want to hop up because I can. I heard a few things mentioned, and I, I mean, I feel like actually I was having this conversation. Oh, I just want to say this. I was having this conversation with a lady who is an elder to me, and I help her out now and again. But we were talking about how this lack of respect for one another has been growing around us. Because she's in her 80s now. I'm coming out. I'm in my later 60s, and we grew up in an era when talking to your mum and your dad came from a place of if you weren't respectful in some sort of way, you got told to shut up and keep your mouth quiet and go and be seen and be not and not be heard. And I mean, that was probably far left of what our parents should have been doing, but that's how they were brought up. Now we've got a situation in the world where children are being brought up with who gives a fuck for anyone. And I've heard 9-year-olds, 8-year-olds telling their parents, their mums and their dads, get fucked. They're not doing anything. And it's really hard. It's really hard for me in the way I grew up as a child, and for the lady I was talking to. We were talking about this in a way that, can you have a conversation with people when they have this attitude? They don't have any respect for you. You're an elder, that means you're a fucking problem to them. And so people look at elders as being problems, and problems that they don't want to know about. And I can hear that in a lot of conversation, that they don't respect their elders because their elders didn't do a fucking thing to help the situation. I have heard that even here in this YouTube street, that you're an elder. What the fuck did you do? Why are we here? It's because of people like you who didn't do any fucking thing. Well, that's a load of shit. We're all fucking scripted here. We're all scripted. You cannot tell me one person who isn't built the script in their brain to simulate their life the way that they best can do that. In this fucked up shit that we call society, that I no longer have any faith in as being anything to look to get any help from. No way. A bloody society who looks to run every person down because they don't fit with the criteria of what is right with another person's thoughts. And I mean, how can you even handle, for me anyway, a child telling you to get fucked? And you've lived fucking most of your life, and they know none of it, and yet they can stand on some script that they've got in their head and tell you to get stuffed, to get fucked. That's what I coming up here, because that's the kind of hearing that I hear in a lot of things today, even here in the YouTube streets. People aren't interested in anybody else's opinion, or they're only interested in long enough to get something out of it, and then they'll take it from there. Yeah, that's how I see it anyway. I'll land my plane there. Thank you very much for letting me say so. The realist. And Lady Shay and the Warrior K. Thank you very much for letting me say that. Thank you.
My thing is, yeah, I agree with you 100%. That's why you will always hear me say that I do not point my fingers at us victims, the ones that have been lied to and deceived. There's no way. We are all programmed, and this has been centuries of programming. Centuries. This has been in the making for decades. We all got lied to, man. We all got deceived, distracted. So for someone, yes, I was possibly, once you see the big picture though, there's only one who takes the blame. It's the wicked ones, man. It's the deceivers. You can't blame the victims, man. I just can't.
But we are being blamed though.
I know, and I think it's the disappointment but they don't know the depth of this agenda, because initially you would say, man, what did the elders do? This their fault. They didn't do nothing, and they didn't speak up, and here No, we all got lied to. You know, we all got lied to for years, and this is what it's led up to today. You know, it's today. So I truly understand what you're saying, dude. It's just, you know, just know that they don't know any better, and everyone's always looking for someone to blame. You know,
I
that's the
I had a conversation with Adrian on War and Peace, London McLovin, and he said to me, "Do you think there's really peace, Dean?" I said, "Well, I like to try and find peace." He says, "But do you really think that peace exists?" And I said, "Well, I think I can find some." He says, "Well, how about this? If you're living in a war zone and there's no guns going off, there's no bloody bombs and stuff being dropped, is that peace in the midst of a battle?" And I think that's what it is, isn't it? You find that is a bit of peace in the midst of the battle. But really, are we at peace? No bloody way. None of us are at peace. We can find a bit of calm amid the storm. We can find a bit of calm here and there. But no way will I ever identify that this place has any peace here. That's, that is how I see it. Yeah, I agree with how he got me to look at war and peace. And what is war? What is peace? Peace is only the little bit in the middle when we're not warring. But everything is at war here. Everything. The war on the mind is the biggest one here. And if people can't understand that our minds are being savagely attacked, savagely laid waste in the face of evil, in the face of all these, I don't know, controlling assholes who just want to gain. They're just on the game, To me, not just game on the game, but they are on a win, and everybody else is on the loss, on the losing state.
I would like to see to hear what Lady Shea Butter has to say in regards to you saying that there's no peace here, Lady Shea Butter. Is that what Dean said?
Okay.
How would you respond to that? Because prior to you hitting the link, Dean, we were speaking on peace and that we must find peace within us, even with what all is going on around us. So, do you think there's peace here, Lady Shea Butter?
Yeah, actually, I did want to speak on a couple of things that you said, Dean. First off,
Okay.
and I'm kind of be quick here. um, yeah, to the first thing you were mentioning about the lack of respect for our elders. Um, I see that, I hear that, and I even feel that, and it is disgraceful because, simply put, we're all babies, we're all children, we grow to adults, and then we what? Become elders. So just with that alone, how dare you disrespect a person who is going to turn and be you one day? It's all a mirroring effect in this reality. And so just for people who like to respect or disrespect, anyone, even more so an elder, um, I will only have to say this. Take a deep look within yourselves and really find out what you're mad at, or more so who you're mad at. And then the second thing that you were saying, which is the peace. You're absolutely right. there's no way possible to find peace in a war zone such as our reality currently we're existing in or surviving in, as I like to put it. Um, and it's a struggle, especially how you added in the whole war within our own minds. That's a big battle. Not many have conquered yet, not even a little bit, you know. So there's just so much going on. How do we find peace within ourselves? Um, Levels, as I like to look at it, peeling back those layers that we have, those walls that we built up, that boxed mentality that we have, and really ask questions, really take the time to analyze what would be or could be for us. Take out everybody else. As I always say, we're focused too much on the outside sometimes and we're not focusing on what we're doing or could be doing. So, is there peace as a person who tries to stay in the positive on the upper levels, the higher realms, as I call it? Um, yes, there is peace. Can you find it? Of course you can. It's your timing, your place, and your moment to find it. How do you find it? I wish I could tell you because I'm still within my own battle myself, right? But I have to push forward and know, not think, know that there is peace and know that I can find it and know that I will find it one way, shape, or form, even if it's just minute to minute, day to day, you know. And that is what tool I've been using to help me fight and battle within this war zone that we have here. But I'll leave it with that and let the next person talk.
That's beautiful.
So, Lady Shea Butter, you have identified that we are in a war zone.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. A big one. And again, there's many layers to it. Yes.
Are you subscribing to that the war is within us and that we are our own enemies? Or do we actually have an entity that is trying to bring harm to us?
I'll say there's both. There's a balance to it. Like everything, as I try to keep my focus on. You know, if there's a one sided to anything, there's going to be an opposite to it. So, yeah, there's a war that is inflicted on us and has been for years, centuries, and even further than that, if we want to go to that point. Also, there's a war within ourselves, right? Because we have been pushed into categories, labels,
Yes.
certain regions or locations. We're told how to look, how to speak, how to react. Our whole life has been put out and planned. So, yeah, we're, especially if we try to figure certain things out, we're really going to be even in a bigger war zone within ourselves because we're constantly fighting. Should we? Shouldn't we? Or, dang, should I even attempt now because it's been so long? Well, at least I know, right? Do I really have to do anything because the next person's not? So I can kind of slack off, you know, but maybe I should do a little something. So, yeah, there's always going to be a battle. And I'll say there's both. There's one inflicted on us as well as there's one that we're inflicting on ourselves.
So,
Wow.
can I talk to you a moment about that? Because I feel that big pharma, like that war zone and that calm and that peace. Can you find that peace? Now, you say it's a self thing, it's an inner thing, and if you can't or are not able to to see what it is that's causing your mind not to work for you in the right way. Now, I'll say something here. I've been suffering this thing called heart fibrillation for a few years, and it's an uncanny thing. It's like something is happening in I think it's something to do with the valve, and the valve does a little bit of a flutter. Whether that is anxiety coming from the mind in the first place to cause that flutter, or whether the anxiety from that flutter develops even higher levels again in you because you're afeared that something's not right within yourself. And this is what's a subject that I and the lady I do work for were talking about, because she is now getting these fibrillations, and the doctor told her that everybody over the age of 70 will start having these things. And I'm starting to say, well, that's a bit of a bloody rhetoric there. They're starting to build something there. But besides that they've built that there, this is something I feel that they're actually doing. This is something I think that is mind control made problems that are coming into people. And anxiety is one of the biggest problems that we face as a people, as a person, as a child even, to not be sure of what's going on around you is what anxiety is. And if you're in a child that's growing up in a situation where you're not sure what's going on around you, that's going to breed anxiety. And then you come up to a point where they've got the power. Somebody's got the bloody power. I know that they have. And I'm blooming sure it's coming through artificial intelligence. But it's a program. It's a bloody program. It's somebody who has, if you want to say, for the want of a better purpose, hacked out a program that interferes with people's minds. And if you've got parents who are unsure of what's going on because of their own anxieties, they're going to breed that into their children's minds. And if the world has a program where that's actually happening through artificial intelligence, then it's easily to say that it will follow suit in everybody's mind who isn't prepared for that type of action. And so I'm saying, if we want to find a way to find calm, if we want to find a way to instill peace and calm into our society, we have to find a way to overcome this injection of anxiety coming at us from ourselves, from the people around us, and from the programming artificial intelligence is bringing. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, here, Edna Bell says, I have that deed, and I am on Nodal for
Yes.
it. PVCS, they are called. Our ventricular cardia. My heart flutters, yep. Used to cause me panic attack.
Yes, that's what I've been getting. That's what she's getting, and she said she never had it until after she had the I won't even say it on your thing, but she was a perfectly beautiful lady before that. I've worked for her for 5 years, and I can see what's going on. I'm not bloody stupid. I've had this thing for the last 10 years of my life. How it came back, I don't know. I've suffered depression for a lot of my life. My mother had depression. It might have been a label, and I might have accepted that bloody label in my own head. And I'm not going to deny that's a possibility. But the thing is that I have now got it. And I know that my mother had it. And I know that other people are getting it. But I'm starting to wonder whether it's a program. Okay? And I think they're up to this. And if we really looked into it, we would find that if we could find a way not to allow our anxieties onto other people around us, and not allow our anxieties to be the breeding ground for our children's minds as well, I think that would be a bloody good thing. I think we've got to look into that. Anyway.
Can I speak on this really quick, y'all? Because I'm going to have to hop down to my back to get
Okay.
for me. But this is such an interesting topic because I myself am digging deeper. There's so many different layers. So I'm going to kind of bunch a few in, just to cover bases of what you were saying. So,
Yes.
as we all are aware now, for years they have been implementing so much more technology into the public, into our face, into our surroundings. And of course, what is technology? It's a tool to harness energy, first of
Yes.
all. Um, and as I always voice my opinion about being aware of your intentions, what we're saying, what we're thinking, what we're doing, because it's all into energy. So, yes, of course, I'm going to even agree with you, Dean. It is a setup that they're having, and that they're really getting more sneaky, I'll say, in a sense, because they're forcing it down our throats, literally. Okay, I'm gonna be mindful here of what I say and how I say it because they tend to boot me out once I dig too deep in certain words. So, um, yeah, just this is why I personally am trying to quote unquote get out of the system. What do you call it? Because you can eliminate all of this technology that have given us. Again, they've given us this technology for a reason and a purpose, and it's not to help us. Let's make that clear. They have invented this technology as a tool and a device, not to help us. It is to learn us, to use and manipulate us, our energy, etc. Okay? Again, just like with anything else, they've manipulated our food, our taste buds, our sights, our sense of sound, and with energy frequencies, they have videos of tones and sounds to heal and vibrate our nervous systems, our cells, um, to help repair damage that is done by technology devices. It's a counter reaction because
Yes.
we are a device ourselves, right? We are an electric device. And what happens when too much electricity is in one socket? It shorts out. So shortages for us are diseases, diseases, right? It forms from our roots. Some even agree now that it can be passed down through, our mothers more so, because this is the womb that we all come out of, whether we're man or woman. We come out of
Yes.
our mother's wombs. So she is very important. She is a vessel that needs to stay pure at all times, at all costs. And what
Mm,
are they allowing the women to become distracted and use, ingest, consume nowadays while they're pregnant? There's even forms of birthing that are not no way near what they're supposed to be. So there's just different levels to it on why, for one, we get diseases such as anxiety or depressions or heart attacks or shortness of breath because they're clogging our senses with this artificial intelligence, right? This artificial sense of energy that is supposed to be us because it mimics us, but it's not us. So we have real energy and we have fake energy. My opinion about it, and that's it, that's all. I'm not saying this is facts or can be proven, but this is what I've experienced and I'm learning through, yeah, those quote unquote educationers that have scholarships and have been testing and proving, et cetera, right? They've been doing experiments, on us for years. And yeah, that is where our mothers, our fathers, our grandparents, our elders, you know, um, people like to point and share blame on who didn't do what at the right time. And this is why we're in the situation that we're in. Yet, do you know really what your mothers and fathers or grandparents actually had to live through? Were you there? Yes, they were just as controlled, dominated, and told what to do, when to do it, just like we are now. The only difference is they have this new, right, quote unquote, technology that they're now implementing to help them in this said destruction or corruption of human beings or, us, our existence, our purity. So yes, it's very deep and it does go very deep. There's very different layers and levels um, that you could definitely go into. But
thank you.
pharmaceuticals definitely are one of the big ones that we gotta watch out for. They all work together. And if you follow that trail of money, as I say, you will find those that are misusing their quote unquote titles.
Yeah.
I really would love to go in more deeper, but as I said, my battery is starting to die. So I just wanted to say that. So I appreciate you both for listening to me.
I appreciate you, Lady Shay, for bringing out what you're saying there because you could say a lot more than I can. I don't know what it is. Sometimes I got all these thoughts in my head, but as soon as I get up on the pony panel, they just disappear. But I mean, you can see how I write in the chat, and I, I feel like I should get up there and say it and exemplify, but I think what I've said has opened up a little bit for us to look at because we all have the same thing. It's anxiety, and it's not on some people's levels there is hardly any, and other people's there is a lot. And I know that when there's a lot, most of those people are either depressed or alcoholics or drug addicts or all the other one of above that we use to alleviate that type of anxiety. And if you have a look, I know myself, just from the people around me, that anxiety is what causes drug addicts. Anxiety is what causes alcoholics. Anxiety is what causes depression. Anxiety has a very big part in this game. That's all, that's how I see it.
And I think that's where I'm at. My mic is good.
Yep, it's good.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
that's
it
where
is.
that's how I'm feeling. This is just annoying. It's just like, will they just go away and leave us alone? Like, what is the problem? They spend their whole life obsessed with lying and deceiving us over generations, man. Like, what is going on?
Well,
Can I?
I, sorry, if I was to say anything, I would say, I mean, to me, it's horrible. It's horrible because what I want to say is that if you've got a body, it's subject to outside influence. But if you've got a robot, you can have a bloody thunderstorm. It could almost snow, and these things will just march on through. They're going to have them, I feel, to the point where I don't want to say it, but we are not needed anymore. Flesh and blood is not needed anymore, and AI can have total control, total run of the show. You won't even need a tree. You won't even need a bird. You won't even need dirt, really. It could be just rock or concrete. Doesn't matter to them. They don't need comfort, right? And if you look at what it is, what are they giving you? They're giving you every sort of comfort that they can give you, so that what? You are that bloody soft you can't handle a dang thing. I mean, I'm in my 70s now and I have to rely on blankets to keep me warm, and electricity might heat up a heater or something so to take the cold off the air. But I'm already scripted to that. My mind's already scripted to that. My dad, he wasn't. He didn't have to have that. In fact, he could have laid down on the bed dirt and gone to sleep with just a couple of sacks over him. I can't do that at he could do that at my age. Now, he lived to 93. And he's got fucking 30 years on me, no worries, 30 odd years on me that he went through, and he was fit and able and to handle life without having the need of electricity. But I'm already scripted to electricity, and I'm sad about that, because I grew up. I grew up to the age of 10 and 11 without electricity, and I wished I'd stayed that way all my life. Now I look at electricity as being something that we don't really need. Animals don't need it. Birds don't need it. The whole animal kingdom doesn't need it. The environment doesn't need it. What electricity is here is natural. We say ether, out of the ether. It's there. But if the animals in that are handling it, they don't need a bloody blanket. They don't need a fire to sit up against to get warm. They do like the sun when it comes up. You bet they do. But they can handle a bloody night in the freezing cold. Lambs are being born at the moment on snow. They're coming out of a lovely hot womb straight onto a freezing cold, snowy, bloody ground. Do they get up and think it's cold? No, they start bloody moving around. They get a good feed into them, and they just accept that's how it is. They do not feel the cold. We are scripted to believe in cold, that we are cold. Ah, better go and put a jersey on. Hey, get some clothes on those kids. They're bound to be cold. What do you want? You want to kill them with flus and stuff? It's script. It's bullshit. It's not real. But we've made it real because the script has made it real for us. And we really are being moved and shifted away from our realm by our entire body and mind. We're being separated from this beautiful realm and all its natural, beautiful, what do they call it? It can sustain life without the need of any of those electricity things, without this modern world type thing. It doesn't need them. It can survive without it. But now with world, we are scripting that earth into non-existence. There are trees being severely, they're being savaged every day. We are losing 1,000 trees plus a day in our own country. I don't know how many in the rest of the other countries. But if you say 1,000 plus in every country, and how many countries there are, we are losing our environment from under our feet. We are losing our environment. We are being scripted. Our minds are being scripted away from the very home that sustains life. I'll leave it there.
Okay, just want to add in this real quick, y'all, real quick, and then I'm gonna jump off this time for sure. You're absolutely right, Dean. This is why I said, spoke on this a little earlier about the technology and weakening our immune systems, our physical bodies, our mental bodies, even our spiritual bodies. It's a breakdown, a total breakdown.
Yes.
And our society is really crumbling. The more they are tearing down the nature, the natural parts of this reality, and insisting on bringing in replicas, which they call technology and AI, we are being more indoctrinated, whether we want to or not, because we can change our mindset, which is a good thing, but there is still the world and reality of control that is happening around us. So yeah, it's a tangled web we weave or we're woven into when some
Yeah.
like to play, you know.
Mm.
So it's very sad when we think about it how far we've become from our natural resource state of being, our state of mind, and our just natural instincts, our resources is all crumbled into something that is become unfamiliar to us. Yet it's so normal and natural. It's crazy. It's lunatic. Just want to add one more thing, and I'm gonna close it off. I promise y'all.
Much
Uh,
love to you.
you asked Willis McCoy, uh, why do they keep doing this? Why is there this split of, let's say, percentage, okay, that seem or feel that they have the right or need, let's just go with that, to control or dominate over anybody else, place, or thing. Um, Not to be sarcastic and ask a question with a question, but have you ever owned a pet? can you agree that that is something that gives you a sense of warm feel vibe? You know, it's not a whole sense of I own you, but you have that right. You know, you feed your animal, you take care, shelter your animal, you provide anything for that animal. Now, that's just a small side of maybe what a person could think of. You know, if we can be so simple to acquire pets and find a love and bond in that, then why couldn't a person think the same thing? Well, if I had some type of form of control to manipulate that person into doing what I want to say, then I don't have to really do nothing, and I can still make all the money, I can still get all the resources, I can still get all the praise and glory, and hey, it's just a benefit there. They're still here, right? So nobody should have any problems about it. Everybody is still winning, right? Because there was a time when, as they say, we were one with nature, we were one with animals. But did that mean that we held them in an ownership kind of way as a pet? I don't think so. I think they were kind of in nature. We were just with them, you know, as one. They had their life, we had ours, and we made that balance to work out
I
easy
think so.
and naturally. But that has got manipulated and twisted into an energy. And that energy, as I always say, doesn't die, it's just transferred. And even with that transfer, some energy doesn't transfer and it stays exactly what that energy is. So if an energy is or has been created, does it ever stop? No, but it can get transferred. And it's up to us as individuals to try to switch back that shift and change in energy. If it's not for us, it is for our children, our grandchildren, or any other generation that might be created and birthed in this reality. But I'm gonna leave it with that because the battery's at 5%. Thank you, Gorillaz McCoy. Shout out to you. Appreciate you and your channel. And shout out to you, Dean. I'll be tuning in if I can. Much love and respect to everyone.
Lovely to talk with you. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, just wise words, just keen insight. Appreciate you, Lady Shay. I'm about to log off myself, and very exhausting day today, Dean.
I should imagine, son.
Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah.
yeah. It was just
I should have.
it was it was just it was just I started off the live just really cool, great conversation going on, and all of a sudden it became overwhelming with these weird old bots came through playing games, and there's just so much going on in this world right now, right
Yeah,
now.
that's why I like to exemplify on the earth and the world, right? And to show the difference between the two. And I hope, I mean, my mum. I don't know. I feel like my mum played a big part in my understanding of what this world is not say capable of, but is compared to what our natural realm has to offer and what it's always given us. And if we could say that animals and birds and all these creatures, the symbiotic relationship between macro and micro organism, a giant tree having a symbiotic relationship with a minuscule, minute microorganism, that they work together to feed each other and to give each other a home. To me, is pretty powerful. And if we could even just be a little bit like that. And I think we were once. I just think that this war on our mind has shifted our reality so that we no longer see the earth for what she is, and we now only understand it from a world point of view. I mean, we can't even talk about our earth without calling it a world. We cannot even relate about it without saying that I live somewhere in a world. We don't even live in the earth anymore. Our homes are now concrete and plastics. We don't even see the beauty of a home that was made from, say, lumber. Like a log cabin. A log cabin is made from the natural earth, and the appreciation of it. But most young people today, if you took them in there, they're going to ask you where the telly is. They're going to ask you where the big screen is. They're going to ask you for all of these world things that they want to bring with them. They don't want to go camping anymore. They want to go glamping. It's glamping now. I don't even know what camping is. Camping, no way. That's for dinosaurs. We want all the later gizmos when they go glamping. Our minds have already changed. The children don't even, they see animals as pets. Exactly what Lady Shay was saying. They don't see them as somebody to live, that they have a living experience with, side by side or in correlation to. It's now, can I make that into a pet? A monkey isn't a free thing anymore. A monkey is now a pet. In fact, it's a zoo animal. If you asked anybody where they've seen a monkey, they've probably never seen one. I had never seen one outside a zoo. And I'm bloody 70, or bloody near. So how can, how can people think when there's a script going to remove that thinking away from our minds? There is a bloody script, and it's removing everything we've got.
Peace to JJ, the Enlightened One. Thank you for coming through. Peace and respect to you, man. I know you out there trying to do what I'm trying to do, man. We both on the same page, man. So it's just good to encourage each other. JJ's out there. He wants to grow his own food, get off this filthy grid, and free his family. And we just need more of us on that same wavelength, man. It's so JJ, man.
Big salute to JJ.
Just stay focused on that, JJ. Just know that you ain't alone, man. So salute to you, JJ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JJ. Yes, and that's a big point here, the realist, that we have to, not say have to, but it's in our best interest if we go back and try and have a symbiotic relationship with our earth, with our benefactor, right? And I feel the earth is our benefactor. It sustains life, and we should be giving her more credit. We should be working with her in every way possible. And when I see the removal of trees, when I saw the removal and I look back at the dust bowls in the Americas, when they removed all the great trees and removed that environment off the soil and replaced it with farmland, they removed the symbiotic relationship between the microorganism and the tree. And that symbiotic relationship has been more poignant now. In the past, it is the most poignant part of this earth, this realm, because a microorganism can break down a tiny particles of leaf matter and make it food for that tree that it was growing, that it lives under or in around. And that food becomes the plant's source of, so it feeds itself. It has its own leaf mold and what have you, branches, bits and pieces fall to the ground. The microorganisms get hold of it and they break it all down and turn it into plant food that the plant can retake back up into its system. We are not doing that with our soils. When they did the dust bowls and the dust bowls happened, they only put artificial fertilizer in there, or maybe they didn't even put any. They just used what was there until it depleted to the point there was no humus left in the ground to hold all the dust together. And the dust became separated and blue. Now, I don't know if anybody knows how to structure ground. Do you know how to make ground? Realist?
Are you saying compost?
Yeah.
Compost?
Do you know?
Oh yeah,
Do you
definitely.
know how to compost?
Yeah, of course I know how to compost.
Okay.
Yeah, as a
And
garden,
so
as a
what
garden.
when you're doing that, do you find that your vegetables grow better when it's growing in a composted area compared to a bit of flat dirt that's got nothing in
Of
it?
course, of course, of course. Yes, putting the nutrients and the moisture back into
Okay,
the
and
ground. Yeah.
that's something that I feel that we can all talk to our children about,
Oh,
because
definitely.
our trees, it's no good planting a tree if there's no humus there for the thing to grow in, right? It's the same thing. People plant trees and they go, oh yeah, right, we're going out on a tree planting operation. Well, I mean, I watch them and I think to myself, what are we putting in around their roots? And they say, oh, you don't need to. The ground's got everything in it. No, it hasn't. It's been bloody raped. It's
And
been
also,
pillaged.
what's also missing is the fact that the ground should be covered to hold in the moisture. That's also something that's missing.
Yeah.
When
Well,
there's
I
nothing
mean,
on the ground. When it's
the
nothing on the
trees and the shrubs and the plants, they all did that, right? I mean, if you go back to say let's say 80 years ago in New Zealand, this place was absolutely covered in trees. You could hear birds singing in every direction. But now it's just bloody grass, cows and sheep, and open plains. And so, you know, but in those people who lived here before, they didn't have to clear off the whole bloody lot to make to get a plant growing. In fact, the plants were already growing. They just lived with the plants that were here. They ate from the plants that were here. They ate from the flora and the fauna that were here. The fauna was only mostly birds, a few geckos, and a couple of bats. The rest was fauna, only fauna, which is basically plant life. And
JJ.
this place.
I was just gonna say to JJ, man, I just, for our children's sake, man, we gotta move with a sense of urgency. You know, it's just this situation. I mean, it's
You get a ticket. You get a ticket, bro. You can come over here,
This is
and you can
crazy.
have the. You can have this place. When Maureen and I pass over and we're no longer here, there's going to be something here for somebody, because we're planting trees, we're putting in nuts, and we're building gardens. I'm going down to the feedlot today, and I'm bringing humus back by the trailer load today. By the trailer load, I am dumping humus onto our lawn. I'm going to dump it onto our lawn and make a garden there. Less to mow and more to grow. Yeah.
In the groove, 13 families, let's get them sorted. Yeah, I'm on that in the groove. You heard me earlier. These so-called royal families playing these fake characters to deceive us. I just really hit a wall today and just saying like, wow, these beings spend all their time. I don't know how much time they have, but they spend a lot of time putting on different costumes to come out and deceive us. It's kind of strange. I mean, they play 100 different damn roles. I mean, you have the same guy playing King Constantine II, playing JFK, playing Jimmy Carter, playing Sean Connery. I mean, it's just like these people are obsessed with deceiving us.
Have you
That is
listened to a joke?
crazy.
Have you listened to a person called Roger Vobes?
No, I've never heard of them. Here in the group said they are mentally ill. They are. They are. There's something wrong with them.
He said the worst thing we can do is stay in their loop.
But
He's been telling
hold
me.
on. But Dean, if we don't even know that we're in a loop, it's the problem. That's the problem. We don't even know we're in their loop.
Well,
And for them to put us in a loop is weird. That's like me being outside messing with spiders all day long and ants and just manipulating them and torturing them. For what reason?
I know.
That's sick.
I know
I
it
mean,
is.
to look at our children and to pump poisons in them, feed them garbage, and put a mask over their face. That's strange behavior. And who's
It's
holding
fucking.
these weirdos accountable, man?
I know. I mean, I'd like to say that I should have
That's
when
just
I
crazy.
was young. I should have been fucking attacking them. I shouldn't have been. I should. I mean, I don't say I'm not gonna say I shouldn't have, because I was doing what I wanted to do. I doing what I thought was right when I went and joined Greenpeace, and I made a stand against that fucking stuff that was killing our animals, that was deforesting our earth. And I'm still in the same vein of mind.
That's
Uh,
just, I'm sorry. This is
I'm sorry too. But I tell you what,
this
this
is
is something
strange.
that is really we need to bloody put our minds to is, and I believe this, and I've always said the 100th monkey is
That's
something real,
strange.
right? And I believe that if we keep working together towards bringing back this sustainable understanding of our earth being the one that has sustained us all through, if we can come back with 100 people strong who are doing this, and they put on to 100 people strong, that you and your children, by your teachings, will breed the 100th monkey that
Yeah,
tips the scale.
but
I want that.
with that thinking, it's like, is that what it's gonna take? Can it just take myself? Can I achieve this? That's the I can't rely on 4 people to show up on time. So it's just like it's peace to the Schumann show. Thank you, man. Just let me know. I had got the link because I was getting ready to
Anyway,
close
I
down,
think you.
but
Yeah,
Dean was on fire, and Dominique hit the link on the other channel. I do have a backup channel called Real Talk with the Realist McCoy, just in case this one ever gets shut down. But it's just what does Edna say? So the Schumann Show, if you did want to say a few words, man, and a few vibes, I'm up for it. I'll drop the link again, but oh, you had to
I'm
go
going
in
to
the
drop out,
plantation.
but
You
I
said,
just want to reach out a big hug. I just want to reach out and a big mental hug to all who are listening, to all who care. Just to reach out a big
you see
hug.
you see what Edna wrote, and it's just that's the frustration I'm feeling right now. She wrote, "We all should be able to just go outside, plant any effing place we want within reason to grow food. People, let's go. Come on." It's just that simple.
Thank you very much, brother, for letting me up here.
Dean, it's always a pleasure, man. Thank you, man. You have wise words, and your humility and your sincerity. It shines through. We all feel it when you speak. The frustration, but at the same time, you did nothing wrong, man. You can't blame victims. We all got lied to. We all got deceived. It's what you do once you know that you've been lied to and deceived. You continue, that's when you will be held accountable.
Yes.
So it's
Thank you very much, brother. Much love.
All right, man.
Big hug to you, bro. Just feel my hug, bro. Just feel my hug.
Peace to you, Dean. I feel it, man. You're a good man. Peace to you, man. Peace to your family. Peace to Maureen. Thank you for your time. Oh, man. Dominique, what's up, man?
Hey, McCoy. No, I just said I'd come back up. I just went for a walk with my wife. We were chit chatting, and then I figured I'll come back and say hi to you. I noticed you was on.
Yeah, I'm here, man. Dean came through and just really elevated took the baton and carried us to this point. But it's somewhat overwhelming, and I'm thankful for this day. I'm thankful for this stream today because it's opened my eyes to certain things, that it's just I see the division. I feel the lack of sincerity of people saying they really want to work together. So I'm not going to be mesmerized by their words anymore. It's just a matter of me doing what I need to do. And like In the Groove says, it's got work to do. I saw the reaction that I got today in exposing certain information. And I liked it. I want more of it. How do you start a fire? It starts with a spark. And I want to be that spark to start a fire, to purify, so I like that feeling that I'm agitating someone. I've been known that I'm being watched. I continue to say, if I was them, I would watch me too. Because I'm on a certain frequency and people are tapping into it. Like Dean was speaking on that 100 monkey. Or were you just saying that? No, I think Dean was speaking on the 100 monkey. And the fact is, yeah, because I see that the things that I'm speaking on, solutions. I'm starting to hear that as a theme now, more often than I used than usual. So Dean, they can watch us. They can watch us. That's what they kept spamming in the chat today. Yeah, the Schumann Show, man, we had over up to 450 people in, not people. It said there was 450 viewing it, but it was majority bots. You know, I spoke on who Michael Jackson being a fake character, being played by Prince Carl Phillips, you know, and Janet Jackson being played by Princess Sophia, you know, and I don't know. After I said that, it just triggered, man. It triggered something in this something. Yeah, they're all phonies, man. They're majority all these actors, man. All of them are actors, you know, and that's why I don't promote them. You know, anyone associated with them, I just stay away from. You know, I'm focused, man. I'm focused. Dominique, you know I'm focused, man. Dominique, come on, man. The first time you heard me talking, has anything changed in my speech from when you heard me talk, from whether it was on Big Dog Philly OG or the Enemy's Public? That's where I heard you speak first. It ain't changed, man. I'm on my enemy's head, man. That's the only reason I'm on here, man. To share my thoughts on the subject matter and to bring awareness to those who aren't aware that they are being mistreated. This is not life that you're living. This is not acceptable. You know, so that's what I bring to the table. I'm focused.
You're being more clear and passionate about it. You haven't deviated from it. You've maybe changed. You've maybe altered a little bit about your tone of voice because you're showing how severe it was. You're giving people the benefit of the doubt that they actually thought it was serious for them too. But then they get into all these squabbles. But yeah, you've been pretty consistent, McCoy.
Yeah, I don't really speak much on anything else. You might hear me speak on health and awareness, because I know that that's one of my enemy's tools, is you eating that trash and going to the hospital. That is a tool. So I speak on the tools being used by the enemy, and I speak on the enemy. That's all that I speak on. You know, so it's in the groove, man. I appreciate you, man. If you only knew, man, I appreciate you in the groove for finding value in me, man, because it's very encouraging. And I know in the groove is on. He's seeking the truth. I see him over there making his music, man. We're gonna get up out of here in the groove. We're gonna get this thing in order, man. I have no other mission in life. I have 5 young children that are depending on me. I can't go. Look, Dominic, I can't go back if I wanted to. It's like being in a relationship that you know that the love isn't there. This woman is not sincere. She doesn't love you. She's abusive. Why would I go back? My eyes are open. My heart wouldn't be in it.
Well, you'd be lying to yourself at that point, wouldn't you?
Yes. I'll be lying to myself, man.
And you just described majority of the masses. Sad as that may sound, I wish I hadn't laughed about it. But
I've always been one, I want people to want to be around me. I don't want to buy any friendships. I don't want to convince anyone to be my friend. It just feels better when it's natural and quote unquote organic, man. I don't want to be a woman just because of the things I have. That's not real. So it's tough, man. It's a tough situation we're in, and my focus is just finding a solution. That's it. And what Anna Perna brought up about the pineal gland and the third eye. It's and the reason why I find value in that, Dominique, is because everything that they're doing is to prevent us from tapping into something. Why put rubber soles on our feet? to disconnect us from the earth. We have scientists, we have manufacturers, this technology. You're telling me they know the power of us putting our feet on the ground. They could create shoes that won't make us disconnect from the ground because they know how essential it is for us to be connected to the earth. They have to know it. And so everything they're doing is telling me they do not want me to go in a particular direction. That's all. They're just their behavior is so suspicious, man. Why isn't hemp, marijuana, hemp could do so much for this earth, for us? Our clothes is natural. Can you imagine if we use hemp on half the things that they use petroleum for, plastic? It would be better for our environment, that alone, as opposed to these plastic bottles. They were hemp bottles, and they would be biodegradable. We can put them in our compost piles. They would not bring any harm to the earth. Just that alone lets me know I have an enemy, man. That's not up for this. Then tell me what it is then. Tell me what it is then. It's not someone who is in opposition of my existence.
Mm-hmm. Misleading. They're misleading us, yes. And you can call them enemies too, yeah.
They're trying to bring harm to me. That has to be an enemy.
Sure is. Yeah.
Not even trying. They are intentionally bringing harm to me with all these great things that we could consume. All they give us is processed trash. They come up with weird chemicals. Artificial flavor is made from petroleum oil and sometimes aborted fetuses. Do we really need those things? Do we really need to consume those things? These vaccinations that they're pumping in our children as immunizations to send them off to schools. Do we really need those things? Come on, man. Tell me where I'm wrong at, man. I would like someone. They like to debate. They like to argue and debate. Debate me on that. We have an enemy.
Sorry. Me and you would be on the same team playing 2-on-2 on somebody else. Sorry, McCoy. I wish I could debate you, but it's not my. I can
debate
give you
me on that. I want someone to tell me I'm wrong.
Wrong person. I wish I could, but that's not me.
At least that would at least say, okay, all right, I was wrong. I was overreacting.
What part would it be? The small insignificant part, or the big one that's gaping in front of us, and you call them you call them, which is the enemy? You know, when we make a misstep, that's one thing, but we're not the ones doing all of this. If I can add a little bit, because I know Anna breaks it down. Me and Snafu and Cage were talking about this recently, about the grounding. And then you factor in a lot of people are living way above the ground. Think about people that are living in apartment buildings, how that affects them because they're that much further away from the ground.
Wow.
Yeah, that plays a role in all of that. Hemp, because our body takes more through the body than it actually do through the mouth, because the mouth doesn't have any filters, like disease filter, the nose does. So when people are smoking weed, I said, you're missing it. You're going to get a peak, but are you really supposed to be inhaling everything, like especially in a smoke form, in your lungs? That's each individual person, because there's people, McCoy, that have done a lot of work on this stuff. You know, there's people that are, we'll just say they're on our team, or they're just here to help humanity, and they've done the work. And people have to listen to that kind of information or hear it, go inwards and says, does it resonate with me? Does it work for me? Because some people literally have to do it. For other people, I don't think I need to put my hands on the stove, and I don't need to see somebody else do it. I just know it's not right for me. And this is where we're at. And I think we do a lot of misleading to ourselves. And then this is why you get these communities. They spend more time barking with each other, again, I'm repeating myself when I say this, McCoy, proving a point, opposed to just share your damn point and leave it at that. Let other people decipher if it brings them value or not. But, that's me. That's my view, of course, McCoy, you know that. I just don't say it in words when I say enemies. But if a person's hearing me, so dumb, you make it sound like as though we are being misled somewhere. Yes. Misled, deceived, lied to. We can use many words to describe it.
I just, you know, just traveling through these YouTube streets, you know, people have always told me that I'm a serious dude, you know, that when I set out on a goal, I'm very serious about achieving it, you know, and that's what I'm finding here also on these YouTube streets is that, you know, some people are really not serious about this.
Mhm.
You know, they're not really serious about it because, you know, a lot of people would be upset if they closed them liquor stores, man. They get on here and they speak about the truth and want it to be the truth, but you know, they they indulge in alcoholism. You know, it's alcohol is terrible for your body. You know,
Different way to entertain the spirits.
it's just I'm not here to, I'm just saying, man, I'm serious about this.
I don't think you're always serious, Lamar. I think a lot of times, I don't know if you know this, but you're sincere in your way what you share. You're
Yeah,
very sincere. You know, serious. I get it. People can be serious or silly. I don't mind playing those games, and but sincere. I get the impression you're very sincere. You've been very straightforward. You know, you've been trying to be very polite with certain people, or a lot of the communities thinking, okay, give them enough rope, they'll see if they'll strangle themselves.
yeah. I just gotta get back to the drawing board. Today was I like the reaction that I got. I like that. You know, I like that. You know that there are bots out there and entities out there that find me worthy of my little small little channel. My little channel. They've noticed my little channel. In all this time I've been on channels, man, I've never seen that before. Never seen that. And that says a lot. Mama Chula for you said that that's how I know that my channel is a real one. Is
That's
because of what occurred today.
what
Because
I was going to say, McCoy, whatever these AI is, I don't think they're just going based on channels. They're probably hearing each time when we speak, each time we have those micro chats on it, and it's kind of like Amazon. Amazon was really never about selling items. They just wanted patterns. Uber's the same idea. They want patterns from us. So once you give that to a high tech computer, put it in a person that's very mischievous, it'd be nice if it was in people's kindness. Okay, we can tell you roughly this is your outcome of your life. Think about the Indians, some of them anyway, where they can do a life path, and they can tell you if this couple is best designed for each other economically, marriage wise. So we have patterns, and for them, how we speak, the tonality, the type of arguments we get into, the type of debates, how we type, that's all being recorded. Now, I'm guessing when I say that, but people talk about the Ashkar, I don't even know how to pronounce it, the records. There could be something that's being recorded on everything that we do with the mind. So if a person has nothing to hide and they're living it, they're putting it all out there on the court, they should have no regrets. If I can use the sport analogy, you be the best you can be as a father, and your wife does the best you can be as a mother and as a couple. That's the best you can give your kids. The circumstances themselves, yeah, it sucks because you could be the most honorable person. All of a sudden, a tornado says you just happen to be in the wrong place. But at least you can live with that. People can live with the fact that nature does what nature does. But we as humans, we should be accountable for us as a collective, not just as individuals, as a collective. We should be accountable.
not no. What do you think it was? Not no said that's not AI, man. Not know. What do you think, man? We triggered them today, huh? Not
Please
know.
share. Please share.
Not
I'm
know.
always.
We not know. We triggered them today, huh? We said some names, huh? Not know. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, those 13 royal families. If we expose, we not if we gotta expose them. They're weirdos. They're wicked witches. They would say. Just a
Hey,
person
McCoy,
said. Just a
we gotta find the 13 strings, because once we cut them, then we can find the other string masters.
She said, just a person with a special program, paid service, probably. Why would they? Why would a paid service mess with me? Not know. You tell me, not know. Why would a paid service or program mess with me and my little itty bitty 107 subscriber channel that just started doing content 3-4 weeks ago? First live was 3-4 weeks ago. I only put videos up so I can get that community wall, so I can start sharing the places that I like to be at. You know, that's the only reason I put a couple videos up there, because Soama said if you put a video or two up there, you'll get the community wall where you're able to share people's videos or posts. And so that's all I did it for. And then one day I forgot, I got frustrated where I was like, dang, there's nowhere for me to really express myself, you know, because wherever I go, it's just very difficult to say all that I want to say. And then I like consistency. I don't want today. I don't want today we're talking about some truths and solutions. And then the next time I come over, we're talking about some nonsense, irrelevance. That's just me. I'm serious right now. I'm just serious. If I'm going to spend time right now doing this thing, it has to be productive. And I appreciate Mama Chula for you and Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen, for coming through and confirming that what this channel is about, and they've recognized it and they've accepted it, that what I'm about is just the truth. Sharing the truth, exchanging the truth, information. I'm not really on no debate, no arguing. I'm not really concerned about if I'm Aboriginal or Pan-African. I know that I'm being attacked right now. And I need to get to safety. And Dominique, you're here as proof. Voynich was here as proof. Blue was here as proof over there in the UK that it's a worldwide thing. Dean was here to confirm. He's there in New Zealand. It's a worldwide agenda. It's not like it's only here in America. This is a worldwide thing. That's the one thing at least the one thing this YouTube thing, where it connects us with people all over this earth, and it proves to us that this is a new world agenda, new world order agenda. Mm-hmm. That's what else can we say?
Well, knowing that, McCoy, and this is where people spend a lot of energy. Once they've already revealed their hand, New World Order, then we have to stop talking about crap like nationalism. We got to stop talking that way. We got to start thinking, okay, so in their same way of thinking, they're going to get us all together. So therefore, we can start sharing with each other. So it should be us talking to people from, Fuji, from India, from Italy, from Spain, and all. None of this is just about fucking America or Canada. That's a nationalist game. That was 25 years ago. That game is over. These guys are playing globalists. They want their world government. They want the same fucking thing. Sorry, my language again. Currency. They want all of that. Okay. So then let's stop talking about fucking all the different isms, because they're not talking about isms. That was to entertain us. So now we have to get on board here and say, okay, so then what's our game going to be? Because we already know the enemy, and they're probably even going to change their game. The shit they did with European currency, what they did with Europe 20 years ago. People, if they studied international trade, they would understand that stuff. People want to understand about the 7 continents, the 7 dragon. They can do all that stuff. Yeah, anybody can read any fucking book and get all that information. But if you're intuitive, work with it. And once they start realizing that, they say, okay, the enemy are puppies. The little things that we can move around because we're bigger in number. But unfortunately, most of the numbers is, are you going to be behind me or beside me? I don't mind if you're behind me. Just don't get in the fucking way. Because when the dragon, which I am, is ready to fucking coil, I expect fucking people to say, listen, get out of the way. And this is where we're at. You know, people want to study all that stuff. That's great. Everybody, you know, the whole ideal, you know, let's do the pandemic. They just revealed all people. They're getting all their people together. That's well done. Give them a little handshake. Okay, good enough. So now we know who our enemy is. So, okay, are you all going to fit in that little small football field? Because that's a small fucking football field you guys have. Now, if all the other people that are bought into the system, I don't give a shit if they're actors and all that kind of stuff. Most of them probably don't even know that they're involved in the game, but they surely took the money. You know, this won't be one of those things. Let's forgive we can't punish the children for their father's action. No, you are reaping their rewards, aren't you, from your father's enslaving of other human beings or anything else? That's fine. Like we're all playing this game. I get that. Yeah,
not no said, I won't take away from the person. It was impressive. It's not normally used blatantly, but covertly to raise views.
Mm-hmm. Knows a voice. He is a voice.
That's why I told everyone, do not even delete their comments. Don't block them. Let them ride. You know, because I want to go back and I want to look at this madness. That was crazy. I saw it. We were at like 12 people in the chat viewing, 12 to 13 viewing, and then I saw the number jump to 30 something. And that's when I was like, yeah, look at this now. Because first they wrote a message in the chat, a couple messages, and then the numbers started jumping. I hit a nerve, man. I'm telling you, man, I hit a nerve. Not know. I mean, why over here though? Not know. Why over here? Someone, Big O said earlier that it's someone close to me. How is that possible? I don't know. I'm not even, I didn't come here for that, to try to figure out these weirdos. I just want to get away from them, Dominique. That's all that I'm asking for. This earth is spacious. There's nowhere that I can get away from them.
Maybe that's the way you say it. Maybe that's why they're with you. They don't want nobody left behind. They want to deceive everybody. They want nobody left behind. Forget about we're not going to let that whole Christian, no left behind. I say, okay, well, not all kids. Okay, some kids. Okay, fucking none kids. No, that's bull of crap. Whoever these are, they're trying to anchor this realm, and in their process of anchoring, they want everything involved. If we don't want to participate, that might be a start. I don't know where it goes from there, McCoy. I can only say that out of sincerity. I don't know where it goes. But being aware of things is a great start for most people. Maybe that's the only thing they'll ever do in one lifespan is be aware. Maybe next time, if there's such thing as next time.
In the Groove wrote, they are losing. 3 years ago, they had the ball and fumbled. Yeah. They ain't fumbled. I don't know about them fumbling. Who fumbled? Because then you wrote they LOL fumbled twice.
Fumbled twice.
I mean, they. You know, trust me. There's thing. I would rather be spending my time either at least talking about other things, life. You know.
Sure, that's right.
Than to be frustrated with these weirdos, man. They won't leave us alone.
Unfortunately, McCoy, once you become aware of this stuff, you just can't shake it overnight, especially if you care about anybody. I don't care if it's your kids you care about, it sounds like you are, or caring for your mother, caring for your father, caring for your neighbor. Once you start caring, then you have to be concerned.
Okay, he said that guy Sterling, no coincidence. He is a friend of the Fiend, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. He could be, whoever that guy was. He could be.
It's just strange. I'm sorry. This is just. I just, like I said, my children. I'm just. Oh man, that was crazy. not just what happened today, it's just the conversation I had with my family last night, trying to show them, reveal to them, I don't want a family that's depressed, I want them to remain happy, and I'll take on the burdens, I'll take on the stress. I'll carry it, because their happiness is what drives me. But at the same time, I do want to keep them informed. And so just breaking it down last night to them, just replaying the conversation I had with Big Dog Philly OG in regards to him saying that this country was built on racism. And I'm telling them that it's really been built on lies and deception, all the way from the lies of Christopher Columbus to the whole slavery narrative and the globe rotating around the sun, to the religions, all the way up to modern times with telling us 2 planes went into those buildings on September 11th, all the way to 2020 shutting down the world, saying that there was some pandemic. Every day we're still being lied to. So when I just explain that, like, it's just, to me, it's so obvious. It's lies after lies. That's how they're keeping this thing going. I mean, just down to their actors. You really think Ice Cube is exposing the gatekeepers? Come on, you really think Kanye's speaking up against the system? Really? Don't bring that over here, man. Don't bring none of those celebrity names over here. These fake celebrities, they played a role in why we are. Well, here's Dean comes on here, is frustrated because the younger generation is blaming the older generation for why we're in the situation we're in. They don't understand that this thing is deep. We all got bamboozled and continue to. These people took our elderly and put them in nursing homes and locked them away. And the only way we can see them or for them to see us was to take the vaccine. And then my sister who works as a nurse, I'm trying to convince her that this thing wasn't real, but she's like, then why are all these people dying? That's what she kept saying, because she's there. She saw an increase in the number of elderly people in these nursing homes and hospitals started to increase. And I'm telling her, well, it's just not real. It's not, but she's seeing people passing away.
Population reduction. You know that, I know that.
What they did to our grandparents and parents, man. And then what they did to 6-month-old babies all the way up to 18-year, all of us. That's a crime against humanity, man.
Well, even that, McCoy, before all of that, your sister obviously working there. You're only the few that can actually afford those ridiculous skyrocketing prices to put anybody in a home. Let alone when the governments are talking about when they're talking about mortgages, they're talking only about a small percentage of people that can even get a mortgage. What about the rest of us that are renting and having visa bills that are 20-30% and whatever? Anybody starts reading all those details, they'll realize, so the masses, they're never talking about all of us, the elites. Those homes, I have buddies that they work in those homes. Some people are paying $8,000-9,000 a month, and they're only allowed to have 1 or 2 showers in these expensive homes. What about the rest of us? This is where people forget. It's like when they do funerals. Do you honestly think the world masses are being buried? No, people just have to go to their own local. And why would you? There's another funny one. Why is it they're allowed to actually have funeral burials in major cities? Why? Because the land is ruled by somebody else, and they charge people. Here in Canada, there's 15,000-20,000 units that are vacant from the government, but they still give full rent to whoever owns those buildings. See, if people really want to do their research and find out how this economy is working or how it goes into debt, America, if you factor in pensioners, you're $300 trillion in the hole. How does that work? Forget about their $30 trillion. How does that work? Because the elites are always running it in a red, and nobody keeps them in check. Nobody.
I just know that you know what I should have triggered. I should have triggered the subscribers only mode because that would have did away with that. That would have did away with those bots typing in the chat all that weirdo stuff. Because that's just wicked, man. Can't have a peaceful place to ourselves. But not know why over here though, not know. Why would someone target over here?
Because you're probably under the radar, McCoy. YouTube is high tech computer stuff. It's not this, oh, they're doing it for us. No, none of this stuff, all these copyrights is for them. Hence, listen to the word copyrights. So if they can clone another person or duplicate them, get a lookalike to take their part, so yeah, they're copywriting them. They can do whatever they want. It's just that we don't check them. We don't say, listen, how does that help us as a collective? They've already done their job of separating, sadly, with religion, state. You get those atheists spending way too much fucking energy worrying about religion. Why don't you ridicule state and science while you're there too? Well, because I was a Jew. I don't give a shit what the fuck you were. You're human. And until you become aware that you're fucking human, you're wasting a lot of fucking other people's energy.
Mm.
No, I could easily talk that way because I've already done that with my buddies. It's just fucking exhausting telling other people, check your fucking self, question your own reasons, your own senses. Don't worry about pointing fingers to other people. Last time I read the fucking biblical story, they were talking about Adam and Eve. What were they doing? They were too busy fucking pointing fingers. At least the serpent wasn't pointing fingers. It's just vengeful. You know how many human beings? Well, it's their fault. Where's your check now? There has been our forefathers. They were probably asleep at the wheel too. They're too busy in somebody else's fucking lane to take accountability for themselves. And some of them probably did, but they didn't have the trust of the community working together. Try to tell anybody in the military in America, you're working for corporations. You have your dog tags on you. Yeah, but I got a lot of money from it. So, well, that just tells me more about you. So you bought into a system unaware, but you're worrying about what religious people are doing or what the actors and athletes are doing. It just takes a simple observation. So let me understand this. This is a child talking to their parents. So you're telling me athletes make more money than the farmers do, and we need the food, but we value more entertainment? That's 101. And if a person can't actually have that conversation with themselves and not have revolt from within inside, they're never going to understand what revolution is. That's why they did as you talk about Malcolm X. They just wanted to bring everybody out in the public to see who's underground. Let's bring them overground. The emails just tell people, we're going to pay people, anybody who wants to do graffiti. They're just going to figure out who all the graffiti guys are now. They're not talking about China having 80% unemployment rate they're talking about. How's that going to work for them? What about India? I get it.
What'd you just say about 80%?
80%. This is what they're saying. Again, take with a grain of salt because I'm getting the information like everybody else.
Yeah,
China suppose about 80% people in China are unemployed.
Wow.
They're going around. My wife was telling me they're going around streets, everybody doing with their cameras, doing these live things. But how does the flea market work when everybody else is selling the same shit? It doesn't work. And this is what's happening now. YouTube, everybody's selling the same fucking boring fucking talk.
That's all it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
I'm with you, McCoy. I'd rather just have a fucking talk with you. I'd rather drive to your fucking house and have a talk than have this shit where not to think there's quite a few people that do care. I got to be careful how I see this.
Yeah, there's enough. Even if it's one other, that's enough for me. And
one out of 10. Yeah.
And I mean that sincerely. Even if it's just one other person that just wants to hear the truth or hear us speak on seeking the truth, that's good enough for me. Because this is what's most important, to live the truth. And we've been lied to and deceived, man. And it's just weird. I'm telling you, it's strange, man. This is not life to grow up and know that you're being lied to and deceived. I'm telling you, if people knew the layers to this thing, I would have 1,000,000 people, 1,000,000,000 people with me right now.
All bots. It would probably be all bots.
I'm telling you, man, if they knew the layer to this deception, they would stop what they're doing, man, and come and let's find a solution, man. But they obviously are not aware of this situation, man.
McCoy, I have to remember. I'll give it to you one time. I forget which one it is. Black Mirror did an episode once that everybody in the world were told that everything they were doing, working, raising kids, was all a waste of energy. Majority of them opt out of this realm. Only a few decided to stick it out here. That was the episode plot. So if most people realized they were being lied to, deceived, and all that, most of them wouldn't be fighting. They would opt out if they give them a choice. But you can leave. Most people would leave. They're not here to improve this realm. If people were being honest with themselves, with the self.
But even if they were to leave, that would at least not support this system anymore.
True. Then we could be alone. We can actually do gardening.
I mean, that's all that I'm saying. Cut the lifeline to these beings, man. And I'm good.
I would have to give up some of my distraction. I would give up flying a drone because I wouldn't need electricity. If I do, then we would do it in a very small amount, and then that would be it. It would be like a Mad Max kind of thing. Hopefully, we wouldn't have all these other people playing their little, I got to kill you for some gas. Get out of here. As my mom would say, get out of here. That's nonsense. For a lot of people, it's nonsense. They like to dream. I don't mind dreaming. But when it comes right down to it, I'm an observer here still. I see it for what it is. Nature's beautiful. It's the humans that for some reason are either asleep.
Yo, nature is, the earth is just a beautiful place. I'm telling you, the earth is a beautiful place. When you see the fruit trees blooming, I'm telling you, when you see an orange tree blooming and a cherry tree blooming and the apple trees blooming and there's mangoes and there's bananas on these trees, and then you see the fruits and the vegetables growing in the garden. Yo, I mean, and you walking through barefoot in the morning and there's dew on the ground and the air is clean and the birds are chirping and the sun is rising. Oh man, I'm telling you, even after it rains, the earth is a beautiful place, man. And then we're just out there, and the way that nature created woman as a man, a woman in the garden, just walking through the garden, and there's springs of water, and it's just. Oh man, there's nothing like nature, nothing like the earth right now. That's why some people talk against us being here. That it's just this earth is this place was made for us. That's why we can breathe here. That's why the food that is created is compatible to us. The sun is just far enough away and close enough to us that it doesn't harm us. It's a wonderful, this earth is a wonderful place. I'm telling you, and we haven't even experienced it.
Well, McCoy, that's why when I hear people, I try to correct it out loud when somebody says we're destroying the world. No, the human race might destroy where they pee and poo and eat, but outside of that, the nature, the jungle, and all that it's immense. I'm glad that we're able to use technology in this case to fly over those places and see jungle. I said, good, leave it the way it is for now. Why? Because if we wreck our own place, and that's us doing whatever we do, not everybody. There's people that are still farmers. There's still people that are hunters. I respect that. I'm a city boy. I realize that. I was born here, but I can still use my insight to realize those things are still out there. So when humans think that they're destroying the world, I said, no, you're not even scratching the surface yet. Not even close. But us are doing it.
You look at the ocean when you're on the beach, and the waves are coming through. Go by a spring. I have a spring. I go to a spring less than 20 minutes away, and we get into the creek, put our feet in the water, man, and that's where we get our water. Water flows from underneath 24/7, and I bring my jugs and fill them up.
Well done.
This
Well done,
place is a
McCoy.
wonderful place. It's a wonderful place, and we haven't even tapped into what we're capable of doing. So when Edna says, sounds like the Garden of Eden, McCoy. I'm telling you,
Many gardens. Many
telling
gardens.
you, this is a wonderful place. I'm telling you, this
It
place
is.
is great. It's just a great place to be, and they're just destroying it. They're
Part of it,
destroying it.
part of it, McCoy, is because a lot of us are becoming attached to our comforts and pleasures. I get it. Some of us don't want to be that. It would be nice if we were younger and, where's your dad? He's just down over there. He'll teach you how to cut wood or whatever. We have chosen, a lot of us, for our comforts, going to grocery stores, using somebody's car, go to somebody's apartment building. So a lot of that stuff is still out there. Bartering system, the elite still barter. We're the only ones that actually play with money. They tell us that they play with money, but can we prove it? Can we prove that the Gates Foundation or the Gates families or the Elon Musk family, they tell us in the media what they're worth, but are they really playing with money? They probably aren't, but we are. Like for me, on the story you're talking about, me and my wife Judith, that's her name. We have to drive about an hour away because she found a place where they have artesian water. She educated me on that. This is where people can educate each other how it works. What value does certain types of water do? Types of food, fermenting. My wife does fermenting. You'd figure I'd be healthy, McCoy, but I still eat my junk food. So I know I'm my own hypocrite, But I'm okay with sharing that open because not everybody's going to learn from knowing that, okay, my gut tells me I shouldn't put my hands on the stove, but Dom will. Okay. So I'll be the lesson for people to learn. Just don't do it, guys. But if you want to, go ahead, fill your boots.
Yeah, that's what I get my waters from an artesian spring up there. Yeah. And just less than 15 to 20 minutes away, car ride. It's just a wonderful place. I'm telling you, this is a wonderful place to be. Everything is perfect. It's just these tyrants and these weirdos who feel as though they should rule over the earth, and their rulership is destruction. All that is in their way. They have no cares for the animals. They have no care for the earth.
But something, McCoy, you use the word weirdo. It doesn't fit them. I think more creeper.
However, yes, they're creepy. They're
creepy. Yeah, like an old person. Creepy. He's creepy.
They're just, I mean, they're just sinister. They're psychotic. They just are to be obsessed and to just, your time that you have is to deceive and lie to an entity that will destroy them. Wow. I mean, that's exactly how I would describe myself if I was out here manipulating and playing with dogs and cats and just torturing them. That'll be pretty creepy. So I agree with you.
It would be. It would be creepy. It'd be creepy,
really weird. It's just strange. I don't know. Weirdo seems to just work for me.
Okay, it works. It works. I get it.
But I know creepy best describes them because of the actions involved. A weirdo is sometimes just a mentality type thing, yes. But to actually carry out your thoughts is creepy.
It is creepy. Yes. And I would hope nature would correct the person that's playing around with animals.
Hello. Look, you took the words. That's what my next thing I was going to say is that I would hope that nature would give birth to the ones that can do away with this, man. Isn't nature and the earth tired of being plundered, and give birth to the beings that will overcome this madness? Hurry up. This has gone on for too long. You know how many lives have been destroyed? How many people have lived in vain? All their lives, all they've known are lies. They thought that we went to the moon type of thing. They thought life was sitting down at a television watching football every Sunday.
Only football? What about NASCAR? We have to throw NASCAR.
Exactly. With a beer belly, drinking beer all day, watching sports, eating Doritos, looking forward to a Super Bowl as life. Come on, man. Come on. It's got to be over. My children are not repeating this cycle. I refuse for that to happen, or I'm gonna die trying. It's just that simple. I'm gonna die trying, and I'm gonna step my research game up. After today, I'm stepping my research game up even more, and I'm gonna start calling names even more. I'm gonna start calling names even more. But I just want to be 100% confident when I say somebody's name. But when I say a name, trust me, I've done full length research to say that Michael Jackson was played by Prince Carl Phillips. Extensive research. This research started when I realized that Barack Obama and Osama bin Laden was the same person. Years ago, back in 2009, I've been on their head when it comes to this type of research. I know that they're playing different roles and they're putting masks on and deceiving us.
I think, McCoy, I'm never going to tell you what to do, but as a suggestion, sometimes if, I'm taking for myself, if I was ever going to do a channel, I would probably just post, all these different channels. I got the information, make sure they're not going to be 5 minutes. Some of them have to be fucking 10 hours long. And if people don't really want to watch it and spend time really digesting that information, they're fucking fakers. Get the fuck out of here. Because, a lot of these channels, people should, I've done my fucking listen to 20, 30-hour channels. Now people can say, what do you give up in exchange? I want to get information. I don't know what's going to turn out later, maybe because of my sign, but at the same time, I want to gather information. So for some people, they just want names. Like when somebody says to me, Dominic, I'm a Christian, that fucking means fuck all to me. What's the teaching you value? I want to know. I can't apply discernment to somebody telling me he's a Muslim, let alone he tells me he's a liberal. That fucking means fuck all to me. But that's just me when I'm having these one-on-one conversations. Tell me a little bit. What's the teachings? I don't give a shit if he even have been misled. At least I can apply discernment. It sounds fishy. I'll note whatever you have to say. And this is why a lot of people, they don't really do the work. Now, the ones that have, I kind of tell by the way they type and how they talk. But the rest of them, no, they're here for pure fucking entertainment. Let's see what Big Brother offers me today. That's what they're doing, soap operas. Now, it's not the sports. Wouldn't be fair just on the people that are doing sports. Let's look, who are these people? I don't even know some of these scientist guys. They're fronts. They want to talk about, the globe's round, it's circle, it's fucking square, it's fucking a move, it's Tesla. Tesla's flying over the moon with a car. Okay. So let's say possibility that's true. I'm going to even play the game that it might be truthful. How does it serve you? How does it serve the community where these guys are making millions of dollars from this, or if not billions of dollars? Does it really matter if the Germans are fucking ruling or not? Because if people really want to understand things, first get the information. Don't worry about where it goes. It's kind of like when you gather information, gather it first. Don't worry about assessing it. Anytime you get it, gather it all. And then you start thinking, let me put some of the pieces together. That might take more than just watching 1 or 2 videos. That might take then more than just having, my kids are going to be involved. I'm not saying for you, McCoy, because you've done it. I can just hear in your voice, you've done a lot of fucking work. Where other people, they haven't done the work. They haven't done the work. What they want to do is, listen, can you bring the food to me? Can you bring me the silverware? Can you tell me exactly how singing bowls work, how the crystals work? Can you tell me all that stuff? Well, Don, that doesn't mean nothing for me. I said, yeah, but that to the other person it does. And the fact that they can share it in front of you, they actually become the student. We forget. We have to bounce that information off each other. When your kids are asking you all kinds of questions, you have to entertain them to a certain point. But at the same time, you got to sit down and say, okay, son, why did you ask me that question? And then you can break it down when you feel as though they're ready to understand it. Most people, they're still children in a 67-year-old body. Oh, Dom, I don't know. I didn't realize that. Really, you didn't know. So all those times when they talk about the American economy, or when I tell a guy that's in the American military, I said, is it a war when you're in somebody else's fucking country? That's called an invasion, you fucking moron. But I'm defending democracy only when it's on your landmass. Now, I'm not taking away. There's a lot of military guys. They're smart people. But how smart can you be when you're fucking being a dumbwit thinking you're defending your country from somebody else's country? I don't want to be hard just on the Americans, because you can say that about anybody else.
I got one for you too. Let me if Edna Bell is there, I'm really intrigued to see what are some things that Edna Bell would like to hear more about. Dominique, nothing to apologize, man. This the Dominique that I really, I think this is the Dominique that we this world needs. I know that you're trying so hard, Dominique, to just not conform, but to be. I can't think of the right word, but I'm telling you right now, we need some warriors right now, man.
I get it, McCoy, but I try to make it so that if I was actually talking to my parents or some children, I have to really have many tools in my bag, and I don't want to just be I don't want to be a loud mouth, swearing,
Yeah, I
cursing
get it.
kind of person.
I get it. I get it. Because, like I try to speak where, my children, they listen in on these live streams when they're out there driving around with their mother. And so, but I'm able. I'm well versed. I can express myself without curse words. I listen to some people speaking without the MF word and the B word and the SHIT word. They're quiet. They can't really speak. They can't really speak much without those curse words. But me, I'm one that can express myself without the cursing. Annapurna's in the building. I know I was trying to end this live about an hour and a half now, almost 2 hours, but Dean came through and kept it. I had a rough day today, Anna. Anna had a great week though, Anna. Anna had a great week. She did some great work these last couple of days, 3 days actually. Had us listening to some music, and I was having my children listen in. And I wanna wish I could join in. I'll be done with class. Wish I could join in. I'll be done with class in a few hours. Yeah, Anna, your presence is always. But let me say what I was saying. What drum was that they were beating the other night? That's the drum that I want for my children. I don't want this whole synthetic, created in a lab type drum. I want like a natural drum, to beat on, not this whole plastic, polyester, metal drum. It's a DJEMBE. Thank you. Anna is. I'm telling y'all, man, that's what we got to surround ourselves with is people that actually have information. That's who we have to surround ourselves with. Not these people that are repeating what they've heard and trying to be like others. Anna's channel is straight about a person who has confidence in themselves and is willing to be themselves. It's her channel is amazing. What she has to offer is straight amazing. My son and my oldest son and my daughter were watching your they were watching your weaving yesterday. My daughter has already started the steps to the sewing, and so we're on our way, Anna, and we need more people like you. Actual doers that are going to contribute. And what I don't know, and what I know, I can share. I'm not concerned. I can go on and on. I know we got overtaken by some bots today. It said I had 450 people in here. They were spamming the chat today, Anna, telling me that they're watching me. They're going to come after my family. Yeah, they told me they're coming after my family, so I better watch my family. They're watching me on King David. They gonna take me out. And like Mama Chula for you said, she said, that's how you know this channel is doing what it's doing. So what she say? She said it's called a DJEMBE. Yeah, they were on my head today, Anna. When I told them not to, I told everyone not to time people out or block the comments. So when this live is over, you after like, because Anna, I was speaking on that Michael Jackson was being played by Prince Carl Phillip, And even Santos Bonacci, he's being played by one of the princes, Grimaldi, from the Grimaldi family. You know, so Anna knows I have a lot of information. She knows it. That's why she's over here. That's why she's supporting me, because she knows I'm not regular. My information is deep. That's why I'm so confident. I'm willing to stand alone. I'm confident in what I know, not what I believe. A belief you can blow in the wind with a belief, but when you know something, you're as firm as a deep rooted tree. And that's what I am. You know what I mean? So, nah, man, they were on my head, man. Not know, say that he doesn't see Anna in the chat.
Mm. Mm. Oh, she must be on another channel because I see her in our comments. I don't think she's on the YouTube.
Anna, are you on that the backup channel?
She might be.
Anna might be in the okay, yeah, Anna, you're on the backup channel. You're on the Real Talk with the Realist McCoy channel. So that's why I can see both chats from here. I activated the chat over there. So Edna, there you go. Edna says maybe start off with the thought of the day and open it up for discussion. Yeah, but what thoughts? Anna, I'm not Anna. Edna, Edna, I have a million thoughts, you know, and it's, you know, I want to know, like, what are some things that, you know, you would like for me to have a thought on for that day? What are some subjects?
McCoy, the theme could just be start off with enemy, and every so often when people forget enemy, and every time people deviate, enemy, stay on enemy, and then people can ask, what do you mean by enemy? Our enemy, and then you could go from there. Because thoughts, you're right, they can go into all kinds of topics. I mean, we could talk about basketball. Well, that's the thought. Sorry, I went on. Sorry, McCoy.
You're good, Dominique, man. I wasn't saying nothing. In the Groove wants me to post my backup channel. That's my backup channel, In the Groove, right there.
Maybe Anna, because I know she's thorough. She sounds like my wife. She's thorough. The drumming, that maybe do they ask her? Maybe do they birth it? Like, you know how tribal people, they birth the material when they do their drums. That probably gives it a different sound.
In the Groove. Thought of the day: life without the wicked ones. Oh my gosh. That's when life would begin, would finally experience life. In the Groove, you're on it, man. I'm telling you, man. Life without the wicked ones. It's like earlier when Edna was saying that I was describing the Garden of Eden. He said, sounds like the Garden of Eden. You walk outside and there's just fruit trees, plants, just flowers, natural flowers, you know, after a rain, and there's dew on the ground, and everything is glistening. You feel the energy. The sun is rising or shining, and the birds are singing, man. It's just, it's just, that would be life. Heaven on earth is possible. Heaven on earth is, of course it is. That's why I asked someone, I said, what is heaven? Describe heaven. And everything they listed could be done right now. When they describe in the Quran and in Islam and even in Christianity, how the fruits, you pick a fruit from a fruit tree and then one grows back immediately. And it's endless fruits. And we could have that right now. Anna was describing how there's papaya trees at these hotels that no one. And you know, papayas is Papayas is high in enzymes. It helps you to digest. Because as you grow older, the number of enzymes in your body decreases. That's why they say we have a slower metabolism. You know, they say at the age of 25, the amount of enzymes in your body cuts in half. That's why you notice a change. And papayas are high in enzymes. Even the seeds, you can dry the seeds and pound them and use them for seasoning. They're spicy like black peppers. Come on, man. I'm telling you, man, there's so much info I've grabbed. Why you think I'm as confident as I am, Dominic? I ain't shaking, man. I ain't shaking for nobody. My children are dependent on me. I can't speak for anyone else, but they're depending on me. The day that I found, look, I'm telling you, I was giving them peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And then my mind said, I said to myself, why isn't there that vegan symbol on the peanut butter? Like, why isn't, they're eager to put that, Dominic, they're eager to put that vegan symbol on things, that V with the circle. I don't know how it is in Canada, but here they're eager to put something as vegan. So I was like, why doesn't this peanut butter have the vegan symbol on it? And then I just started digging it. I just started digging until I got to the fact that, yes, peanut butter has cockroaches in it. And they put natural flavors. They hide it under natural flavors. I said, there it is right there. Even some of this hummus that you buy in the grocery store, why isn't it vegan? Because they got some kind of unnatural flavor. Man, this thing is deep. This thing is deep, man.
I know the allergic that people get from peanuts because they were growing a lot of them on old tobacco farms. So the combination would give kids a reaction to it. Again, that's feeding the masses. This is where, I don't know if you ever read the biblical stories where they talk about a new heaven and a new earth. They never talk about a sun and the moon because they're God. God will just say he will be the light for this stuff. So, and of course, they don't talk about the ocean. So whatever this is right now where we're living, we have to take charge again. People have to learn to, I'm included in the fun, take care of the land, because if not, then we're going to rely on the few who's going to put whatever, whether it's soy or.
But Dominic,
yes.
Dominic, but you know that, you said you like the junk food.
Yes, right? I'm being honest. I
know. But at the same time, you're supporting that system.
Yes, I am.
So it's we can't get to it's just hard to get to the next step without getting rid of that other step first.
Well, the people that are doers, what I mean? Yeah, I get it. People that are doers, a lot of them that are doers aren't speakers, and then there's speakers that aren't doers. So it'd be nice, maybe a person like yourself, McCoy, you're probably more, you're a speaker and a doer, so you're showing balance. Where other people, the ones that they're not even living with the term living off the grid. They're just existing outside of humanity's city living. So not everybody's designed to be doers. Let alone not everybody. If I share anything and a bunch of younger generations take it and run with it, then I've served in some twisted way, directly or indirectly. Not everybody's going to be doers, McCoy. Sad as that may sound, not everybody's going to be talkers. I just have my throat chakra wide open.
I think we're all doers in our own way, though.
In my way, yes.
We might not all do the same thing or have the same capabilities, but we are naturally doers. Because in order to get anything accomplished, we have to do something.
You're also an observer too. You're always observing yourself too.
In order to feed ourselves, we have to do something. We have to do something. Food does not just come to our plates and our table.
No, I get you, McCoy. I'm with you. But the thing is, most of us whether we like it or not, are going to somebody else's grocery store, going to somebody else's restaurant, whether it's a Roadhouse or it's a McDonald's kind of version. Most people are using somebody else's fuel, somebody else's car, somebody else's Wi-Fi. I get it. If we all were participating in creating the internet opposed to just using it, I would be with you, but it doesn't show it that way. Now, people can pick and choose what they want. I said, well, Dominic, I'm growing my own land. I said, but you're using somebody else's tractor, aren't you? Sure you are. You're using somebody else's Wi-Fi. Sure you are. You're using somebody else's solar. Now, if we ever get to that point where we're all helping each other by not stepping over each other's toes and assisting each other, that's one thing. But we're not at that point right now, McCoy. And I don't think we've ever been at that point.
Edna Bell, I just want to, she says, I got nothing to offer but my wisdom, experience, strength, and hope, and what I had to do to make it through to survive. And In the Groove wrote, there's more women on these panels now than 3 years ago. I find that encouraging. The women's voice is needed. Of course, it's needed. All these voices are needed, but can we all be on the same page right now? We have these weirdos are closing in on us. I'm telling you, for them to put the globe, I don't want to use the globe because I don't subscribe to that. But globalists, I guess that's one way they sneak that terminology in on us. But to see that this earth, all the countries with masks on their face all at one time, that was crazy to me. That was wild. And I'm telling you, like I tell everyone, I knew that they were going to shut the U.S. down, but to see them shut the world down, that was, yo, you talk about, no one would ever think it was possible to shut the world down. They shut the world down, man.
And at that point, McCoy, did they not reveal everything that they owned?
Exactly.
They showed us everything. They own Mecca, the Vatican. They own all the sports. They own all the movie. They showed their hands. Most people
if you were looking, yes, if you were looking, you will see. That's why I'm saying they can't shake me. All 2020 did for me was confirm all my thoughts and my ideas. That's all it did for me. It confirmed everything. It confirmed me leaving California to get to Alabama. It confirmed it.
When my buddies wanted to go take me to a restaurant, I'm like, okay, guys, I got to really play this game. Wear a mask when you sit down, take the mask off. What fucking moronic human beings are we?
Are you? I'm like, you took a man, you have to wear a mask to get in the restaurant. And then you're sitting next to, and then you could take the mask off to eat. And then, no, just don't go to that damn restaurant. Tell that restaurant, if I have to wear a mask to get in, I don't want to get in.
But what that proved to everyone.
Oh my gosh, I'm glad you brought that up, man.
But what that proved to everybody was they're in the Luciferian mindset. It's all about them. Most people say, Dom, it's about health. How many people did I know go to work when they're sick? A lot of people. So it's not about that. It was about fucking economics and a human being's selfish fucking ego. And people, if they can't see their own selfishness, self-absorption, then they're not going to actually do anything. At least they, whoever their enemies are, they're even enemies among themselves, but they do it for money. So most of these people are saying, well, I'm keeping my restaurant open. Yeah, I get it. If I own a restaurant or I open a clothing store, and
I don't blame them. Look, Dominic.
No, I don't either.
I don't blame them. This was their lifestyle, and it got put on hold. They've invested all their time and energy into this business, and they're trying to stay alive.
That's right. I get that.
So
I'm with you.
I don't. It's these weirdos that destroyed our lives. That's why I stay focused on them. I'm telling you, man. And that's what they want us blaming each other. But we're victims, man, of lies and deception, man. It's these weirdos. These Ice Cubes talking about he's exposing the gatekeepers. This weirdo.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He would have more than just trolls on him if he was
look what In the Groove says. Look what In the Groove says. Wikipedia still says the New World Order is a conspiracy theory.
No, change the word theory to an agenda, conspiracy agendas. I would say that's not about.
No, the point is, even the people orchestrating the New World Order have said New World Order, but yet it's a conspiracy theory.
Well, isn't that the same?
Come on.
Isn't Wikipedia funded by them?
No, that's why he has a clown face after it. We know they're clowns.
Oh yeah,
That's the
no,
whole
I
point.
know. Yeah, I know.
It's the
Indigo's
fact
making
that they're clowns, and for people to look to them as if they're factual information. I don't blame people, because look, Dominique, I'm telling you, it's like talking to your child and trying to explain to them that there are mean and wicked people in this world. They don't understand. I'm telling you, children do not understand the concept of that there are wicked people in this world. I'm telling you. That's why they can wander off. They're free. They don't think that people would actually bring harm to them. It's just we're on an adult level and didn't know that there are wicked people that will bring harm to us.
Well, at least
it's a hard
children,
concept, man. It's a hard concept to think that there are people or beings that want to bring harm to us, because it's not within us to bring harm to others. We just want a place to live peacefully, enjoy ourselves and our family, harm no one, and no one does harm to us. That's our mindset when we wake up in the morning on an average level.
I guess at that point, McCoy, children at least aren't going to defend or attack. They'll probably note it. When do we, as we get adults, play this game of defend or attack? That's when it gets lost. It's a perpetual cycle. The children will know enough to say, okay, Dad, you just told me that. What am I supposed to do with that? Or they'll just look at you with a glaze, but they might note it. Where the adults are the ones that are playing this, I think they're full of crap, Dom. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't give a flying fuck what you think I think. What do you think? That's the important part. When people tell me, Dominic, I agree or disagree, I say, fuck off with your ego. I don't give a shit if you agree or disagree with me. Share. I want to hear your views. Why? I want to know where you fucking stand as a human being. Now, if they don't want to do it publicly, talk to me privately about it. When people go around fucking giving me this little fucking moronic agree or disagree, I agree. That's the ego talking. I disagree. That's the ego talking. Respect is when you hear another human. I'm just talking out loud, McCoy. It's not between me and you. Me and you would be fucking best buddies. To me, when it comes to other people, the best respect you can give another human being is hear them out. Don't fucking bring in this fucking moronic judgment. Judge yourself. Don't judge others. And if you don't want to judge, use discernment.
Look at Edna Rowe. People think they are giving speeches in front of huge audiences, and the MFers are in front of a green screen. Yeah, I mean, Edna, Edna, I'm just thankful for those such as yourself that have recognized the game that's being played on us, and we'll put our minds together. We're gonna find the answers. I'm just glad that we're out there. And I'm glad to have created a place where we can meet up. I really am, because there's not many places that we can actually deal with the actual facts, the truth, not the lies and the deception and repeating them. We'll never get to our goals. The truth. We have to recognize who these beings are. Because like someone said about double talk, oh, Edna again, they are masters of double talk. And I just shake my head at it. I'm telling you, Edna. And that's why it's hard for some of us to accept that some of who we think are leaders are not leaders. They're double talkers. That's what makes it so difficult, Edna, is the fact that they are masters of double talk. Joe Biden took however many. There's Donald Trump, who is strictly against this vaccine. But he's the one who came up with, we know he's playing a role, but Operation Warp Speed. In 9 months, they came up with this thing under Donald Trump. Under Donald Trump, this Operation Warp Speed. Okay, so we gave money to Pfizer, Moderna, and J&J to come up with a solution. And then we now turn around and take more taxpayers' money to buy it from them. Come on. I'm sorry, Dominique, I apologize, man. I just, it's just, well, I understand why it's difficult for people to see the play. I can answer my own question, because we just don't think that there are beings out there that would deceive us. But eventually, like Mama Chula for you said last week, she's like, eventually, come on, we gotta just, just accept it and realize that, dang, when are you gonna figure it out? When are you gonna stop being played?
When it's too late for most.
Damn. Because I'm telling you, they need us in order to stay alive, basically. Just like I said with that restaurant. If we said with that restaurant, I'm not putting no mask on to come to your restaurant. Guess I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm just gonna stay home and eat then. And then they would have a decision to make.
Yep.
But
But
no,
people play they play the more end game. They try to
we conformed. I mean, it was amazing. I couldn't believe it during this pandemic, how people were going to these restaurants, putting masks on to go eat trash food, by the way, but whatever. But I just we played right into their hands. And I know why, but damn, it's frustrating on the outside looking in. I'm telling you, it's frustrating. Come on, just imagine a person like me, a being like me who is fully aware of this madness and I'm not gonna say can't do nothing about it, but observing it. You speak on observing, Dominique. I'm observing this. I told you I left California in 2018 because I knew they were going to shut the US down. What was I thinking back then? What did I see back then?
You're
And
probably very intuitive.
it hasn't stopped.
Mm-hmm. You probably pick up something. You were probably very intuitive. You picked it up.
To see us put masks on our face, and I'm down here in Alabama, and I'm telling them, don't put no mask on your face. You need oxygen. No, man, that virus is real. That thing is real. That thing is real. My mama got that. My mama got tested. Yeah, but what? The flu just went away. Pneumonia just went away. All these other things just went away. Everything was this. This was the only thing that existed. If you got into a car accident and passed away, forgive me, it was that. You labeled it the 19.
Much more, again, McCoy.
Unreal, man. Unreal to witness this right here. That's why I'm saying those of us who do know, this is why I guess the earth gave birth to us. But Dominique, this is what I'm saying to you, though, Dominique. This is what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you, man. It starts with us. Let's say that you shopped at McDonald's and you were to say, I'm stop eating McDonald's. However much that you budgeted for the years for McDonald's will no longer have. And if 1,000 people did that, if 1,000 people who would normally spend $100 a year at McDonald's, that's $100,000 less that McDonald's will get for the year. $100,000. If 1,000 people didn't spend $100 for that year, that's $100,000. That's only 1,000 people. I'm just saying, it's doing is not that hard. It's not. And that's what makes it hard for the world to follow, because there's not many people who are leading by example. And the key is to lead by example. I can't speak against these things, yet I'm buying my children Happy Meals. My children would be confused. Say, Dad, well, you say that you're not supposed to eat these things. You're telling people not to eat these things, and yet you're feeding it to us. Like, they're confused.
Sure, they would be. Their spirits, their beings are confused.
Come on. Said, I had a friend and I called him at the end of 2020 and asked him if he got that jab, and he said no. But he did get his 10-year-old daughter jabbed up so she could go to school still. That is so sad. That is sad.
Well, compassion goes out to them, McCoy, because a lot of them has to do with planning. Like, McCoy, I've already spent a lot of energy talking to people one-on-one when it comes to make them understand, or at least share with them what a virus is or isn't, how it works. When you get your little, when they give you a little swab, I said, do you even know that when they bring it to labs, they probably just throw them in the garbage and they just randomly pick whoever they want? I'm aware of all that stuff. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, they don't understand how McDonald's works, where they actually get all their food from and all that. It's their responsibility as an individual human being, especially in an age of technology, to figure that shit out. I will share ever so lightly a little information to people. Now they might turn around and say, "What about your part, Dom?" I said, "You want to have a conversation with me? I'll gladly tell you what a virus can and cannot do. I can explain to you these people that are anti-vaxxers are the same people that are vaxxers. They're both fucking morons." Because this is not about, oh, I don't want to go to somebody else's store. I said, no, you got to respect the fact that that's their store. If you don't want to go to their store, you don't know all their stories. You don't know if they're held hostage economically and the banks can foreclose them anytime. I get it. People want to react. Where are people going to start fucking being responsible and then become accountable? And that comes with, we live in an age where you can either do the research or do the seeking. They're a bit of both. And once they start doing that, then we could be in bigger numbers. Until then, those people, whoever the enemies are, they got fucking shamblers working for them. They got people that understand astrology working for them. They got lots of Annas working for them. Don't fool yourself. I appreciate her, but they got lots of them working for them. They understand astrology. They understand this 10-year reset. It's a right moment to do what they're doing. And we've all been convinced to walk around with their cell phones. They're not understanding about triangulation, how that affects the energies and all that kind of stuff. Let alone like you're talking about having it in your mouth or having it in your feet and wonder why people get seizures and all that kind of stuff. People doing all this fucking hemp, not realizing how that's going to affect them later on. Fucking got a bunch of people smoking fucking joints, let alone drinking alcohol, not understand how that affects the vessel. Not just for always positive, could be negative. Now, I'm just a voice. I get it. People want to, so I want to be a unicorn now too? By doing all this shit? I said, no, there's enough people doing it. But how many people will be honest and they would be farmers or hunters or giving up all their technology in exchange for all of that?
At the same time, though, you're speaking on people smoking and drinking, and you yourself have acknowledged that you eat junk food.
Yes, but I'm being honest about my
I
hypocrisy.
know, but you can't get frustrated by others' faults also
No, I'm
at the same
not.
time. That's what we call that's
Yes,
hypocritical, no?
If you're living a lifestyle, then you can call them the enemy. That's why I will say, if I was talking to a whole bunch of people that do elites and I was trying to convince them or sharing with them, well, should you consider the people that you call lowlifes? No, they would say, no, fuck you on the boat you came off of. And no different the other spin. For me, I know for myself, McCoy, I don't sleep correctly. I don't eat correctly. I understand all of that. That's why I fast thinking I can overcome all that. No, it doesn't work that way. I could do it once in a while. So now I'm just one person. I'm not the one that create gun. I'm not the person that creates war. Now, if somebody wants to use me as the fucking poster child, be done with it. Fucking make Michael Jordan dunk over top of me. Be done with it. But people have to be honest with themselves. And that honesty could be, I'm a hypocrite. I know I wouldn't give up all my shit. And if I did, what part would I give up? That's what I'm talking about, being honest with the self. Forget about truth for me right now. Because if people value the concept of truth, they don't have to make a buck off of it, let alone fucking defend it or attack it. Truth is truth. But anyway, that's just me yapping, McCoy.
Peace to Charles Was. What's up, Charles, man? Salute to you, man. Yeah, I was wrapping this up about 2 hours ago, but Dean came up here and fired it up, and Dominique came through and carried the baton, and I've been up here. I've been trying to, but in these comments it's just Edna Bell. Well, In the Groove wrote, my grandma was sick 3 years before COVID. Coughing sickness, no diagnosis. Same coughing sickness called CV-19 on her death certificate. Edna Bell says, I was denied service at an outside ice cream stand because I didn't have a mask and they were inside a glass cart. I'm the only one in my family that didn't get you know what, and that the only one that didn't get the jab. I haven't been sick either. I lived with my grandma during 2019, never got her sickness. They're actually acting like a lobotomy when they swab you or you swab yourself. Yeah, and even the swabbing of yourself was straight sickness. Straight sickness. Straight sickness. Yeah, I don't smoke. I like this one. I like me when I'm in this state. Weed makes me all relaxed. And right now I don't want to be relaxed. I want to be on alert right now. You know, am I good, Dominique? Because it goes out after a little while.
Well, it's up to you, McCoy. By the way, McCoy, that thing about the swab and the vax, I did none of that, by the way, just in case for a caveat. I even gave up a lot of jobs because I knew that would be one of the requirements.
Ah, Edna Bell, good for you. Edna Bell is just on it. Edna, you're needed over here. Your voice is. There's not many women, not, not just not only women, but just not many people that speak like Edna Bell. You know, fully aware, ready. So no, Edna Bell. Edna Bell hit the link one time, and I appreciate that. I really do. But your insight is definitely, your voice is definitely needed. You know, um, and we'll just work on solutions. We'll work on solutions, even if it's just three of us. We'll sit here and work on solutions. Work on solutions. Work on solutions. Work on solutions. That's it. You know, even if it's just three of us. You know. Let's just work on solutions. But at the same time, we have to do what we're saying, though, because we need the result of what we're doing so that we can know the next step. And we're not going to rely on reading book and repeating what we've heard. We're going to rely on our experiences. That's why we have to do what we're saying, so that we can see what the result is, so that we can get to the next step and be able to share with someone like, yeah, if you fast for 3 days, your body will cleanse itself. And after 3 days, your desire to eat is gone. But if you never do it, then how can you relay that message? And that's why it's really important to do what you're saying, so that we can at least get to the next step. There's not many people that are doing what they're saying, and that's why we're lost. And people are, they learn from what they see. Not a lot of people are courageous enough to try something on their own. But when they hear that you've done it, you fasted for 3 days and you didn't die, that's when they're like, oh, okay, because I didn't know that. I'm going to try it. That's the next thing they say. Wow, you didn't eat for 16 hours for 7 days, and that's why your body looks cleansed. You lost weight and you got energy, because they see it. You know, and that's the role that we can play. That's the role that we can play. Yes. Oh, like Edna say, you get stage fright. Well, you know, you just say a few words here and there where you fit in. Edna, I could sit on a panel for 45 minutes and not say anything. That's a little extreme, but 15, 20 minutes, let everyone speak and not say anything. And then all I do is come back with a question, and then I don't speak for another 20 minutes. So it's just a matter of, are you seeking attention, or are you really here seeking the truth? If you're here seeking the truth, then feel free to hit that link. There's no stage fright involved. But if you're here seeking attention and just want to be heard, then yes, I would hesitate to hit this link over here, because we're not theorists. We're not theorists over here. Deal with what we know over here. I'm just drawing a line. There's 12 million content creators out there. The line that I'm drawing is that we deal with what we know. I don't want to hear what you think over here. I don't want to hear about no propaganda. I don't want to hear your theories. I want to know what you know. I want to hear what you know. And if you don't know, at least try to find out. I'm not on the theories thing. Well, what do you think of this? Do you think that the earth is a globe? Those conversations are not being had over here. There's plenty of content creators that will feel free to hear your thoughts on that subject. Over here, I want to know what you know. I want to hear what you know. What have you observed? What have you experienced yourself? So, I mean, and there's not a lot of people like that. And I'm going to call them on it. Over here, I'm going to call them on it. Just like Dominique right now is saying, oh, the land, we need to do this. And I'm like, well, Dominique, man, you're eating junk food. You're just as bad as a person drinking liquor and smoking weed. So we gotta calm that point in the finger. And it's no offense. We're gonna sharpen each other and hold each other accountable so that we could be better. That's all it comes down to. But if you're just seeking attention, this is not the place for you. I don't want to hear your theories. Maybe I should put that up there. I don't want to hear your theories. Your theories have no weight over here. I want to hear what you know. What have you experienced? So I can apply it to my life. Not what you read somewhere and you're just repeating what you heard, but you yourself have not done it. I'm going to hear it in your voice, the lack of confidence. Because doing is what brings that confidence. So, it's all, look at that. Been down all the rabbit holes, my friends. And I want to hear them, Edna. Because not many people have been down these rabbit holes. Edna, that's why Edna resonates with me, because she knows that I've been down those rabbit holes. That's why Edna will spend 9 hours with me. She's done it. Some people can't even take 2 minutes. I'm too much for them, which is fine. I'm not here. I'm not for everyone. I'm not for everyone. I've accepted that. But I've also, at the same time, I am seeing a change in the talking points in this community. I'm hearing the word solutions more often. I'm hearing solutions more often than when I first joined on these panels. Everyone will sit around and theorize and argue and play word semantics and etymology and Aboriginal and Pan-African and, where we come from slavery or not. Now I'm starting to hear solutions. People in the chats are starting to get a little demanding of solutions. They're tired of hearing grown men argue over just semantics. Well, not overstand. You know what it means, understand. When someone is under you, we should really be saying understand. Nobody has to. We know why we speak the way we speak. You know exactly what that person is trying to say. But you just want to be a disruption. So, Twilight, son of Lilith, what's up? What's up, Doc? Yeah, man, Doc, I had Bex Factor's in the building. She done changed her name again. The Bex Factor. I thought Bex was live. I saw Charles was live. Everybody was live today. Yeah, I saw everybody was live. Even Doc was live today. But this is one of only a 2 day. I'm gonna change my schedule up then. I'm gonna play it where I just fit in, get in. It's just during the week, it's hard with the homeschooling and then the attention. On the weekends, they can spend time with their mother, and so I'm able to free up some time to get on this live. But during the week, I don't have the time. But I think I'm going to change that up, because during the week I join other people's lives, and I'm not going to be joining all these lives. You know what I mean? Because it's not getting anywhere. I'm not hearing any solutions. All I hear is just theories and debates, and I don't hear solutions. So I'm just not going to be joining these lives, man. I'm using my energy. I spent 9 hours on Greedy Vegans live last week, which was fine. I like Greedy Vegan. That's who gave me my start, gave me a voice. But I devoted 8 hours plus to that live. And then I was on Big Dog Philly OG's live, dealing with racism in America. They say racism is the foundation of this nation. This nation was built on racism. And Charles know I say that this nation was built off of lies and deception. And I'm not going to have those conversations anymore because I know it goes on deaf ears. So these conversations are over here, man. I just, if you're not about doing the solution oriented, that's what I do appreciate about Doc. Doc is working on self, and no one can take that from him, man. Working on self. I don't want to hear other people talk about other people, man. I don't want to hear it. Well, my neighbor, he got back. I just don't. I want to hear about how can we overcome this weirdo, creepy, thanks to Dominique with the creepy, because they are creepy. They are creepy, man. These people are weirdos. But Dominique added the twist of creepy because weirdos, you can be weirdo in the mind, but a creepy person actually carry out their weirdo thoughts. So I'm with you on that. They are creepy, man. These people put on different masks, play different roles all day, and are obsessed with deceiving and lying to us. That's weird to me. Like I give the example, that's like me devoting time to go in the yard and I'm just messing with ants all day and terrorizing them. Look, I wake up in the morning to terrorize the ants and spiders and the dogs and the cats to just torture them. That's kind of strange. And that's what they're doing to us, what they're doing to our children, man. So, I just, that's what I'm on, man. If you ain't on that self, getting yourself in order, you ain't gonna see me. I'm tired of the theories. I'm tired of studying 700 years ago, 900. I'm even tired of studying 100 years ago. I don't want to hear about it, man. I want to hear about what's going on right now and what can we do. That's it. And hold ourselves accountable. We cannot point the finger at no one else right now. Point the finger at yourself. What are you doing? How are you bettering yourself? That's what it's going to take because you might be the one to free us. Because like according to what Anna has confirmed, her theory, I will say we haven't confirmed it yet. Let me take that back. But her theory is that if one person can open up their third eye, their pineal gland, this will all stop. And I subscribe to that theory because everything that this enemy is doing is to counteract us activating something. Why are you keeping us away from the earth barefooted? And it doesn't even have to be barefooted. We have the kind of technology and the means to create footwear that will still keep us connected to the ground. We have that ability. We have that ability. So that is intentional. So it's just annoying right now. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated with myself more than anything because I just lack the discipline to do more. But that's why you want to surround yourself with others who are doing. You surround yourself with someone who's unproductive. Their ways might rub off on you. You're a person who gets up in the morning, goes to the gym, then you go to work, you come home, you work in the yard, you're busy, and then your friends are telling you, nah, man, let's go chill. Let's go chill. Let's go kick it. And the next thing you know, a year goes by and you're sitting on the couch chilling. I don't want to be that. So I'd rather be by myself than to be around people who are not on the same thing that I'm on. Call it a cult if you want. I want to be around others who are trying to better themselves, not point them fingers. I want to have conversations with people who are trying to improve themselves and thus improve their environment at the same time. It's just that simple. I mean, that's my speech is never going to change. It's just what I experienced earlier, kind of like was, whew, damn, my small little channel. Someone would actually come over and try to disrupt this little bitty thing that I got going on. Well, Mama Chula for you said it. She said, "Yo, this thing must be doing something. Must be doing something. It's hit somebody. It's hit somebody. Hit a nerve of somebody. Because I don't see this happening in other channels. That was crazy. They had it where it was almost 450. They said 450 just messing with me, sending me threats." Exactly. That's what, and I spoke on this earlier, Mama Chula, for you. That's what I said earlier. I don't know if you was around, but I was telling Dominique that, that's what kind of person I am. I don't play both sides. You can't function at higher levels being woke and still asleep. You have to choose a side. That's all that I'm saying. And that's what kind of person I am. If I'm seeking the truth, ain't no way now. I want mentally and physically. It's just that's what it comes down to. Mentally and physically. And that's what kind of person I am, Mama Chula, for you. I'm not going to ask of someone something that I myself am not doing. That's what kind of conscience I have. I'll know that I'll be a hypocrite. I won't be able to sleep at night. That's me. Some people are able to do that. I'm not going to say good for them. I'm just going to say, wow, it's something that I couldn't do. So, Dominique, man, if you have any, I mean, let me save some of this, man. Just a little, I'm just letting it know, man. I just ain't got time for the play no more. Today marked the end of the play era. My time is even more limited. If you on some racist trash, I'm sorry, I have to move on. If you on some pointing the fingers, I have to move on. If you're on some theories on whether the earth is flat or whether it's round, or it's investigating mud floods and Tartarian buildings, I have to move on. I'm focused on today, the right now. It's on you, Dominique. I'm gonna close on that, man.
No problem. When I do those things, those are for personal entertainment consumption. But on a note, I remember just as COVID was finally kicking in, me and my wife broke a 21-day fast. So a lot of that stuff, McCoy, me and my wife were on our own on that. When we did the Vipassana, then a 10-day retreat and eating healthy and all that, I fell by a wayside. So when I tell you openly my own demise when I'm eating junk food, I'm just telling you where I stand. So that people don't go around saying, well, Dominic, you're not living healthy. I said, would you want me to break down how I'm living unhealthy? I don't think they want to hear that, but I'm at least telling them where I stand. But when I've done those numerous of fasts, and I've done them, it benefited me. But it was a struggle when I tried to share with my buddies and all that. A lot of it was like, cuckoo, Dom, why are you becoming a vegetarian? Dom, why are you becoming a piscitarian? Why are you becoming a fruitarian? Because I want to experiment. I don't know my place. I was trying to learn a little bit about what I'm capable of doing. So like I said, a lot of people are going to experience those things. I just don't go around because there's enough people on YouTube that have talked about silver, done it, peroxide, food grade, done it. All those things are out there. I've treated myself like a science lab. But hopefully for other people, they can learn something from some of that stuff. When I hear younger people, like, I don't need to give names, but when it's younger people, I feel that at least it's keeping alive. Let's just hope they don't have to do it on their own as much. And this is what you're offering, McCoy. But all that other stuff, theoretical stuff, I like philosophy for my own personal consumption. When it comes to those other things, yeah, that's just for my own personal entertainment because it's on YouTube. And better to watch that and listen to a bunch of guys talk about sports, which I don't mind entertaining myself doing that too also. But when it comes to these talking points, no, it should be elevated a little bit more because you're asking that of people, McCoy.
I would like to add to the fact that I don't think anyone is going to point the finger at you if you don't point your finger at anyone else.
I would never point it. Why would I point a finger? I would have to get to know a person really well.
No, I'm just saying, like, if I was to go out there telling people what they need to do, but I'm not doing it, that's the only reason why a person would point the finger. Other than that, they know we're all trying to do better. Not we're all, but ultimately, anyone such as yourself or myself, they know what our goal is. Like Mama Chula for you said, and hence the reason you got a flood of bots. It's about your journey in light. They don't want you to completely see the light. You are elevating higher, bro. Keep rising. I appreciate you for saying that, Mama Chula, for you. I really do. And I'm going to. I am going to. I'm going to. It takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of discipline, though, Mama Chula, for you. It takes a lot of discipline. In a world where 100 people is going left, I have to be the one going right. That's the thing, But I'm confident in who I am and what I have to offer. So, I mean, it's just, and with your words, Mama Chula, because I know you're not impressed by anyone. You're not caught up in any of that riffraff talking all day. So I appreciate you seeing something within me and the encouragement of telling me to keep rising. Edna Bell, thank you, Edna Bell. We need to hear, however, Edna Bell, I appreciate whatever you have to offer there in the chat. I just know that in this circle, the more voices, the better. The more voices, the better. Let's spread it. Let's go. Okay, make sure when you are done here, you meditate and shake that frustration off so you don't bring it in to your tomorrow. Thank you for that. Because she knows that everyone could feel the frustration from when that happened. It agitated me. It fueled my fire, but at the same time, it's just frustrating to know that there's 12 million content creators and me with my 100 subscribers that I've just started going live just 3 weeks ago, twice a week at the most. I am going to cut it down. I'm going to cut my live streams down to maybe 3 hours and then probably go more often, even once or twice during the week, as opposed to these long, because it's somewhat kind of unfair for someone to spend 8 hours listening to a live stream. Get back by the time they finally complete a live stream, there's another one. So I want them to be information packed. Just drop it like what we did last weekend. One after the other just was dropping. Come on, Edna. You're telling me last weekend's live streams were crazy. I even go back and listen to them and the things that I missed. The things that were being dropped, Marco Power, Tone. It was crazy. So, and I would like to have that be done in like a 3 hour live stream. Just dropping it, just information. Hit that link if you got some information. Hit that link if you got that information. Information. And that's what we want. That's what we want. That was the bot's point. It's bittersweet of what happened to you earlier. Receive it and leave it. And take the power of your purpose and start fires in the minds of those that seek the true truth. She speaks in a way that is like, just on it. She own it. So, I'm going to take Edna Bell's thought of the day type. Yes, it was a mic drop. I didn't even want to say nothing else. Just want to get started on what Edna Bell suggested, just a thought of the day, and let people just come up and discuss it. And hopefully they'll just share information on that particular subject. And those are the lives that I prefer. It's not the ones that just speak about 10, 20 different subject matters. Let's just stick to the topic. If you have some information, just share it. And if you don't, just listen in. That's how I was on London McLovin's panels. You know, if I didn't have anything to add, I was all right with sitting in the chat. It's not that I wasn't supporting London. It was the fact that I didn't have anything to add to that subject. And I'm all right with that. But if it's a subject area that I'm like boss in, give me that mic. I ain't running from it. So, you know, and that's what I would like to see is just people who have information on a particular subject matter. Just come drop the gems on them. And that's it, you know. And share each other's lives. You know, I try to share as many people's lives on my community wall, you know, as much as possible. And that's how we'll all grow. But you know what? I'm not even concerned with that anymore. You know, I'm not concerned with growing. I just want to put something on record that one day someone might happen up on it that needs it at the time. You know, so so that's about it for me, Dominique. I am a little frustrated, like Mama Chula said, for me to just meditate. And that's what Doc tells me to do is meditate, man. So, you know, salute the seven serpents. Peace to you. You're doing good work. I check you out. I'm just gonna shorten up these lives, and yeah, I'm open to any suggestions. And I'm just looking forward to hearing from a lot of you all, because a lot of you all over here have information. But the key to it all, though, is let's be who we want others to be. Let's not point the fingers at each other. If we can get that out the way, we'll grow. We know why we're in the place that we're in. We know why. We were programmed, we were bamboozled, we were indoctrinated, we were lied to, we were threatened. Let's just get that through the door. Let's just from the jump, we're not pointing the finger at each other. Only fingers we're pointing at is that wicked old enemy over there that's obsessed with us. Let's get them out the way. And the group said topic idea, life after the end of tyranny. And the group is on it because he said in the first one, he's like, just a day without the wicked ones. And now I'm telling you, life after the end of tyranny, cleanest air, cleanest water, cleanest food, loving communities, and children prepared for even greater stewardship. That's it. Doc says, I've been doing deep meditation lately, realist, and getting into the importance of vibrations and the endocrine system. Yeah, that's what I'm on, man. And I'm glad Doc brought that to my attention, man. I got to get back to meditating. And Mama Chula, for you, just mentioned the meditation, man. It's really essential, especially for me as a raw Tarian, you know, grounding, getting the sun. The next step is for me to go. Come on, Dominique. I know you see that picture, man, that image in your mind, man. When you go out, walk on the ground and you're in the sun and your feet are you're barefooted and your body is clean. Your machine is ready to
act. It's not clean right now. It's not clean right now, but yes, I get it.
Your body is ready to activate because all systems go. Your blood is clean. Your gut is empty because that's your second brain. Your mind is clear because it's not disrupted by the chemicals. It's not disrupted by the lies and the information. This whole Jacksonville shooting, these psyops. You know, you go out there now and you just meditate.
I guess from McCoy, if I can share with you what I do, there's the concept of prayer, inquire, and I do inquire. I go into a state of peace, which is called silence for me, and then I go into a state of meditation called listening. So what I do with you guys, I hear you guys, but I'm constantly listening from within. So when a person's listening within, then they can actually become what they might say channeling. You can channel information. I'm hearing Mommy talk on a regular basis. I'm just curious to know whether or not she channels most of the time. So go into a state of meditation for most people is that whole concept of getting into those postures, which will probably show for some people that they have certain kinds of energy trapped. in certain parts of their body. But we do have, and I think Doc's talked about it, we have different types of bodies. There's the physical body, that's the lower energy body, which is fine. And it's good to take care of all that kind of stuff. The rest of all the other stuff, I call it noise. We have dirty noise. It's not harmony noise. So people want to get information, but if you don't go into that state of silence, how are you ever going to prepare to hear those things? The ego is the one that's constantly being programmed. That's the masculine energy. The masculine energy is what's programmable. The feminine energy is the one that's actually teachable. That's the energy one has to be if they want to be in the student role. So now I'm just sharing a little bit, McCoy. Now, the rest of it, when it comes to the physical part, I'm being bombarded by the human race. Everybody is. Now, I'm just acutely aware of that energy. And I do it to myself because I don't always put cleansing around me, certain kind of detox music around me, whether it's a singing bowl, drumming, as Anna talks about it. I get all that stuff. I just don't go around practicing it all. I understand a lot about a lot of things. But arrogant as that may sound, but if a person's trying to understand for themselves their own place, you have more skin in the game because you have more offsprings. And hopefully when they get older, you might have implanted something. So on a spiritual level, prana chi, they can actually learn something from it. Outside of that, I get most of the conversations are going to be what they are. There's a lot of people here that are very conducive and they're in the student role. Some of them might even be what we call teachers as examples, hence why the physical part. Anyway, I went on again, McCoy.
Well, I mean, I don't like to, say this is my last or this is my, but yeah, man, I ain't doing these old long 8-hour things anymore. What's the best time? I'm gonna ask Mama Chula for you. What's the best time? And Edna Bell, what's the best time for me to go live? Edna Bell, Mama Chula for you. What's the best time for me to get something started? Because I really like them available because they encourage me. And it's always the women. There's nothing like the encouragement from women. Because it's women usually. I don't know. It's just different. Men. We're usually competing with each other. Women, they're not competing with men, so you're gonna get a full assessment. Men will be somewhat biased because it's hard to watch someone else outshine you as men because you want the attention. So, but a woman knows she'll never be a man, so that's not even something she would consider. So she's going to give you her best. Men will hold back from each other. Women, they don't hold back. So, that's, it's just, I deal with reality, man, and that's what's got me to this level. It's not what I believe or what I want it to be. It's reality, man. Not what I want it to be. It's what it is. Call it fear mongering, Doc. They out here saying it's fear mongering, man. That we have an enemy that's trying to bring harm. More of an evening person, but okay.
But you have to know your own energy at that point, McCoy. Like if you do plan the ideal of energy work and realize, I'm not going to reveal what your sign is, but once you know your energy, you'll know what's conducive for you. And now, if you know the questions you're going to ask, you could narrow it down to 3 hours, less pitching, more hitting, as the metaphor would be, because you want less talking and probably more conducive for action. So that about yourself. If the community's not offering it, it's because maybe you need to do that. And that's part that you're rolling, that you're doing. Because really, I get the 8 hours, the 9 hours, the 10 hours. Eventually, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was agreeing with you. Like, no, I don't know if I was agreeing with you, but I was saying, yeah, this is too much. It's just too much. It's just too much. But it's all it's those bots also that took some of the enthusiasm. I'm not going to hold you up. Some of these bots, seeing that go down was just strange to me. It's expected because I know that I'm being watched. I know it, but at the same time, to just say like, dang, these weirdos, huh? Okay, I said some names, and I'm gonna keep calling names. All they did was just light a fire. I'm just gonna go deeper into my research now. I'm gonna say out some more names. you know. But the Prince Carl Phillips, major actor in this, major player in all of this. He plays a lot of roles. Prince Carl Phillips. Prince Carl Phillips. He's on YouTube also. He has a YouTube channel. Yeah, he's under disguise. I'll reveal to you all who he is at a later time. Prince Carl Phillips of Denmark or Sweden, I forgot which one now. King Constantine played JFK, you weirdos. But anyway, Dominic, I'm just saying this as a little feedback. I'm telling you, the information that you have, and that's what, you know, with Singularity, I hear him speak, but I want to hear, like, what are you doing? Because I want to put them into practice also. But the talking, I'm not mesmerized by speech. You know, Farrakhan, as much talking as he's done, he's still saying the same thing years later. I want to see results. What have you done? What are you doing? What can I put into practice that works? And Dominique, I'm telling you, your presence and your information would be more impactful if you were living it.
Could be. It could be. But then again, McCoy, there's been a lot of people that have wrote books and all that. I get it. It's one of these devices. We're on a platform. We're only going to use 2 senses here. Now, if you're talking about doing it, then you have to actually put videos up on your chats to show people doing the farming like some people are doing, or do some of the healing work where some people are doing the singing bowls and all that crystal stuff, or doing the things about building houses. All that stuff is out there, McCoy. All of that's out there. But to bring it down into this platform, it's limiting. It's like when people write in a book, they live precariously through a book. People are going to live precariously through what people talk about.
What's not out there, though, is us exposing these enemies.
They expose themselves. They expose themselves.
They're not exposing themselves. No one knows that the royal family is who's playing these roles right now. Not many people know that.
Yeah, but how did we get
they're out here saying Michelle Obama's a transgender type thing. Oh, she's a man type. They're not revealing that she's actually the sister of Denzel Washington.
A lot of the information that we get, McCoy, are actually on the same sites or books written, podcast kind of formats. Now, unless we're actually there and say my dad or I was one day walking in the royal family, my dad was a custodian there, and I see it, it'll be like me seeing an alien. How would I explain it to most people? It would have to be written in many, many forms. And even that, a person would have to go inwards. Knowledge is very limiting without discernment. Discernment is something you get inwards intuitively. Now, if a person wants to manifest it in the physical, all the power to them. But for some things, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, well, that's what we need. No, I'm just saying that's what we need. We need someone to manifest it. Stop talking about it and actually be it.
Well, then I'm talking about it, obviously, but there's other people that have to do it, and they will do it, whoever they may be. And I'm pretty sure people are out there as the example. Not everybody is actually growing their own food. You just have to go to a grocery. There are many thousands and thousands of grocery stores. But yes, there's human factors involved in it. You know, not everybody's running their own business. Not everybody's having 4, 5, 6 kids, let alone any kids. I get him. I hear you, McCoy. Don't get me wrong. I do hear you.
I'm telling you, we need doers, man. We need doers, man. There's enough people talking, man. There's too much people talking. I'm not clowning no overweight people, but these people are sitting in chairs, 200, 300 pounds, talking about we're Aboriginal and they're unhealthy, diabetic, high blood pressure. I think they would be more impactful if they were to tell people about eating right and getting their health in order than to be sitting at a computer telling us about 700 years ago.
And there's people, McCoy, but then there's the other side where there's people pumping weights and all that. They're sitting in these benches and pumping all that weight, but they're still not addressing what's really going on, but they're keeping themselves physically fit. McCoy, I'm the kind of person, the enemies go left, the masses go right. I go right down the middle. If you want to go right with the masses, fill your boots. You want to go straight down the middle and be true to yourself and your family, that works for you too. I can't tell you what to do. That's your responsibility.
Well, you know which way I'm going, man.
I know, but the last time I remember, McCoy, unless people do astral traveling, most people have lived only in their vessel the whole lifespan. So who's supposed to be responsible for the one that's in that vessel? And that's an individual journey. Now, we can watch each other and say, okay, that person's teaching me something. Don't go in front of a train. This other person says, go inside the train. Another person saying, burn your hands. That's fine. Those are teaching lessons. Now, if somebody says to the teacher, my question would be, who taught you how to breathe? Well, I don't know. I said, well, then you're not a teacher out here. I get it, McCoy. I'm with you. But what most people want, they want action and probably less talking. Other people want talking, less action.
I
Great
want
for the
actions. I want actions all day long. What did you do this week to improve your life that I can also apply to mine? Let's go. That's what I want. I want constant improvement. I could do research on my own, but if we're going to have these forums, this place is for us to share information to improve each other's lives. Well, I'm not here for the talking. I'm telling you that. I'm not here for the talking.
So knowing that, McCoy, knowing that, okay, when a person asks a question, they should follow up. So you should be the example first so that other people get an idea what you're talking about. So what did you do? Because you asked the question. What did you do to improve yourself so I can get a gist of it? And then I say, well, I can relate. And then I can be inspired to share back. But asking another person a question, I usually don't think of those things. You don't tell a child what to do. You tell them by example. And then they can say, well, Dad, thank you. I feel comfortable. I'll share back now. So what did you do today or this week to improve yourself? Just for you. You don't have to share if you don't want to, but if you want it publicly, I might even make an exception and share with you publicly.
I ate less this week. I barely ate this week. You know, I'm really on this journey of opening my pineal gland, and I'm eating less and less, and all my foods were raw. I'm losing the weight and shedding the excess unnecessary weight and mucus, whatever mucus has been built up in me, and I'm grounding more and I'm meditating more. That's something that I didn't do as much the previous week. And I'm seeing the results. My mind is just, Dominic, I'm telling you, it's just when you're in tune, man. I don't study books. Information gets sent to me.
You download. I get it.
Information gets sent to me, and that's what's happening. The less I eat, my mind is taken over, and your mind works on a frequency level. And there's an ocean of information if you tap into frequency.
You're doing a concept called fasting and meditate. Hence the Buddha. You fast.
Constant meditation.
Yes,
constant meditation. My mind is, there's a little saying. What is that saying from the Bible? You will keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on thee. That's what it said in one of the songs. But I'm just saying, I'm tapped in. And my enemies, they know that I don't know. I'm sure they operate on a frequency level. Because,
you're a beacon now to them. They see the light and say, oh, we got to be flies to it. But I'll share with myself a little bit. I abstained for a couple of days because I know I've been getting too much of a dopamine on the computer. Me and my wife are planning on renting a room for economics because we've already picked up the economy's going to take another hitting for the next 3 or 4 months. You know, so be prepared for the COVID-2 coming in because this is a 10-year reset. So, and like usual, I like to feed the animals. That's my contribution.
That's what we need more of, you know, and I'm telling you, it's there. What confirms it is all that our enemy is doing to keep us from doing these things. I can see if they promoted these things, then I'll say, oh, it must not be nothing there. But everything that they promote is in opposition of those things, man. And Dominic, I know I try closing out, man, and you can close out real quick, man, because then I'm gonna keep on going. And Dominic, man, I'm gonna go live tomorrow. I'm gonna try to keep it short. Keep it real short. I'm gonna pick a time that I see that no one else is live, and then I'll sneak one in there. Because, you know, I like to support others, but like I said, I am gonna limit my time now to if you're not on solutions right now, if you're on your theories and your ideas of what you think, I'm not showing up to your house anymore. I want truth. I want what you know. I'm not saying I'm anyone special, so who the hell? I'm sure people are like, well, and who cares? I'm just saying, no hard feelings, but I'm on solutions right now. You know, that's all I'm on. I don't want to hear your theories on whether these buildings were under a mud flood, whether the earth is round.
There's enough channels for that, McCoy.
There's enough for that,
Yeah.
man. I'm not on that. I don't want to hear your theories. I don't want to hear what you think. I want to hear what you know. And when you knock on this door, we want to know we want to hear what you know. We don't want to hear what you think. Them days are over. There's enough channels for that. I don't have the time. If I'm going to take time away from my children, it has to be impactful. And I have people like Mama Chula for you and Edna Bell who want that information. I see the excitement. I see the excitement in Miss Edna Bell's words when she says, I didn't know that. And she puts fire emojis under it. It lights people's fire when they hear something new and information that they can use. All that I think. Well, do you think that we were here 7,000 years ago? Yeah, well, I think that. I think that. Yeah, well, I think that. Them days are over.
Was there a 7-Eleven? Was there a 7-Eleven back then too?
Yeah, I don't want those conversations. Never have, never will, and I'm not partaking in them. Let's deal with the facts. Let's deal with truths, and let's go.
You know your direction, McCoy. Don't settle for anything less than the cause that you're after. The rest of them, if other people are going with the same direction, yes, you can say, okay, somebody can say something like, I'm supporting those people. But is it really the people or the cause right now? Because there's people that haven't even been born yet. We might be doing things for them or not for them. I get the ones that are here now, and some of them are too young to understand what's going on. And there's too many people that are too old. It's beyond their scope of even comprehending it. Because there's people that are wise based on their age, and then there's other people that are wise beyond their age. And that's where we have to actually let them shine. And shine meaning that let them be a voice. Forget about giving them a knee. Too many people worship way too many things. Some people even worship ideals.
This is getting out of control, man. These people are powerless. We're giving them the power. And that's why, Dominic, that's why when you say you eat, I know I don't want to harp on this junk food thing.
No, you can.
But it's just the fact that you're helping to support that system that is bringing harm to us. Not you. I'm using you as this you're representing that section that continues to. I'm not saying you go to McDonald's. I'm not saying that. I'm just using the quote of you say junk food.
But you could ask me, McCoy. I'm always invitation when a person says, Dominic, when I say the word crap, what kind of crap is it? When I say junk food,
crap is crap.
You can ask me what type of crap food it is.
I'm sure you're not going to label fruits and vegetables crap. So I know it's anything else. Anything else. If you're going to label it junk, that's all I need to know. So like we're supporting these weirdo companies, and we're not gonna make a significant change if we continue to support them, man. It's just that simple. I'm not gonna make it. If I sent all 5 of my children into their systematic public school system, how can I complain? How can I complain? I send my 5 children to their school system, and then I sit at home complaining, yeah, that teacher trying to teach my children about LGBT. Wait till I see her. Wait till I get down and I talk to the principal. They're going to have to change. They're going to have to do something about that. They can't do that to my children. What are we doing here?
McCoy, junk food for me could be eating my food in the wrong order, eating too much too soon, making it into a meal opposed to just a snack. Could also be eating at the wrong days, because in the ancient times, and people still do practice it, I'm saying me, but I understand it, and other people might practice it, and hopefully they'll share different days, have different colors of foods. So for me, there's certain foods, like I'm a European, so I usually abuse carbs. So I fuck around with my insulin. So I can explain some of the things that side effects. Not everybody does everything correctly, and the ones that do it incorrectly, they can explain it so other people can have understanding. Oh, so I understand now, Don, why I drink beer. Why is it? Because I'm after the beer's yeast, but I don't realize it's been chemical induced or whatever. I'm drinking too much of it. I get the whole part of being obese and all that. No different. Other people are malnutrition, so that they could be eating even foods that are healthy, but they're eating at the wrong time. there's a lot to it
True,
than
true.
just
Yeah,
that information.
true.
You
I
know,
tell people that our bodies shut down at 7, 8 o'clock. It no longer processes foods until in the morning at 3 a.m.
it's right,
So
and then
yes,
that's junk for me. That's junk for me, and for
yeah,
me, I'm not giving the 3 or 4 hours so I can digest it, so that I can actually literally go into fast mode.
yeah. So no, I'm okay. But you have to also, understand that people who are listening, they hear junk food. Junk food is associated with a certain terminology. So when
Assumptions. That's an assumption. That's
so,
an assumption.
no, it's not.
See how quickly people
It's not a.
judge.
It's not an assumption. It's not an assumption. That
So
is
then,
a.
how would we
Hold
apply
on.
discernment?
Hold
Okay,
on.
sorry. Go
It,
ahead,
it,
McCoy.
it is a universal term. When it is applied to food that is garbage, we call it junk food. We can't change
Yes.
the term. We can't change the definition of words. Junk
You
food is the
wow.
Doritos, the potato chips, the bars, the chocolate bars, the trash food. That's what we call as junk food.
Okay, so I get it. I get
So
it. People are going to go that way. But this is
yeah.
where we judge opposed to how can I apply discernment? I would have to get more information first. So a person would say, okay, Dominic, I eat healthy. Okay, break it down. See how quickly.
I do want to do a live stream. I know Anna Perna say that she want to partake. I've been putting off a
Should
health,
be great.
and I would like for since you are aware of the times and different days that we should eat food, I would like for you to participate in that one also, if you
Tony,
could.
bring a whole bunch of other people.
Tony,
Because to me, Tony Taylor, hey, McCoy,
okay.
if you're gonna do it, have an all-star fucking panel.
Oh, I mean,
have an all-star panel. None of this one or two. Have an all-star panel. Then you can go for 3 hours or whatever.
Oh man, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. That
bring Bex. Bex knows a lot of stuff. Bex knows a whole bunch. Doc knows a bunch.
Not on the food thing. Not on the food thing. Bex doesn't subscribe to the food eating. She doesn't subscribe to that. I know that for a fact. She doesn't subscribe to that. I want individuals who have information and is also applying what they've learned.
Well, then even that at this point in my life right now, I'm not applying some of that, so I wouldn't be even conducive for that. So if you're looking for somebody,
but you have information though. That was a criteria that you have information, and those of us who are also applying it. So if you have information, it would be great, like you saying that we should eat foods on certain times and different days. That's information.
But McCoy, you're trying to get away from, like, for me, I understand because my wife knows a shitload of information. She does fermenting, she understands kombucha, and she does all that. So I just picked up that information. For me, it would just be theoretical for you. And I'm hearing you.
Gotcha.
You don't want theory. So you want somebody that can say, okay, break it down. What does it do for for your body type? What does it do for your birth order? All that information.
And that's why I'm kind of holding out, because I'm trying to link up with people who are on what I'm on when it comes to that. To help fill in the gaps and also add to the build. I've been vegan for 23 years. This ain't overnight thing to me. I haven't ate carrots and broccoli and cauliflower since 2015. So I'm just saying this isn't no overnight eating thing for me. I've been eating. I'm at the level where I'm a rawtarian, type of thing. Yes, Edna, I don't smoke weed anymore right now either, because I like this realist McCoy right here. I feel alert. I feel like nothing can fly right now. Nothing can get past me. The marijuana will have me relaxed a little bit, thinking everything. I got time. You know what I mean? I want to be alert. I like this. I like it brings out a difference. You can actually hear it on recordings when I used to smoke and when I didn't smoke. I was sharper when I didn't smoke, So peace to Big Dog Philly OG. I might have missed a few people. Dominique chopping it up with me. And now Dominique, man, I appreciate your information, man. I'm telling you, I really do. It's just right now, this world, and you've acknowledged that you're not really a doer to a certain level. And we need some doers, man. We need some doers. We need some doers. We need some people that's going to build some houses, man. That's going to do some things. We need some doers, man. So
I won't get in the way, McCoy. I'm the kind of person, I know my place. If I need to follow or just sit in the background, I will gladly do that.
Not know, did I really go in today? Not know said I gotta sleep. Really sorry. Not know. I know I've been all over the place today, man. I this is not usually the stream that I envision. You know, those we were having a great conversation. Who was up here? Dominique, Maybach, and Blue was up here. Yes, because we were. Oh, Voynich was up here. Minus somebody, but it was like Voynich. Yeah, Dominique, Voynich, and Blue. And then Maybach came in a little, I think, because that's when I'm like, yeah, you're in the UK, one's in, and then when the bots came in, it just the disruption. And then that other guy, what was his name? Not know. What was that? Sterling, just out of nowhere, just shows up. Like, dude, this is not. Look, this ain't no cult over here. This is a group of individuals that are like-minded. We are focused on the truth and living the truth so that we can see what the results are. And so in order to advance, that's what we're on. We're not here to stay stagnant and talk about things all day, just disputing, just arguing. I'm not here for that. That's why I had to fall back a little bit, because I see some of these people out here are built for that. They could talk about the same thing every day. I see on some of these channels that every day it's Pan-Africans versus Aboriginals. Because I know Greedy Vegan, he promotes Big Aboriginal Power, and so does Big Dog Philly OG. They promote those channels, and Empress Holbert and Sister Bethy and all of them. But it's the same goddamn thing. Nothing that I can apply to myself right now. That's what is frustrating. So that's why I had to move on, and I don't partake. Even in the Bro Sanchez, it's just a school of he's making a presentation on whether the earth is flat or whether, and I'm just like, and what can that do for me right now? I don't see him speaking on this enemy and what we can do. No one is speaking on those things, man. We just want to argue and debate. How many channels do you walk away from and say, dang, I didn't know that. I can apply that to my life right now. How many? It's not many. It's not many channels you go to, and after you've left that channel, you're like, oh, I'm going to do that today. I'm going to actually try that. No, you just heard of someone lecture you for 3-4 hours and ask you for cash apps, support the channels. For what? What did you give me today worthy of me cash apping you? If anything, you got my time, and I can't get that back. And I hit your like button. And now you want me to come out my pocket, and you didn't give me anything that I can apply to my life that will better my family. None of these Aboriginal people can show you any fruit trees they're planting. None of them. None of them can show you that, look, yes, I got some land and I done planted an orchard of fruit trees. How hard is it to go to Home Depot and buy up a few pear trees, some apple trees, some peach trees? It'll probably cost you damn near $100 for 10 trees. Probably more than that you could probably get. How hard is that? But this is your land? Man, come on, man. I ain't on that, man. Come on, I got 16 blueberry bushes. See that what I'm talking about? That's all I'm saying. All day long. 300 pounds sitting at a desk talking about cash at me. We Aboriginals. Come on, man. I ain't on that, man. No knock on them. But this is what I have to offer. I don't have to tear someone down to build myself up. I'm just saying why I don't partake in those conversations. And I'm gonna land right there, man. Dominique, man, I know you didn't close this out 2, 3, 4 times. I apologize for that. Did you have any last words you want to say?
Again, thank you, McCoy, for allowing yourself to be available. I hope you do stay true to yourself and probably reduce the amount, and then you can spend more quality time with your loved ones. And yes, I just wrote it there. I haven't heard recently too many live places where they're trying to encourage a betterment for the wife and their husband, let alone how to tend to your kids. So that's really lacking. So hopefully, maybe that can be something that's going to energetically be out there eventually. So I close myself out there.
Salute to you, Dominique. Thank you, man.
Salute.
Appreciate your time, man. I always do, man. And because you got a lot of knowledge and insight, so from day one, you know, there's not many people who know that these events are psyops, that these are actors to deceive us. So even that alone, you bring some awareness, knowing that, So when I heard you say that on the enemy's public one day, I was like, I think it was either him or Key Norfolk. I think when we were speaking on the Neuralink.
Yep.
Because it was, we were on that panel, and I was like, Dominique, know that? And that's when I was like, damn, if I can get him over to London McLovin's channel. But I didn't want to be rude to some of these content creators by suggesting another content creator. But you found your way over there, though, huh? So, it worked out. But salute to everyone. Appreciate y'all presence. Appreciate y'all presence for sure, man. Big Dog Philly OG, a general in this place. The Phoenix rises, seven serpents. Not no. I'm telling you, not no. Keep dropping the knowledge in the chat. Not no. It's not in vain. Edna Bell, it's not in vain. Let's encourage each other. Mama Chula for you. She doesn't even need Mama Chula is. Twilight, son of Lilith, Doc, salute to you. Appreciate you. Really do. Peace to Dominique. Appreciate you, Dominique. Others in many other communities already doing the actions to be the example and the explainer. Let me read this right quick. So, since that's what I'm on right now, y'all. That's what I'm on. In the Groove was riding with me all day in the Groove. In the Groove, man. I'm telling you, man. Hit that link, man. We ain't having no we're gonna build next time in the Groove, man. Cause I know you know what time it is, and keep doing them videos on that music, man. Should link with Greedy Vegan and all those artists over there. I'm sure they would do something with some of your beats, man. Definitely salute to you in the Groove, man. The Bex Factor says he's still listening, friends. Great discussion. No knock on you, Bex, but Dominique had mentioned that I'm waiting to do a live on health and eating right and certain lifestyles, and he said, "Well, Bex is," and I was like, "Nah, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's an area that Bex is like. Yeah, I want to partake in that conversation. I could be wrong, Bex. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that that's an area that you're like, yeah, I want to speak on that. Because if it is, I'm waiting to do a build with Bex on the Masons, because I hear that she goes down that rabbit hole. Not every panel is for everyone. It's for you to pick your spots like I do. I don't, not every panel is for everyone. You take away from the panel when you're just up there sharing your thoughts and your ideas when there's actually someone who knows and they're not, let the person who knows speak. Let them go on record. Seven Serpents, salute to you again. Seven Serpents is doing good work. I check out his lives. They're brief but impactful. Some of it I'm still learning, like the Hyksos. Never heard that terminology before until he brought it to the forefront. Charles Was dipped through for a second. Charles Was is out there doing his thing. They keep messing with his channel. Yes, Charles Was, he's someone that I resonate with. in the fact that he's identified that we do have an enemy. And they're trash. The enemy's public, speaking right on cue. The enemy's public. Peace to you. I know you were in and out. Annapurna, thank you for your presence. Keep doing what you're doing. I want to know how, I really, truly want to know how my family can help. What, Annapurna is like one of the first persons individuals that I've met on YouTube that I now feel like my family. What can my family do for her family type thing? Like there's a connection. I really feel that. I really feel like I want to know. I'm gonna reach out, ask her what is it. How can I help her? Because she's helping us in so many ways. Some people don't even. It's not always about the money. You think, oh, the money, but Annapurna is a real unique individual. She's out there. She's Indian in Mexico. she's she's Indian in Mexico. All right, she ain't no average woman. JJ, the enlightened one, out there gonna get his own land and get off grid. Dean Kendall, peace to you. The Schumann Show, peace to you. You know, so yeah, that's my next thing is for Annapurna. But sometimes you don't want to move too fast with some of these people on YouTube because they're not who they claim to be. I've co-signed quite a few people saying, "Oh no, man, that dude right there, yeah, man, he's about it." And then 2 weeks later, he's on that negative energy. Had to separate myself so I look like a fool. But just looking at not Edna, but Edna also, looking at Annapurna's work, I think she really brings value to this community because she's a doer. She's inspired my family, my daughters, getting on that sewing, and she's encouraging my family to get on that sewing. Natural lifestyle. London McLovin peeked through the window for a brother. Salute to you. Salute to you, London, man. I support you from a distance, man. I'm gonna be back over there in a minute, man. I just gotta let that air. I just gotta let that air out, London, man. That stench of what was done to me, it still lingers, London. I hope you can understand that. I'm a sensitive man. I don't like my feelings hurt. So I had to stay away for a minute. Warfare K, salute to you. Peace to you, Warfare K. Stay on that war path, brother. I'm right next to you. If anything, I might be out in front. So yeah, salute to everybody. I just feel like scrolling. Let me know if my mic. Let me make sure my mic, because I might just scroll all the way to the beginning when I see all those bots. Yeah, in the groove. Mama Chula for you. Mama Chula for you. I'm telling you, you're making an impact. Prophet Levi, salute to you, man. Peace to you. Tony Taylor, peace to you. Looking forward to a live with Tony Taylor, for sure. But this time we're going to be, like Edna suggested, just have a topic and stick to that topic, which is, putting what's on your mind up there. Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen, came through and really built with her brother. That peace, obtaining that peace in a time of turmoil, maintaining that peace. Peace to you, Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen. Royal and loyal. Royal and loyal. I'm so looking forward to building with you. Looking forward to building with you, Royal and loyal. I really am. Even Loyal came through. Peace to you, Loyal. Voynich came through and was riding. Voynich came through, y'all, and was with me for 3 hours plus. I didn't know Voynich was on that. So salute to you, Voynich. Keith West, peace to you. Just gonna scroll up a little bit a minute longer, and I'm out of here, y'all. Appreciate y'all. I really do. Because I know I'm not for everybody. But right now it's quality over quantity. Maggot, dip through the window. Peace to you, Maggot. Salute to you, Maggot. Marco Power. How can I forget the Marco Power, man? What? Marco Power stole the show last week, man. He lit a fire. People are still talking about it. Anthony Lowe, salute to you. Salute to you, Anthony Lowe. Appreciate your support. Alexis Kinsey Davis. Quentin Emerson. I'm glad I scrolled up. I gotta say Quentin's name. Quentin Emerson. He don't mess with every and anybody. Salute to you, Maybach. Maybach started it off. All right, I made it to the bots, y'all. I made it to the trolls. So I know Big O came through. I'm just gonna have to end it there, y'all. The rest of them are bots. The rest are all bots. Royal and Loyal. I scroll back down. Royal and Loyal, right on cue. Peace to you. Want to build with you. I know you have a lot to offer. May back in the building. Salute to y'all. Salute to y'all. Salute to y'all. Peace to y'all. Peace and prosperity. Let's get on their head. Let's get on their head, y'all. Come on. Let's expose them. Even amongst us, our predators said, what is it? Expel all evil or expel all evil, expose all truth. That's what I've been about since I hit a panel. Is to get rid of the wickedness, the evil, and seek the truth and live the truth. That's all I've been on. He just put it in a simple term. But that's been my saying and my message from the moment that I decided to hit a panel. To expel all evil and to expose all truths. So anyway, y'all, I appreciate y'all presence. Thank y'all once again. And I'm here to share. That's it. You know what I mean? I'm here to share and I'm here to compare and I'm here to take. If you have some information that I could use, I have no pride when it comes to that. My family depends on it. So yeah, peace to y'all. Thank y'all. Have a great one. Peace to you all. Peace to your families. Peace to everything about you all. Until next time.